10, which is also ceramic that has a stamp in it.
Found in 2010.
Found in 2010, yeah.
Sorry.
Found in
No, thank you. That's good clarification.
And that's the one that was found in Britain or in the
North
Netherlands?
Britain. At the moment, we're only talking about Britain. The plate that was found in Britain has a very similar stamp. It has LEGVIIIHISP, both of which are interpreted to mean Legio Ninth Hispania, the Ninth Legion of Spain.
Yeah.
The roofing tile that was found in the Netherlands, though, is not so conclusive, and the reason is that the end of it is broken. The end of it where we've got up through the numerals, and then we should get into the characters, the letter characters, that's where it's broken.
Okay.
And the first character that can be read, that first line of it is actually at an angle. So if we think about this, an H is straight up, the first line of the letter H would be a vertical line.
Yeah.
This one is at an angle.
Diagonal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which suggests that it would be an A, which would mean it was the 9th Augusta, which is a different legion.
Yeah, and like to explain to our listeners, one of the theories that was out there is that they didn't disappear from England. They were just transferred out and sent somewhere else, i.e. the Netherlands. And so,
yes and no.
Yeah, and the discovery of this stuff gave rise to this theory, but it appears that they probably didn't get relocated to the Netherlands. Correct?
Well, no. See, the problem is that we don't know if it was the entire legion that went there, or if it was just a company or a part of the legion that got transferred there. That's the problem. Yeah. The legions would do this. They would send detachments to support another legion. So Legion A is getting its butt kicked, and it's lost a bunch of men. So we say, hey, the Emperor says we have to send you 1,000 men. We send you 1,000 men. Those 1,000 men still consider themselves part of the 9th Legion.
Yeah.
Even though they're with the 7th Legion. Mm-hmm. So that is where it gets weird, because they would still leave record of their group regardless of the hole that they were officially courting the Empire in.
So it's not clear if the Legion itself was maybe stationed at, say, the Netherlands, and that they just sent 500, 1,000 men over to help in Britain, or
1,000 men, because a Legion is 5,000
Sorry,
men.
I meant 500 or 1,000. Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Or, if the actual Legion was in Britain and they sent a contingent to the Netherlands for whatever reason?
Yeah, or they
all went both places.
Yes.
Got it.
It could have been that they can been divided up into several areas, because here's the thing. Yes, Rome took over, and for the most part, in general, things were good. But they used the legions as their police force, because not everybody was happy with Roman rule.
Well, of course.
It never is you come in and you take over a people and they welcome you and everybody loves you.
Yeah.
That just doesn't happen.
No.
So what would happen is, and they would send small detachments. That is because later emperors learned from the mistakes of earlier emperors, where there would be a battle or an uprising in one area. They would take a legion from another place and they would move it there to support what was going on. But the place that they had just now left unguarded would rise up, or somebody would try to invade, because they didn't have that supporting policing force anymore.
Sure.
So the smart thing is, don't move all of it, all your eggs in one basket.
Yeah.
You shift bits and pieces around.
Yeah, but still, and so they might have sent some forces over to the Netherlands, or maybe somebody from the 9th, joined some other legion and just took some souvenirs along with them. Could have been as simple as that.
A roofing tile and a plate is a weird. Okay, a plate I get. A roofing tile is a weird souvenir, because usually you make it, you stamp it, and you use it. Tearing it then off of the roof and taking it with you would, to me, be the equivalent of taking the light switch plate off of my apartment and taking it to my new apartment.
You've never done that?
I don't know. For me, it's more of a, hey, my house got destroyed and now I got transferred. I'm going to take a piece of my house and make it a part of my new house. I mean, it's possible. It's not as though
it is.
Things weren't getting destroyed.
It's absolutely possible. I'm not going to discount any of that.
Yeah, but again, the only real evidence that they got transferred to the Netherlands is basically a thing that could have been a different Ninth Legion anyway, right?
Yeah.
And that's about it.
We don't know.
Yeah.
But let's move to the third theory, which is that the Ninth Legion, this is a little bit, again, these kind of fall in line, was absorbed and or relocated. And this says that they were moved to a stronger legion and then absorbed by it. And the specific instance that we can point to is the fact that in Caledonia, which is modern-day Scotland, the Ninth Legion was almost completely wiped out.
Yeah.
This would have been the year 82 to 83, by the way. They absolutely got their butts kicked. It was another group that came in that barely saved them, and there wasn't a whole lot left. There's also evidence that the 6th Legion, and I don't know which 6th Legion, I couldn't see it called out, was also transferred to northern England, and it also then disappeared. So it's been debated whether those two were combined into a new number legion. So the 6th and the 9th were then commingled into
15th.
Probably not
that
the
works.
15th.
That
It's
makes
probably
sense.
not math. Unfortunately, it's not basic math, but we'll go with that.
Okay.
They were commingled into a completely different number, and then subsequently, they were destroyed.
Yeah.
Poor guys.
Britain is kind of like the Bermuda Triangle for these guys.
The Bermuda Triangle of Roman legions.
Yeah.
The only thing that I will say when we talk about we talked about the transfer thing, the only thing I can think of that might substantiate that is if there's an officer from the 9th Hispania, they get wiped out or transferred, absorbed, he's still loyal to his group, then they're making these tiles or plates, and he goes ahead and says, you know what, I'm going to stamp it in their name in remembrance of my fallen brothers.
Yeah.
That's the only instance where if this is right, this would make sense,
Sure.
the evidence that we picked up.
Sure.
Then the next two theories are really all about destruction, and it is absolutely the destruction of the 9th Hispania.
They're all kind of about destruction, aren't they?
These ones more so than others, because the other ones could be they kind of maybe got disbanded or petered out. I don't know. These ones are all pure kill, straight up kill. Second to last theory here is that in the year 132, there was a uprising in what is now known as, in modern day times, it is Israel-Palestine?
Israel or Palestine.
It's kind of
politics.
a gray area. Okay.
Yeah, it's that little country at the far eastern end of the Mediterranean.
Yeah.
It's right there.
That one.
This uprising was known as the Bar Kokhba Revolt, and that was the revolt where the Jewish people of the area, they totally rose up against the Romans with absolutely justifiable reasons because there was huge religious persecution going on, and they inflicted huge damage on the Romans. But this theory says that the 9th was sent to that area to reinforce the legions that were already stationed there, but they were defeated. Through heavy casualties, the entire legion was killed by the local forces. And the men that remained of the 9th were then disbanded. There wasn't enough of them to even matter, so they just, go home.
What sort of evidence is there for this one?
Well, there's evidence that, the uprising happened.
Well, yeah.
And it's called the Second Jewish Uprising.
Yeah.
There was one prior, and this one is where they boxed them about the years. They really kind of did them in.
Yeah, but
and there's a lot of deaths on the Roman side.
Yeah, but did they find any actual evidence that the 9th Legion was actually there? Did they find any remnants of tiles or plates or anything else? See, this is the reason I don't believe this one is because they own the whole Mediterranean. They had lots of forces much closer to Palestine than England.
You know specifically which one?
Yeah, there was
that would be the
Egyptian
22nd.
Yeah,
I'm going to
Egypt.
butcher this unless you can help me out with it, Devin. I'm going to say it's the Diotariana.
That's close enough, probably.
Sweet, because I have to say it one more time later on.
Diotariana.
Tariana. Okay,
Diotariana.
The 22nd Mordor Division was based in Egypt, and it was documented in the Roman records as being in the area at that time. Here's the key point. The 22nd Legion, who we're talking about, they disappear from the record books just like the 9th.
Huh.
So, we don't know whether it was the 9th or the 22nd or both. And I have to say that if it was both of them, that is one of the largest Roman defeats in history. 2 legions decimated is unheard of, and there's only one other defeat that was worse. So you think that would have been better recorded and well known.
Yeah, you would think, huh?
Unless they were trying to, hide the casualties.
There is
trying to play it cool and say, no, we didn't. I mean, yeah, we got defeated, but it wasn't that bad.
Let's just, hey, you wrote out all that on that stone, right? Throw that over the hill. We're just going to break those. Just break that. Break it up.
It actually is, especially back in these days when you have, long lines of communication, things like that, and resupply. If you're the Empire, it's a really good idea to maintain this facade of invincibility. So you definitely want to suppress any bad news like that.
There's a lot of information suppression in the Roman Empire. I've seen things about how the emperors didn't know what was going on, the soldiers didn't know what was going on, but there were certain political elite who had the fleet-footed messenger and controlled all that. And it's a lot like what in the Cold War, where there was people who didn't have a clue and the people who thought they had a clue, and then there was that guy in the middle that had all the messengers running around. And there was a lot of things that came out in the wash later on, and that's what we get now, is we're able to find a bunch of that correspondence.
Mm-hmm.
Our final theory of what happened to the 9th Hispania is that it was destroyed in the Parthian War. Between year 161 to 166, our good friend Marcus Aurelius, he didn't believe or didn't agree with the Parthians. Actually, to be quite honest, the Parthians and the Romans had been arguing for a good 50 or 80 years and had a number of wars. But Aurelius had committed to the Parthian War in 161. And this is in what is, for a geographic reference, this is Iran today. That's where it happened.
Yeah, the Persian Empire.
Yeah, the Persian Empire. Exactly. The Parthian army, it is said, surprised and then surrounded a Roman legion and annihilated it. That legion, we don't know what it was. Nobody can find reference specifically to what legion it was. There's legions that we know that were in the area. There is the 12 Fulminata and the 15 Apollinaris. Those were both in the area. But there are also records of those legions as of the year 200, so we know they can't be the ones that were destroyed between 161 and 166.
Well, actually, do we know that for sure? Because there's no reason that...
They couldn't have re-raised it?
They could have, they could have basically restarted the whole thing. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the Romans had, maybe they had some sort of a custom. It was kind of like retiring your shirt from the NBA or something like that, where if you were totally wiped out, they would just retire your number and your name.
That's the impression that I've gotten from the stuff that I've read, is that if and when a legion was annihilated, they didn't reuse it. It was almost an unlucky number.
Mm-hmm.
So the third Apollinaris was destroyed. We don't restart the third. We go ahead and say, well, there's 12, so we'll make the 13th.
Yeah.
That's the impression that I've got, and I could be completely wrong.
Well,
but
that wouldn't surprise me, really.
back to the theory. The theory is, and by the way, this theory is really soundly based in, if you remember in the beginning, I talked about the 2 dates of records. One was the year 120 and one was the year 165.
Yeah.
This is set on that. This one is the only one that hinges on that 165 record date. And it says that, of course, that the Ninth Hispania was the lost legion in the Parthian War, and that they were moved into that area and that then subsequently destroyed. But people who are disagreeing with that, those folks, which one of you could say this again, because I can't, is that the 22nd Diotenaria, which I know I just said wrong.
I think it's Dioteriana.
Yeah, that one.
But
that
I'm sure I'm mispronouncing it
that's
too.
That's fine, but that legion was the one that was destroyed by the Parthians. Well, the problem is which one was actually destroyed in which battle, because we just said that people are saying that they were destroyed in the Bar Kochba revolt, and now this is saying they were the ones that were destroyed in the Parthian War. So it either means that there's a chance that the Ninth Hispania was destroyed in one or the other, but it's extremely unclear. And I got to be honest with you guys, I love this story. I love historical mysteries because there's so much stuff to dive through, and there are so many interesting facts that I come across that I can't go into. I mean, it's a treasure trove. But the point is that it's a group of thousands of men over decades. I don't know which one to pin down. I can't pick a favorite because, I mean, we just talked about, what, 40, 50, 60 years?
Yeah.
A group that was 5,000 men a year over that time frame, that's a lot of people.
Yeah.
So I personally, I've never been able to settle on this. I don't know about the pair of you, if...
I tend to think that they probably were chopped up pretty bad in England and probably were absorbed by different units, different legions, and then because I don't see any evidence for them appearing in all these miscellaneous different places.
Oh, I know what happened to them. They were conscripted to assist the Doctor in the battle for the Pandorica opening.
Yeah, the Doctor.
What is this?
And which one of them was,
canon.
the one that's the centurion that stood with the key?
Rory Williams.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
No, I don't know. I think
For
they
reals,
probably.
though.
I think they probably were just. They were just destroyed. One of the many. I don't have a favorite way that they were destroyed. I think they just were.
I mean, the only thing, I don't think they were destroyed in the early time frame I talked about. I get the feeling that Hadrian is probably the responsible party, but that guy. Again, I couldn't find death tolls, but he threw them like buckets of water at the Britons.
And I would suspect they're not exactly like restocking their ranks during this time. If they're kind of just being thrown into battle, it's not like there's going to be 5,000. They're going to be dwindling.
And even 5,000 continually,
Yeah.
It's
not
probably an
keep
ebb and
adding
flow.
people to that. They'll just send new legions in.
Yeah, but it might well be that if they had some bad luck and they got chopped up a couple of times really bad, then word gets out, and
like the Caledonia War. They almost completely were annihilated.
Yeah, and then word gets out, and the brass might decide, hey, it's these guys have got a reputation for bad luck or incompetent fighting. They're always getting like massacred, so it's not going to be easy to recruit somebody to this legion, so we're just going to phase it out. Whoever's left will either retire or move to another legion.
That's happened in many military organizations, so it could have been that's a great idea, is that it's just phased out. They went, this group always dies.
Yeah,
we're just going to stop. We're just going to stop.
These guys are just bad news bears, man. They're just bad luck. Yeah, and so we're just going to just phase them out. And, so that's kind of what I think happens.
Awesome. All right. Well, that is all we have on the Ninth Hispania.
If you are a ghost of one of those soldiers, please email us.
Have you ever met it? No, I'm not even going to go
Don't
there.
even.
Okay. Well, for everybody who is corporeal, and you want to know what we have links on our website, and we have this and all other episodes available to stream on our website. Website, of course, is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. I did get a great email or comment the other day on Facebook. We always kind of joke that nobody listens on the website. Turns out a bunch of people do. So, hey, listen to us on our website. Use up that bandwidth. We are on Facebook. We have the group and the Facebook page, which is continually busy and fantastic fun. We are on Twitter. It is Thinkin' Sideways without the G in the middle. You can, of course, get a hold of us on our email account. You've got questions or suggestions for future episodes, get a hold of us at thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. By the way, I apologize to all the people who I am been a bit late to reply to.
Yeah, me
Yeah.
too. I'm sorry,
Overwhelmed
my
because it
bad.
is getting a little insane.
It
There's
is.
a lot. We get a lot of emails, folks.
And
that doesn't mean we're trying to discourage you. Please, we'd like your emails.
No, I
Just
just
be
want
patient with us.
I just want everybody to, exactly. Please be patient. And I'm telling people, I'm sorry I'm tardy. We are also letting everybody know that we are on Patreon. That is spelled patreon.com/thinking sideways. If you want to support the show, that's a way to do it. Go to that address. We've put up videos and all that kind of stuff.
Explaining everything,
Explain the whole 9 yards to you. That having been said, we are at the end of this particular episode. We are going to go ahead and get out of here because this studio is disgustingly hot, and I really just want to go take a shower.
Well, yeah, me too. Cold shower. All right. Well, this is Devin saying bye-bye for this week.
Always.
And this is Joe saying ta-ta.
White Stripes, Dead Leaves and the Dirty Ground on XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais. With me, Steve Merchant, Carl Pilkington. We have got a great show lined up for you.
Absolutely.
Today it's just, Valentine's weekend, some love songs.
Ooh.
We've got some chat and, of course, the competitions. I'll tell you what, I was walking here today and the West End is crammed. There's helicopters, there's police, there's about 1 million people sort of just milling around, standing around with placards and stuff. I don't know what they're doing, but they've got too much time on that. They need a war.
You don't read the newspapers, do you?
Boring. Ooh, those boys can rock there. That's the Guns with All Their Roses and Sweet Child of Mine. On XFM 104.9.
I enjoyed that.
Yeah.
That was good.
It rocks.
I hope the audience was playing it loud, like us.
Yeah. Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Carl Pilkington. Well, look at him yawning. How rude is that?
Carl, what's wrong with you, man? Have you been up late?
A little bit.
Girlfriend was away, wasn't she, yesterday?
Yeah, I always have a problem with that. I always have... Because you don't go to bed, do you, early? Do you know what I mean? You sort of think... I just always find that thing that if, you know, you're used to living with someone...
Yeah.
One of you will go, let's go to bed, then you'll go, alright. But when you're on your own, you go,
You just forget to go to bed.
I just stay up.
Okay, stop eating now, Carl. You've ate all the food. That's just the plate. Oh, all right. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I stayed up and watched, there was a thing on about Dracula.
Right. What, Dracula?
And I found a flaw in it.
Go on.
Not the fact that he's the living dead and
No.
and drinks blood to stay alive and he doesn't reflect
And he can
in
turn into a
mirrors.
bat.
Well,
And you can go on.
the mirror thing, you can't look in mirrors, can he?
Well, he can look in mirrors, but he can't see himself in a mirror.
Yeah.
That still doesn't work.
Go
Okay,
on.
go on.
It doesn't work at all, Carl. It doesn't work
Go
anyway.
on.
Well,
Centre parting's always really neat.
His centre parting's always really
how
neat.
does he do it if he can't look in the mirror?
Blood on the floor or something it was called. Rubbish.
I love the flaw in the Dracula film is that his centre parting's too neat. How did he do it without a mirror? Ah.
Was it a documentary about...
It was the real Dracula, is it?
Yeah, the real Dracula, the
It's
true
just a
story.
film. It had blood on the floor or something it's called.
Yeah.
It's rubbish. From 1970.
Yeah.
Right, but you
know-
say that and watch that.
You know there aren't
Yeah,
really
that's right.
vampires in that sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it still annoys you that his centre parting was too neat.
Well, if you're going to do it, do you know what I mean?
I'd like to see him with a fringe sort of pushed forward and maybe a hood up, alright? Come to stop your blood and that, alright?
Yeah, just bits of tissue paper all over his face where he's cut himself shaving.
Oh, can't see it. Bloody mirrors annoying me now, innit? I'd love to see that. a little mank Drac. That'd be great, wouldn't it?
Well, that might be a film that we do in our movie.
Mancula.
Just getting onto that.
Mancula. Count Mancula. Alright? You got any rave? You got any rave music, huh? Got any Oasis like that? That'd be brilliant. He came from Manchester. Please welcome Mancula. Alright? That'd be great, wouldn't it? His hair's a mess. Well, I can't see a mirror, can I? Well, we've got a show lined up for you. Sad news for Rockbusters fans. It is going to be the last Rockbusters.
Does that mean that we are doing another one and it's the last one? Or
We are
you've
doing
scrapped
another one,
altogether?
and it's the last one.
Oh, man.
But a bit of a special one, Steve.
Have you?
Yeah.
It's just sort of done
What, it
on,
makes sense?
No, it's,
First time only.
no, it's done on accents, because I'm running out of, like, clues and that to use.
Oh, is this as bit good as the Jamaican one? The D-Trout Spinners.
The trout spinners.
That doesn't work at all.
A bit like that.
Okay, so go on, what's the gist of this one?
Well, it's just, I've binned the sound effects bit, that didn't really work out. So there's 3 sort of cryptic clues.
Yeah.
And,
Sort of cryptic, yeah.
It's done on accents, and I've sort of worked down the country, so I've got a northern one, I've got a Brummie one, and I've got a Cockney one.
Alright,
Excellent.
we'll look
So
forward to
we're
that.
doing
We've
that
got
later.
quite a lot of competitions, haven't we? Because you've also got your film competition.
He's appearing in The Shining this week, Steve.
Excellent, okay.
We've also got, chimpanzee that. More monkey news from around the world.
Monkey news. Stay tuned for that.
But there's one that I thought we could phase in as we phased out Rockbusters. It's an old favourite. Carl, it was before your time. XF Family Fortunes.
XF Family Fortunes, it's brilliant.
Get a
It
couple
owes
of people on the
nothing to TV show Family Fortunes.
No, it's XF Family Fortunes.
You can't get him on that.
So we'll be playing that a little bit later as well with 2 lucky people at the club, and we'll be giving away some great prizes, I imagine,
Excellent,
Steve.
yeah.
Go through those a little bit later.
Yeah.
As it was Valentine's weekend, what about a lovely song by Lloyd Cole?
Oh.
Like lovers do,
I'd love
yeah?
to hear it.
Lloyd Cole, like lovers do, on XFM 104.9.
Is that for all the lovers out there?
Yeah, I'm Ricky Gervais, with me Steve Merchant and little Carl Pilkington. Oh, we're having a laugh, aren't we? Little Carl with his
Hey,
sandwich
he's
and
cheered
that.
up,
with
hasn't
his- I'm still bruised where you punched me in the shoulder, showing that you could box.
Yeah, to be fair though, Rick, you do think that you're now a professional boxer
I'm
because
like
you've been on the telly boxing.
Marciano, yeah.
No, he does. I mean, he laughs about it, but he does walk around thinking, yeah, I could probably handle myself in a street brawl.
In fact, I walk around handling myself
Yeah.
a lot of the time, don't I, Carl?
And often Carl.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I love it because his little round head. I've got another mate that's got a little bald head, and I'd like to squeeze it. I'd just like to see how far. Do you know what I mean? Like an egg, you can squeeze it that way, sort of sideways, and that hurts. But then squeeze it forward to back, it doesn't hurt so much, does it?
Do you know what worries me though? I think if you ever actually did crack Carl's head, I think yolk would come out.
Yeah, he was drawing, and I gave him a little karate chop on the back of the neck, and he jumped. He spasmed.
Sorry, you gave him a karate chop on the back of the head?
Yeah.
To be fair though, I think I'd spasm, Rick. If a man crept up behind me and karate chopped me in the neck,
Oh,
that's
didn't I
probably a
laugh,
natural
Carl?
reaction.
Didn't I laugh, eh,
Yeah,
Carl?
that's right, good laugh.
Oh, so we got lots of little things to get through. I mean, look at his little face. You're right. We had a little lunch yesterday, didn't we?
We did indeed. That was a nightmare.
Yeah.
I hate going out with you two.
I was explaining to Carl, right? I like to excite Carl's imagination, right? And if it involves chimps or monkeys, all the better. Brains he likes, parts of the body, deformity. You know, I know where to, you know, what buttons to push. And I told him about this thing. I don't know if any of you out there know about this, but there's an experiment they did in the 50s, a clinical psychology experiment where there's your 2 hemispheres of the brain, okay? They're joined by a thing called the corpus callosum, right? Which is just a little flap of skin, like a little scarlet lead that joins your 2 hemispheres. And what they did, they cut that in half, and they thought it was a cure for schizophrenia, but what it turned out to be, or epilepsy, I think, I can't remember, was that your 2 sides of your brains didn't function together. You couldn't get information. I was telling Carl all this thing, and one of the things I told him was that they did it on a monkey, and it fought itself over a nut. Like, its right arm was connected, you know, by its left lobe of the brain, and it was fighting over itself. And Carl went, instead of, like, thinking this is amazing experiment, he went, would it have been happy if you'd given it 2 nuts?
Yeah, I know. Well, you started off by explaining it, and I remember you mentioned, because I was watching the 2 of you as you were describing it to me, you said, of course, one side of the brain deals with symbolism, and as you said the word symbolism, I noticed Carl drift away from looking at you, pick up his mobile phone, and start pressing buttons randomly. and I thought it was the word symbolism that got him, and I noticed it took you just a moment longer, and I think the first thing you said was, when did I lose you?
Yeah, I knew I'd lost him.
It's extraordinary, and he doesn't even try
I
to
think I
disguise
said
it.
nomenclature at one point as well.
Right, yeah.
And I knew I was dicing with death there.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
But I told you tried to look it up, didn't you, on the web? You didn't find anything about it, did
the
you?
spelling of it's what is it again? What's the word?
Corpus callosum.
Yeah, so I couldn't do it.
No, there's no point.
Yeah.
Don't bother.
Give up.
Don't bother.
Give up.
So if anyone knows any interesting facts about that,
I don't expect yours hasn't been cut in half, has it, Carl? That would again might explain something.
I'll tell you what we will be talking about later. I don't know if you're sort of aware of them, Steve.
Go on.
Bonobos.
Oh,
I don't know much about bonobos.
I told him about he was looking for stuff. I said put in bonobo. He was having no luck with chimp, and they're a form of chimpanzee, but they're even closer to us, evolutionarily speaking. They've got their social groups are more like ours. They're more intelligent, and he was loving it, weren't you?
So is it human bonobo Carl? Is that how it works on the evolutionary ladder?
Chimp Carl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talking about 'em.
So we're talking about bonobos. You're excited about that?
Yeah,
That's coming up in Monkey News.
No, I think it's a bit of a monkey bonus.
We always like a monkey bonus.
WC featuring Snoop, The Streets on XFM 104.9. Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Carl Pilkington. I think we should kick off with a bit of a competition. I think we should get the 104.9. Steve, just back announce that for us.
Yeah, from the album Princess Superstar that was Princess Superstar and Untouchable Part 1. Did you enjoy it?
I really enjoyed it.
Good,
So
good.
I'll tell you what, I had
Go on.
2 of the ingredients that I look for in a record. It was both fly and dope.
High five, man. Yeah, you're
Okay.
sweet. You're sweet, man.
Coming up,
Yeah.
I've got my film review.
Looking forward
It's
to
a
it.
great one. It's a great
Lovely.
film. I've got a song for the lovers any minute now.
Sure.
And
Probably loads more chat.
yeah, there will be. There will be. PJ Harvey, This Is Love, XFM 104.9. It's Ricky Gervais show, isn't it?
With Steve Merchant.
Yeah, but you're going to keep quiet now, Steve, because I've got to do my world famous film review.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, I know you criticise it because you
Sure.
say I do sort of like films that aren't on current release or that I sort of just do the plot or but you know I think a
Have
lot
you
of
taken that criticism on board?
I have.
Good.
This week's Ricky Gervais film review
Yeah, sure.
is Jungle Book.
The Jungle Book.
Yeah.
That was made in, what, 1968?
I don't know, but listen, shut up, right? It's a good review, right? Right, for people who either have heard it or haven't, you might learn something.
Sure.
Because it's sort of my take on it.
Has the review begun yet, or...?
No, no, it's good from now, yeah?
Okay, go.
Go. Right, the little kid, he's in the jungle, right? But he knows the bear and the panther, they're good friends. But it's dangerous because you got to watch out the tiger and the snake. Now, the reason is they don't mind him, but he's human and he can make fire, they can't. That's why he's sort of in demand, even though they've conquered the power of speech, they can't make fire. And then the orangutan gets him. Now, he's in trouble. But the bear puts coconuts on and makes himself look like it, then they fall off. They've got to get away. But then he meets a girl and then they're not,
Okay. Do you write these yourself?
Yeah.
Or you don't get a professional to do
No.
it? Right.
Oh, no.
Okay. And what would you give that one out of 5?
It's 9.
That's a 9 out of 5. Strong review there. A strong film then for you.
One again.
And you'd recommend that for friends and family?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just on video or DVD or in the cinema.
Okay, good. All right. And the film again was?
Jungle Book.
Jungle Book. Jolly good. All right. Thanks very much for that.
Well, now it's time for Song for the Lovers. This is the Smiths, and last night I dreamt that somebody loved me.
Good. Okay, cool. Yeah, lovely.
I forgot.
Go on.
About the elephants.
Oh, well, that's going to ruin it for everyone. They won't understand what you're talking about.
Yeah. Smiths. Lovely song. Last night I dreamt somebody loved me.
Beautiful.
Song for the lovers there on XFM 104.9. Can't believe I forgot the elephants. That was a key
element of the review.
Really?
Yeah. Don't let it get you down, Rick. I know how these things depress you if you feel you've not done the film review as best you could. That kind of winds you up.
Yeah.
You stew about it. Played a beautiful song there. It was a song for the lovers.
Yeah.
And, I do get depressed when I see people around me who've got, girlfriends. And I think, because I haven't, and I just think, what's the rule? We mentioned last week that fat bloke from Pop Idols. He's got a bird, which annoys me, angers me. And this really depressed me. Walking into Piccadilly Circus Tube a couple of nights ago, homeless guy, wrapped up, unwashed, and northern. And he's being spoken to by some kind of carer, some worker who'd come out to dish out kind of stale sandwiches. And I just overheard as I was passing him going, well, of course, it's very difficult maintaining a long-distance relationship. And I sort of kind of lingered for a bit. I was thinking, what? And he was going, yeah. And basically I pieced together that he's got a girlfriend. He's from Leeds. He's got a girlfriend who's also homeless, who's homeless up in Leeds. And occasionally she kind of homelesses her way all the way down to London.
I love the fact that he's travelled to be homeless.
I know. Pathetic. It angered me that
Is there a lot of cheap housing in Leeds? Would that ruined it for him?
But it just was. I assume maybe she was squatting or something. But it was like, and it just depressed me because it was like, not only is he homeless, but he's got a homeless girlfriend. But the homeless people are finding love.
Yeah.
Do you mean that's really depressing, Carl, isn't it? Unless they both became smackheads together or whatever.
No, Carl's found love on the street before, haven't you?
How's it going with your bird, Carl? Are you married?
Yeah. No.
How long have you been out with her?
7 years.
Because you're quite a simple man.
Yeah,
you're sort of a simple.
In a nice way.
Ways.
I mean, you're like Helen from Big Brother.
Yeah,
you're sort of nice enough, but
I look normal.
Well, yeah, you sort of do. But you could be one of those that just suddenly go mental with a pen.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
Stab people through the eyes.
Yeah. You sort of look normal. But if I wouldn't really want to wind you up to a point of frenzy.
How did you meet your girlfriend?
Through work.
What, through her work? What, you found out and said
we worked at the same place.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
You're quite an enigma, aren't you? Could you give us more on that?
At work, you met her at work. What, she came in selling sandwiches? She was going through the bins outside. What do you mean you met her at work?
Why are you having an attack on me? You're the one who's sad and lonely.
No,
he's done you again. He's done you
again.
But
what I thought was interesting was I just scratched at him and he just went mental.
Yeah, no,
it's like a bear caught in a trap.
It's funny, isn't it? You'll never learn.
No, I was just interested to find out what the story was, because it might be a really romantic story.
Well, it's not.
All right, jeez. I love the fact he doesn't want to talk about his love affair.
I was thinking about you in the week, and does it worry you? I mean, you sort of joke about it now, and we're talking about it in the office, is Steve really touchy about the way he looks? And
oh, what's this? Where's that come from?
He's done it again. He's done you again.
I was walking home the other night, and I was thinking about it. And do you worry that when you're old, you will be on your own?
You did start it though, didn't you?
Well, Carl, I'm glad you brought this up. because I mean, for me, a lightweight, frothy entertainment show on XFM on a Saturday afternoon is exactly the place where I want to discuss the desperate, lonely future that's inevitably coming my way.
Oh, God. I'll tell you what will cheer you up and forget all that. A bit of Embrace.
Oh, one of the most hated bands.
Hives, Main Offender. Before that, Embrace, Make It Last. I know you don't like Embrace much, but that's a nice tune.
Yeah.
They do cut a nice little chorus.
Sure.
And I think their heart's in the right place.
Okay.
Yeah, very nice. What could you do better? I was mucking around.
That's always fair.
No, I was thinking there's not enough avant-garde stuff. I just did this, right? There's a little spring on the mic. What does that sound like? Does that sound good? I haven't got my headphones on. Does that sound good?
It sounds brilliant.
I was thinking of doing that and just sending it to John Peel.
It's good.
Maybe with some samples of politicians going, "We will not."
I feel it's more a B-side at the moment, but I mean it's strong. I think it could work that up.
But that's without strings or anything. Without
sure, that's without I mean that's just kind of a basic demo.
Yeah,
when you've worked that up with a decent producer.
Yeah.
Man alive.
Still coming. We got Radiohead. We've got
what are these fellas doing?
There's a couple
it's quite noisy. It's just distracting.
Yeah, there's a couple of fellas behind us taking pictures. I don't know why it takes two of them. I think one of them just got
Yeah.
They're from the what are you from? X-Mag. X-Ray.
What's X-Ray?
It's the XFM magazine, Steve.
The XFM what? Magazine.
And where's that?
Where is this available in shops?
Is it just a giveaway thing?
It's kind of giveaway. bit of information on bands.
Right.
What gigs are coming up.
How is
what
it available?
stations.
Who gets it?
It's in top magazines.
You're
It's
really
on
selling it, Carl. You're obviously a fan of the magazine.
It's all right.
Yeah.
I don't want to make it. This seems now like you've said, let's pretend we don't know what it is. You sell it on air, make it sound.
I
really
don't
good.
know what it is.
Well, I'll show you later.
Okay, cool.
And if people want a copy of it, they can go to the website and subscribe, and you get it for free.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Cool.
And you're
And
going
what-
to be in it.
And we're going to be in it.
Centre pages.
I don't look my best. I don't dress for radio. And, you know.
Well, it's okay, because I'm photogenic, so I'll make up for whatever you lack.
forward.
Rick, I don't know if you were aware of this, but we have some tickets to give away. Is your favourite band Marquis Smith's The Fall?
It is, yeah. Go
I
on.
thought it was. And is your favourite venue the Kentish Town Forum?
Oh, I'd see anything there.
If
I'd
you-
see The Fall anywhere, and I'd see anything there. So
And-
if you're telling me The Fall are there, we're not giving away, Steve. I'd like those for myself.
Rick, I'm just trying to remember if your favourite support act of late is Schindler.
Oh, no, I hate them. I'm not going. Give them away.
Okay, so the doors are at 7:30. Doesn't say when it is.
So now,
I'm only
Is it tonight,
joking,
is it?
Schindler. I'm
Right.
only joking, by the way. To
Hey-
Schindler, the lads in Schindler, if they think I'm being a little bit nasty.
It's tonight. It's at 7:30. The tickets are £11.50 in advance. I'm assuming there's probably some still left, but we have some to give away. How many we got to give away? Just says
3 pairs.
3 pairs, is it? Have you, talking of Schindler, you know the people that make lifts? Or I think escalators as well.
Oh, yeah.
If you notice, like in
Yeah.
the bottom of a lift, it always says Schindler. It's always made by some organisation called Schindler. Do you think it's the same Schindler? Like from Schindler's List?
So it's Schindler's Lifts.
Schindler's Lifts.
And it was passed down wrong. No, I didn't make a list.
Yeah.
You must have, no, I made lifts.
Yeah,
You're joking.
seriously-
Spielberg was going, I've made a whole film about
It was 3 hours. It was in black and white, for God's sake.
Was that what? Where'd you get the lift? There was no lifts in it. I thought it was a list you made. No, I made lifts. Oh.
Anyway, next time we're in the lift,
believe
check that
it.
out. That is true. Anyway, we've got 3 tickets for the Fall. Sorry, 3 pairs of tickets for the Fall, who are performing tonight at Kentish Town Forum. If you'd like to win them, here's a question for you: which Radio 1 rival station, which Radio 1 personality used to be a member of the Fall? If you know, then you can get in touch on 08700
Zoe Ball.
800 1234.
Zoe Ball.
Or it's ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk.
Is it Chris Moyles?
I don't want to give it away.
Is it on Peel?
I don't want to give it away.
Okay.
I don't want to give it away.
Okay.
But 2 words for you. Emma B.
XFM would like to apologise for material broadcast on November the 8th on The Breakfast Show with Christian O'Connell. The show featured the comedian and author Ben Elton. XFM would like to point out that during live interviews, we cannot realistically expect to control the language and content of our guest material. However, Christian would like to offer a full and frank apology for the fact Mr. Elton appeared to have overdosed on the Arcel tablets that morning. Christian would like you to know that the dullard will never be on again. We really are sorry.
This is XFM.
It is indeed. We're just looking at the Polaroids, the test the photographers do, and
I'm not at all happy.
no, do you know what I mean? Though it's like I kid myself. I must walk around. It does take mirrors and photographs, and I go, oh no, yeah, I forgot I look like that.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Sort of like you look at that, like
Yeah.
a tree
Look
trunk.
at me, Rick, there. That's always with me.
Oh, there was a bloke downstairs thought I was Johnny Vegas. He was going, I love those adverts with a monkey. I didn't have the nerve to say I'm not him. At one point, he actually said, I like that one when he hits you. And I went, yeah. He went, you do any more adverts? And I went, yeah, I'm doing a couple more. I just thought, God, it's gone too far now. I can't say I'm not Johnny Vegas.
So I'm not really listening, Rick, because I want to say to you, can you get me more square on? 'Cause
Yeah.
Square on, I'm not so bad. It's from the side.
Yeah, the side looks bad.
All right, calm down, Rick. Jeez.
Yeah. We were,
Carl, what do you make of that? Pretty face.
yeah, this isn't great radio.
No, it's not.
I know we never do great radio,
Yeah.
but this is
certainly
really
isn't. This is some of the
slippery
worst
slope.
we've done.
Yeah, we were talking before about Schindler's Lifts.
Yes.
Like those people just make one thing,
Mm.
and they're famous for that. Now, do you think the Monopoly commissions should investigate Armitage Shanks?
Yes.
Because I've never seen
Never seen another sink or toilet made by anyone else.
No, when did they take over this? Can you hear that clicking?
Yeah. Would you just stop just for a second while we're just doing this?
Because he can't talk, because he's trying to make himself look so handsome.
Well, exactly. I've got to keep
He's
striking
straining
poses.
to sort of look normal.
I've just changed my mind. I want to. You remember that George Michael video where he doesn't appear, he just gets supermodels to play him,
Yeah.
or kind of replace him. Can we
Yeah.
do that maybe instead? Just
Yeah.
get a leggy blonde in. That'd be fine.
in our place, like 5 people.
Exactly.
Instead of this is Steve.
Exactly.
But he looks like 5 women. Yeah, no, that is Steve.
And so you were talking about Shanks.
Yeah, Shanks, Armitage.
They've got it sewn up. They've sewn
They
got it
have,
sewn
haven't
up.
they?
Yeah.
When did they sort of like get
I don't know who
big?
the Shanks people are. I don't think they make anything else, though. I've never seen them making anything else other than lavatories and sinks. They seem to have got that.
So who went? We're going to make so many urinals that there's going to be too many urinals. No one's going to have a look in. When anyone's out having a slash, they're just going to be thinking, Armitage
but
Shanks.
presumably there's someone called Armitage Shanks who's
Could
got his
be.
name all over that. You know, whenever you meet him, you're just thinking, I've had a Waz.
On Armitage
on
Shanks.
Armitage Shanks. Is Waz a word? We can say Waz, can't we?
Yeah, or piss or slash.
Yeah, either of them's fine. Oh.
U2, Walk On. See, I like U2 again now. I liked him sort of, you know, in the very early days, and I hated him for about 15 years. And then the last album, this and Beautiful Day, I think really good.
Thanks for that.
They've lost all their pomposity, don't you think?
I saw one of them saying that he felt this was the best album they've ever made.
I tell you what, I'm not going to argue with him, whoever it was, Steve.
Could well have been The Edge, not sure. Could have been Larry Mullen.
Real name David Evans.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Rick, you may recall that some time ago we gave people the opportunity to win some tickets for the Fall performing live at the Kentish Town Forum this evening.
Supported by Schindler.
Schindler. I know you're a big fan of them. And we have some winners.
I could have made more lifts.
The question I set was, which Radio 1 personality used to be a member of the Fall? We did have some wrong answers. Wrong answers included Gary Davis.
Oh, I imagine him in the Fall. That is brilliant.
Noel Edmonds. And, of course, Ed Stewpot Stewart.
Oh, what's happened to Noel Edmonds? What's happened to lovely Nolly?
Noel's just utterly doomed, isn't he? No one will employ him now, it seems.
Well, we don't know that. That's probably libelous.
How is that libelous?
Well, he might be turning down stuff and therefore might be sort of waiting for a big comeback with Noel's House Party 2002 for all you know.
No, you're right, it is libelous. Thanks for pointing that out, Rick. There's so many lawyers thinking that's not libelous. No, actually, good point.
Yeah.
So the winners are Minna, who's from Finland, apparently, according to these notes here. Minna has won.
Why is that funny?
Well, how would she have called him from Finland?
Well, no, when someone says, where are you from, she might have been here for, like, a year. I go, well, Finland.
Well, I've embarrassed myself. Sorry about that, Rick. Thanks for tearing me apart. That was fascinating radio. Vinny's also won. He's from Surrey.
Imagine coming from Surrey.
And Tom Prince from Camden. What a great name. Tom Prince. They're all the lucky winners.
I think we've lost it. No, I was really good. The first few weeks, thought, and even the first hour. But this last 20 minutes, I feel that I've bored myself.
Yeah.
What's happened?
I think it's because you keep picking me up on every single thing I say. It can't help, surely. And then if it's not you, it's Carl having a go.
Yeah, but he's more going for your looks. I'm more working on your personality.
Right, sure.
But together...
So it's my fault now that the show's going
No,
downhill.
but it's like, you know, we're sort of like your mentors. You've got to be harsh. It's like you're like Eliza Doolittle. And we've got lots of little stylists in, like they do with, like, you know, makeovers and that, all that, faking it. They get in, like me and Carl. Carl's working on your looks. I'm doing your personality. We're going to get, like, stylists in and, you know, coaches. And then you have to do a date. And the woman has to, and there's 3 other blokes, and she has to work out what the freak amongst them is. And you've got to go, no one voted for you as the freak.
Yeah, Rick, I've known you for 3 years. I don't think you're count for that job.
Groove Armada, Superstar on XFM 104.9. It's nearly the end of the show, Steve.
It is.
I'm going to try harder next week.
Yeah.
I mean, it started off well, and then I didn't get bored. I couldn't concentrate.
I know what you mean. I mean, I thought I tried hard early on with the anecdotes that embarrassed me and which Carl just used as
well,
venom.
I had the funny bullshit T-shirt I had, and
Sure.
and the, you know,
I had the woman, you know, walking around in my clumpy shoes.
I had the washing with me.
Oh, they were classic anecdotes, Rick.
Oh, I love the first hour.
I love the first hour. There should definitely be a sort of show on Saturday evenings on XFM with Kate Thornton and
Richard Blackwood.
Blackwood would be good.
Moyles in going.
Just remembering
the
what
first
happened.
hour they used to. Oh, it'd be great, wouldn't it?
That'd be lovely.
Oh, it'd be amazing. There's people taking our photographs, which I'm not happy with.
No,
I'll
I'm
be
not
honest. I'm gonna have someone fired.
I know you've.
I'm only joking. He stopped. I was only joking. Oh, I've offended someone, which I don't like to do. And then we all the stuff about.
I'm worried
lifts,
though.
Go on.
I'm worried because I didn't know that the photos were going to be taken.
Yeah.
That we won't seem quite as hip and down with the kids as we thought we would on account of wearing these tuxedos.
I'm telling you now, that is ironic. We are down by law. This next track is Ice Cube. It was a good day. It's my selection for the hip-hop track.
Yeah.
As you know, we want to spread the word of...
A lot of people don't seem to realise that hip-hop is music as well, and it's out there, and it should be enjoyed by kids. And it's at the moment, it's kind of quite an eclectic thing, you know, it's very underground.
Yeah.
We're trying to bring it into the mainstream.
Yeah, and in this, you know, Cube says it was a good day, you know, simple things like he didn't use his AK. That's the sort of world he lives in. That's what he's trying to get across.
And it talks to you about your life.
Sure.
Yeah, respect
This
you,
is
man.
morning, gotta thank God. I don't know, but today seems kinda odd. No barking from the dog, no small. And mama cooked the breakfast with no hog. I got my grub on, but didn't dig out. Finally got a call from a girl I wanna dig out. Hooked it up for later as I hit the dough. Thinking, will I live another 24? I gotta go, cause I got me a drop top. And if I hit the switch, I can make the ass drop. Had to stop at a red light. Looking in my mirror, not a jacker in sight. And everything is alright. I got a beat from Kim, and she can f all night. Called up the homies and I'm asking y'all, which part are y'all playing basketball? Get me on the court and I'm troubled. Last week, around and got a triple-double. Freaking every way like MJ. I can't believe today was a good day. To the pad and hit the showers. Didn't even get no static from the cowards. Cause just yesterday, them bulls tried to blast me. Saw the police and they rolled right past me. No flexing, didn't even look in a direction as I ran the intersection. House, they was watching you on TV raps. What's the haps on the craps? Shake 'em up, shake 'em up, shake 'em up, shake 'em. Roll 'em in a circle of Nick. Watch me break 'em with the 7-11. 7-11, 7 even back door, Little Joe. I picked up the cash flow. Then we played bones, and I'm yelling domino. Plus nobody I know got killed in South Central LA. Today was a good day. Left my house paid. Picked up a girl, been trying to f since the 12th grade. It's ironic. I had the rule, she had the chronic. The Lakers beat the Supersonics. I felt on the big fat pulled out the jammy and killed them. And my runs deep, so deep, so deep, put her to sleep. Woke her up around 1. She didn't hesitate to call Ice Cube the top gun. Drove her to the pad and I'm coasting. Took another sip of the potion, hit the 3-wheel motion. I was glad everything had worked out. Dropped her ass off and then chirped out. Today was like one of those fly dreams. Didn't even see a berry flashing those high beams. No helicopter looking for a murder. 2 in the morning, got the fat burger. Even saw the lights of the Goodyear blimp, and it read Ice Cube's a pimp. Drunk as hell, but no throwing up. Halfway home, and my pager's still blowing up. Today I didn't even have to use my AK. I gotta say it was a good day.
Well, there you go. Ice Cube, it was a good day.
Great song.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you've got a great song coming up as well.
I have indeed. It's the song for the ladies, Rick. We'll leave people with that. Have you seen the film Magnolia?
I have.
It's one of the most underrated movies. It didn't get a single Oscar nomination. It's absolutely fantastic. Breathtaking cinema.
Yeah, it's
made by the
fantastic.
guy that made Boogie Nights. Absolutely fantastic. Tom Cruise is in it, loads of people. And the soundtrack is entirely written by Amy Mann. Now, I don't know if she's normally the sort of person they play on XFM, but she's a singer-songwriter of great skill, I think.
Yeah.
And this is a song that features in one of the most breathtaking moments
It's
in the film.
amazing when they all
Incredible
sing.
sequence.
Yeah, it all brings it together. It is, you know, we won't come across obviously.
No,
here,
but it nevertheless is a
still
good song. It's called Wise Up. We'll be playing that in a second. But otherwise, Rick, that's it, isn't it?
That is it. What will you be doing tonight, Steve?
What are we doing tonight, Rick? Probably gonna be staying in.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what, and doing what? though?
Watching some telly.
Oh,
yeah.
That's not always I know you. Did I see a couple of cans of weak lager in your carrier bag?
I did sneak them in, yeah.
You're not going to drink them both tonight, are you?
What are you, my mother?
Okay, chill out, do what you want.
Oh.
Will you be sleeping alone again?
If I play my cards right.
Will you be having a little tug just to get yourself off to sleep?
I'll probably have a couple of tugs. If there's something saucy on Channel 5, I will.
XFM 104.9.
Here's Wise Up. Amy Mann, enjoy it.
It's not what you thought.
God. I don't believe this. He's got one day. He's got it. Carl's really grumpy and all stressed because he didn't have the record. We didn't want to play so I won't say it. We didn't want to play a certain record he had lined up because it's rubbish.
I know, but you do this every week.
Because most of them are rubbish. So that's why we choose up.
No, but 30 seconds to go on the track and you're saying don't want to play that.
And you're going, oh, stress me out. You're meant to be at our beck and call. We've made you. We got you out the gutter, and now you're getting greatest mind in the world and all that.
That doesn't mean you can mess me about. If you were a doctor and you saved me life,
yeah,
right? There comes a point.
In a way, we have, Carl.
Yeah.
Where were you going?
Go on, what were you saying? No, what was he going to say? He was going to say something wise then.
No, I was going to say, right, if you were a doctor,
yeah,
and you'd saved me life,
yeah,
there's only so much that I could give back to you, right?
Okay.
What would be unreasonable? What would be unreasonable?
Well, you know.
Forget doctor. Don't forget because no, the doctor's that's its job, right? Supposing I was just walking along and I saved your life, I gave you a kidney, or I resuscitated you, or I dived into icy water. What could I hope from you then before you start going? Hold on. What would you be willing to do for me until you sort of got lost your rag a little bit because I was asking too much?
So didn't I know you before you've sorted a lung out for me?
No, I just gave you a lung, for example.
Well, I'd be a bit I'd be thinking, why has he done that?
Suspicious!
But what I love, though, Rick, is the idea of you jumping in icy water to save someone, giving them a lung. I can guarantee, if someone was lying on the floor screaming they needed your help, you'd affect a foreign accent and go, I know, understand, and run off.
Do you know what I did once, right? We went out a few weeks ago, right? And some woman had her handbag nicked, and she was all distressed. He said, chase the fella, Carl. You stop there.
Let's be honest.
Yes,
Imagine Ricky chasing a criminal. Look at his little legs. He'd never get anywhere.
He started to run, and then he passed Starbucks or something and nicked it for a short
How did this turn on me? Oh, I'm a bad man because I don't give lungs away. No, because no one would want my kidneys or my lungs for a start.
Did you chase the criminal then?
I did for a bit.
He walked.
No, you didn't, did you?
No, I did a little bit.
Yeah, we sort of spread out. We missed him.
Where was it, and what was the situation?
It was.
Did you see a bag get snatched?
It was.
No, she was sort of crying, and she was running. Some blokes came in, sat next to her, and then just ran off with her purse. And
you walked after them.
No, they'd gone, Steve. They'd actually gone, but it was just like a bit distressing because she was devastated. I know how she feels as well because I had a jacket, and you think, I've just got to find them now. Yeah. Where are they? Who are they? So she was really off her head with sort of like she was angry and sort of crying.
Yeah.
And it was horrible. It was horrible, wasn't it? Wasn't it, Carl? He's broken his mic now.
Oh, right. Play record,
this is
Carl, what are you doing, mate?
I don't believe this. There's only 2 weeks to go. These should be special.
Carl, play the record. We've asked you to play the record.
Like you.
Fine, live.
Hive's main offender on XFM 104.9. I forgot to say who I was.
Go on, who are
Ricky
you?
Gervais, who are you?
Obviously, Steve Merchant.
And who's that little fella over there, little round fella?
Tiny little Carl Pilkington.
The funny little thing from the Smash adverts. Say, then they smash them with their metal knives. Oh,
You do? Yeah, you're right. He does.
He does, doesn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was asking if I'd seen a rounder head than him, and that's the only one someone come up with. That's the only thing they got with. Oh look, you're actually a little bit stressed today, aren't you? Because you had a drink last night, didn't you?
I had a couple of drinks.
Yeah.
I was down at Steve's night. He was doing a bit of DJing.
Yeah.
Went down the store.
And that's why you're all grumpy. What?
Did you hear what he just said?
What?
I was DJing last night, obviously that XFM evening.
Yeah.
Hour and a half. My friend and I split the time on the decks.
Yeah.
What was the word you just used?
He went down a storm.
We went down a storm. Right, 3 girls, I was walking to the toilets during my set. 3 girls went, "You are a genius." Right? What's his name? Dane Bowers, Zane Lowe.
Because you played records in a certain order.
Yes. Sorry, Rick, if you can't deal with that. Sorry if you're a little bit jealous, because this time you can't share the award.
Oh, dear.
But it was my credit this
You
time.
can tell he hasn't been a DJ. Because it's not just about
It's not just about that
the songs you
choreography,
play, it's the way you play them.
Oh,
the
yeah.
way you play them, whether it's 33 or 45, very important.
Yeah,
But the point-
leave your hand on
Exactly.
them as they're trying to go round.
But so 3 girls there,
Yeah.
charmed by me, they loved it.
Yeah.
Zane Lowe, XFM DJ and MTV presenter, probably one of the coolest blokes alive. He came up, gave us massive respect. He said, "I'm loving your set." He actually used those words, right? There were people coming up, they couldn't believe their luck. It was roaring. We'd stick on a track, people would cheer as it came on, right? My particular favourite, Carl, I think you'll agree, my particular triumvirate, LL Cool J, Mama Said Knock You Out, leading straight into House of Pain, Jump Around, then straight into that current Elvis track that's been re-released, remixed by Junkie XL. I played the original, which I'd already played on XFM before. I'm already there, cutting edge.
Yeah.
Right?
Three old tracks, you mean?
And what I think the words that would best sum it up are, "I kicked ass."
Great.
Rick. All right?
Well, I'm going to be kicking some ass today because
I
I'm
look forward to it.
going to be shamelessly self-indulgent. And we've only got 2 shows to go, so I'm playing some of the most beauteous tunes in the world. And I was just telling Carl, lined up a Simon and Garfunkel track, Only Living Boy in New York. He went, "Why is he the only living boy in New York?" I went, "What?" He went, "What does that mean then?" I went, "I don't know." He went, "Well, what's it about?" I said, I don't care. I said, it's lovely song. He goes, "No, but what's it?" I said, "I don't go into that." I said, he went, I like a story." I said, "Like what?" I said, "Killing of Georgie, no trickery." Killing of Georgie. I think we should play that at the last...
It's good, I heard it the other day on Radio 2, it was cracking. It sounds like, well.
It's really good.
Tell them what it's about again.
It's about little girl, gay fella.
A little what? A little gay fella?
Yeah.
Right.
Who, I mean, I haven't heard it for a bit, so it's all off memory, this. But, gay bloke, is he from Scotland?
I have no idea.
But he's from somewhere where gays aren't liked.
Okay.
Right?
No.
Well, he is, kind
Georgie
of.
Boy was Gargace, nothing more than the kindest guy I ever knew, right? Now, all he did was, right, his father said, "How can my son not be straight?" Kicked him out, right? Goes to America.
Yeah, but you can handle all that. You can handle your dad not getting on with you if other people around you are into the same scene.
Yeah.
But
That's
he
right.
was like, he was left on his own, he didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
He was getting stressed out.
Yeah.
So he goes...
And this was before, I mean, this is, when did this record come out?
Must have been
77?
77
yeah.
years, something like that.
Right.
And he's
During punk.
Right, oh, I see, yeah.
So,
you know, the village people had come along and made gay cool.
Yeah.
That had already happened,
Yeah,
but it
go
wasn't
on.
respected.
But he was watching the telly or something, and he saw that New York had loads of them over there, and they're all having a good time.
Sure.
No, sorry. At no point in the song does Rod Stewart say little gay Georgie was watching telly and saw loads of gays in New York. At no point in that song.
No, but this is what I like about that song. You sort of picture what's going on.
You make it up.
Yeah.
Okay, so the little gay fella was watching telly, and there was presumably the and now from New York, the gay show. Yeah.
Or whatever, because it was a big scene over there, wasn't he, in the 70s?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Go on.
So he goes over there, and he's having a great time and that. He's meeting...
Went to New York Town,
meeting-
very quickly settled down, soon
meeting
became the toast of the Great White Way.
Yeah, they loved him. Went
All
down.
the old queens blew a fuse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know, he was out late one night,
Yeah.
and he's walking home.
Yeah.
And gets attacked, gets killed,
Yeah.
and he's lying in the
They
gutter.
didn't intend to take his life. They just pushed their luck a little too far that night. Yeah. You see.
So,
Yeah.
but what's good there? Is it good that he had a bit of a good life, and was able to be himself,
Yeah.
or should he have stayed in Scotland?
he didn't come from Scotland. Again, I really.
Well, I think. Is there any way we can get this song before the end of the show and play it? Because I've heard it recently. A lot of people listening will have never heard this song. They wouldn't have any idea.
Can I say what you said when we were talking about that song once before?
Is it bad?
It might be, because we were talking about Georgie Boy and he got it. I don't know.
What?
It's when you said.
Well, it's a fact. I don't think if.
Well, he said. So it's for Georgie. He gets out, dies, right? He goes, well, they do go out late.
I know.
All gay people
I
go
know
out
a few
late.
gay people, and they start to party late on. That's
Yeah.
what in Soho, right? Yeah. Girlfriend got in a cab, right? Suzanne was in a cab, and the cab driver was taking her to an early start, right? She works at the BBC. Early start, 4 in the morning. It was going down. It was mental in Soho at 4 in the morning.
Yeah.
They were all still like starting the night out.
How do you know they're gay?
It's Soho, isn't it?
Fair enough. Play a track. I'd love to be able to try and dig this out.
Yeah, we will. This is Simon and Garfunkel, The Only Living Boy in New York. It's lovely. Only Living Boy in New York. Do you like that?
It's got a nice feel to it.
Simon and Garfunkel.
Yeah.
Lovely. A bit later, I'm going to be playing a Cat Stevens track. It's one of the most beautiful tracks ever written. It's called Lily White off Mona Bone Jack on. Look forward to that. We've got Eminem coming up.
We've got the new Eminem single as well, and a big giveaway, Rick, lest we forget.
I think we should tell them what that is.
Do you think so?
Yeah, well, we all went to the BAFTAs, as you know, and we thought we could get a good prize out of this. So we got some celebs to sign the BAFTA bag they gave away. It's just a nice big chunky sort of cardboard carrier bag, It's not the value that counts. This is what values it. Read out the sort of names we got.
These are the kind of celebrity names that have signed that bag. Obviously us three, plus Graham Norton.
Yeah.
Angus Dayton signed it. Alan Davis, Jonathan Creek, Jamie Theakston, Paul Whitehouse. A lot of comedians, you'll notice. Helen Baxendale from Cold Feet, who's also been in Friends, right? I don't know why that's so exciting. Steve Phil Mitchell McFadden.
Yeah.
It's an eclectic bag. I noticed actually that Steve's signature is also mentioned. I think he says Steve, a.k.a. Phil Mitchell. Which is very nice of him.
Yeah.
Peter Davison, former Doctor Who.
I noticed also that when you gave him the pen to sign it, he put the pen away.
Yeah, he pocketed
we had
it.
to say,
Yeah.
whoa.
Just his wily Cockney ways.
You're not Phil Mitchell now, man.
Exactly.
Give us the pen back.
Exactly. Simon Pegg, and of course, one of broadcasting's biggest legends, Steve Wright.
Oh, Steve Wright,
got him to sign it as well.
Yeah.
But that's, you're not going to find that. That's quite an eclectic and kooky mixture of celebrity names.
Yeah.
Autographs on one bag.
And we photocopy it, and it's just, you can't
We
make
can
out
explain who
signatures,
they
we
are.
can explain who they are.
But we can give that away. And it's, it's a little commemorative thing of the BAFTA. It's got a big BAFTA logo on there and everything. It's pretty classy. Did I mention this? That our agent, who was there, he ran around getting a few of these autographs, and I think Helen Baxter, he went up to him and told him it was for charity. And that was why they signed it. Which I think's, a little bit cheeky, but that's what agents are like, Carl. You've got to
But then again, he didn't
that.
get anything from it. It's not like he said, give us £1.
No, he just got.
They just got their
well, he said that
signature.
as well.
he made 42
yeah,
quid.
yeah, exactly. So anyway, we're going to give that away.
Is that a good prize? I think that's a nice prize, isn't it? It's a little commemorative thing.
Carl, you're turning your nose up on it.
No, it's all right. I wouldn't want it.
Doesn't he? Do people get you to sort of do campaigns on the radio, like drink Fosters? I wouldn't, but you can.
Yeah, but look, I noticed on the big board here, it tells us that you can win signed and framed Chemical Brothers album covers on Sunday. Right, that's just 2 geeks who've signed that. We've got
We've got 3 alone in this room.
Exactly. Plus, we've got some of the cream of Britain's light entertainment who've signed that bag.
No,
I'm appalled by you that you're just so disrespectful of
No,
us.
but it's like when I went to the BAFTAs with you, and I wasn't really enjoying it. You were
I
like,
can't. He said what?
No,
you
you
are
didn't tell
such
us
an
this.
ungrateful.
There are so many people.
You're like a little charity case. You're like, oh,
I had
God.
chicks queuing up around the block.
You'd
wanting to
usually
come.
have to.
I know, but I
Someone
told
like you
you.
would have to write to Jim or Fix It or Esther Ransom to get to meet us sort of people. And now it's on your doorstep.
I'm amazed that you didn't enjoy it. Why didn't you
God.
enjoy it? You got to walk down the red carpet. You went in. There was George Best, one of your footballing heroes, was there. A load of other big names. You sat there at prime position. You came backstage with a load of other big names. Hey, you had a lovely bit of
You were
grub.
filming this thing for the DVD we're making. That's you, a cameraman on our DVD. And yet you think, now you look grumpy because you had a couple of pints and I can't believe
So
it.
tell us why you didn't enjoy it, because the ceremony, what didn't you enjoy about that? It was interminable, wasn't it?
far too long.
Wasn't it awful?
3
boring.
hours.
I thought you were going to say something.
Really?
Sorry.
3 hours
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose for you two, at least, you know, you were going to get something.
Sure.
Yeah.
But with me, it's like, I mean, I've never graduated or anything, so
Have you not?
I'm trying to think of a situation. Basically, I sat there for 3 hours knowing that I'm not going to get anything out of the night.
Yeah.
Right? Now...
Did you? Sorry, when we invited you and you said yes, did you think you were up for an award?
No, but I thought we were going to be sat round tables having a nice bit of food, whilst people are going up there winning awards.
Yeah.
But 3 hours of the same thing over and over again. I mean, if a film's 3 hours in the cinema, you go, well, it's long, but you know, I wonder how it's going to end.
Yeah.
But this was just like the same thing over and over again. Some guy going up, thanks a lot, cheers for the bit of brass. And then going down, sitting down, the same thing over and over again. I wouldn't, honestly, right? I'd say it was one of the worst things I've ever had to do. I enjoyed the night afterwards when we did have a bit of lamb and a nice bit of veg and that. That was all right, and I went home and I was happy, and I got the little freebie bag that you're talking about that we're giving away. Which wasn't much good stuff in it.
Oh, all right.
Right.
No,
what would you have done on that Saturday night?
Suzanne
What
said
would you have done or the Sunday night rather? What would you have done had you been at home?
I would have stayed in with Suzanne, right? Watching telly, having a nice bit of pate on toast or something, cup of tea, watching 24. But instead, I had to buy an expensive suit so I didn't show you up, right?
Yeah. How much did you spend on your suit?
Well, in total, right, because, you know, the shoes and the suit and the shirt and the tie, it was about 600 quid.
That's the most expensive evening ever.
That's what I'm saying to you. And the daft thing is, it's dark in there. I don't know why you've got to wear a nice suit.
You can't wear a tracksuit, for goodness sake.
It's dark in there.
No, just the shirt and that. It doesn't make you a better person wearing a suit.
No, doesn't make you a better
mean?
person. No.
We're not claiming it made you a better person.
No, but that annoyed me.
Yeah.
I mean, it was an experience, innit? That's why I went, because you think, if I didn't go, if I would have said to you when you invited me, no, Steve, I don't want to go, then I would have never known, right?
Yeah.
And that's my sort of thing in life, right?
Yeah.
If something comes up, you should take it, even if you're not going to like it. It's a bit of an experience.
Right.
Do you know what he said to me? I phoned him up because we had to meet up, and obviously he had to pose as my gay lover.
Yeah.
To get in, right?
Yeah.
He phoned, he said something to me like, "I bought a suit. I'm looking good." He said, "I'm looking good." People will think, "How on earth did he end up with that good-looking guy?"
So he got into the role.
That was what he said to me.
He started getting into it.
Such an insult.
Play a record.
I just must say that we've had an email from Daryl Foster. Lots of people have emailed in and said, well done on the BAFTAs and well done on your Room 101. They really liked that.
Thank you.
There's one guy, and it's Daryl says, Ricky, has your dad only got one D-Mob suit? Because I know you noticed, but Ricky wears the same suit every single time he appears on TV, because he spent a fortune on it getting it tailor-made.
I've only got one.
It's a good suit, and
I
he wears it
know.
all the time.
And it's winter as well. It's like a pure wool, so I'm sweating everywhere I go. Anyway, usually it's too much cheese.
I won't be buying another.
Huh?
I won't be buying another one.
Ever.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Suzanne told me today, right, because I've handed it in today to have the trousers turned up a bit.
Why?
Because it was a bit of a bodge job for the night.
Yeah.
Right.
It was just some pins sort of holding it up the other night, but you didn't notice, and I didn't tell you because I thought you'd be getting on the stage and saying, "Look at that freak over there with his pants end up." But I took it to the place to get it done. Suzanne tells me that I'm going to start shrinking now and getting to that age where you start going smaller.
I know that must have been a revelation to you and a worry. Like, how small do you get? How small do you get? Oh,
Right, what are we playing now?
I thought we'd have a bit of Marley music.
Marley music.
Oh,
Okay.
go on. Badly Drawn Boys, something to talk about. Well, it's a good job we've got something to talk about because we're DJs on XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Rose with me, Stephen Bilkington. How you doing?
Of course, you must have been excited at the BAFTAs because we did bump into Dr. Fox.
Oh yeah.
Pleased with that.
Yeah.
What was the challenge again? I think the challenge was you had to shout Foxy.
Yeah, the challenge was, it's sort of like Jackass, but wimpy Jackass. Carl was our cameraman for the night because we were doing the making of sort of series 2 where we've filmed ourselves sort of writing it and doing bits and pieces and going to awards on it. And it's on me, and my challenge, which I think, was it me that set my own challenge?
You did.
I had to shout Foxy and get him over.
Yeah.
And I bottled out about 5 times. I just thought he was talking to someone.
Yeah.
I just thought, and then I did it, and where's the victory in that?
Yeah.
I shouted Foxy, and he came over and went, all right. I think, where's the victory?
I remember
Just they dive off buildings and things.
I was a little bit taken aback, though, because even though he was joking and mucking around, he was swearing. You don't expect that from Foxy.
Oh, behave. He was off
Oh,
duty.
no, he
And
was.
he's-
I mean, he's
a-
more than welcome, but he didn't expect it to him because he seemed like a lovely bloke there, but he has got an enormous head. I mean, I'm not gonna.
But I've
I'm
got
not
a problem with
disrespecting
that.
him. I think he's a lovely guy, but
Yeah.
his head is huge.
But it's in proportion with his big body as well. He's a chunky wombat of a man.
True enough.
And so am I.
It was a problem getting him on screen.
Sure, because of the huge head. Yeah.
I was struggling.
No, I know. Well, I know the Pop Idol people had worries about that. They had to get special lenses.
Yeah. I love the fact that us three freaks can take the piss out of anyone.
Stop there, though, Rick, because I was on TV briefly. There was a thing about The Office on Top 10 TV Bastards on Channel 4, and I appeared on there briefly talking about the show. And there's this girl who's a girlfriend of a friend of mine, and she's like, I saw you on TV last night. I went, yeah. She went, I'll tell you this, you're better looking on TV than you are in real life, and that's good for you. And I was like, oh, I don't know if that was a compliment, because it's like...
Definitely not.
Well, I'm not on TV, so it's not beneficial in any way.
Yeah.
But that's like...
too right, you have to step out of the TV.
But that's like saying, I normally find you pretty repulsive.
Yeah.
My opinion changed slightly last night because you were on the box.
Yeah.
I didn't know... It sounded like it was a
Through
compliment.
the aid of a different...
Through the aid of lighting and appearing like for 12 seconds on screen in small doses.
Oh, God.
You thought I wasn't as bad looking as I am in real
A lot
life.
of people have phoned in and wondered if you are Morph grown up, because they've seen a picture of you on the website.
Do you mean me or Carl?
Carl.
Right.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
No, because people have seen you and next to a picture of Morph, and it is if you draw around... Honestly, Carl, if you lay you down and draw around you, it's exactly the same shape as Morph.
Yeah.
Or the Pillsbury Doughboy.
Or, yeah, a gingerbread man. You do look like a gingerbread man. That's great.
Oh, I love Carl. We think you're brilliant. We like looking at you, talking to you, hearing what you've got to say. We think of you, don't we, in the week sometimes?
Rick, I had a bit of good news this morning.
Go on.
And I don't mean this in any way. I'm sure it's an emotional thing for her. But in the Sun it says that Dido, her wedding's off.
Right.
Just thinking, ding dong. Because for some reason, I don't know what it is, I was having a chat with my mates. I've always been under the assumption I could pull Dido.
Because she's
quite ordinary. Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? She looks a bit ordinary. She's quite an attractive one, but like...
Would that be your opening chat-up line?
You look quite ordinary.
Dido, I don't think you could probably get anything better than me, because you're not too hot yourself.
Exactly.
My name's Steve Merchant.
I'd wear actually, what I'd do is I'd go, right, I'm not going to meet you in the flesh, but I'm going to send a
you
picture of you on video.
Yeah, this
and
is
I look
me on
great.
Top TV Bastards. What do you think?
See what you think.
Yeah, and if you think it's good, well, I'm certainly no worse without the lighting and makeup, so don't worry about that.
Exactly.
Oh,
Dido.
Should we have a little bit of
poor
Bowie?
old
Should we have a
Dido.
little bit of Bowie?
What was your thing about Dido? That she's like a kind of... She's a bit like a receptionist.
Who got up and sang once, because she
At
knows her
karaoke.
tunes, and a bloke came up, hi, I'm Gridlin Records, I'm thinking of releasing the CD, and it just goes mental.
Exactly.
Everyone buys it. Yeah.
It's good though, isn't it?
But she should be doing photocopying or filing, do you not think? Just the way she looks. She's got that very kind of
No, but
suburban
the
look.
whole look thing annoys me. Do you know there's another pop stars thing starting?
Yeah.
Like, it's going on in Ireland. Apparently it's Ireland's version of it.
Okay.
And today it was like, you saw all these kids rushing in. There was fat ones there and ugly kids, and you're thinking, it's sad and everything, they might have a good voice, but they've no chance, right? And there was a woman there who looked a bit like Britney, and the bloke, straight away, before even hearing the voice, Britney lookalike over there, go and get her in, give her a ticket, she's through to the next phase. And it's just annoying. Dido isn't beautiful, but she's nice enough. Do you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, that's why she's fine for me. I mean, I mean, my standards are quite low.
So, do you think Steve should go out with her then? I mean, that's what we're asking you. Do you think he should?
Yeah.
Okay, so a little bit of Bowie.
Thanks, Carl. Try and fix that for next week.
Fashion, David Bowie. We were doing a bit of voguing, sort of cross with body popping there, weren't we, Carl? Yeah.
Played that last night, Rick, during the set.
Yeah.
That was described by Zane Lowe as one of the best sets he's ever seen. Well, he didn't say those
No,
exact words.
but I think Zane just sent an email and said he's giving up because there's no point.
Yeah, exactly.
When he hears stuff like that, he said, I thought I was a DJ.
Yeah.
After seeing Steve Merchant, I'm obviously not.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
no, so...
yeah, Big Boy Jim was down there.
Yeah,
and he,
Big
he got
Boy
very
Jim
sure.
was going, wow, you know...
I don't know what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
But I like the idea, because you know Fatboy Slim did Brighton Beach, didn't he? And he had like 20,000 people in Brighton Beach.
Yeah.
And everyone was loving it. Just the idea of me down in Weston-super-Mare doing the same.
With
the donkeys.
86 people. Have you ever seen that thing, karaoke challenge on
Exactly.
Challenge TV?
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
great, they're all
yeah.
doing it, and it's sort of like Jonathan, what's his name, from
Jonathan
Bread,
Morris,
and all those sort of people there. And the camera falls out, and there's about 8 people there.
Yeah, but what I love about karaoke challenge is it's not even night fever. Do you imagine that? I mean, talk about Wow.
Oh dear. We tried to get on that once, didn't we?
On Karaoke Challenge?
Yeah, we were doing that comedy
we were
lab.
gonna
I was
do-
going
we
to do
were
it in
gonna-
character,
yeah,
wasn't
you were
I?
gonna do it, yeah, as David
so
Bowie.
So we'd have a little bit of footage. But
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah,
They
that
wouldn't
was-
even let
that
you
was
on.
terrible.
That was how minor a celebrity you were at the time.
I remember once, right, this is how sad we were. We tried for about an hour to get on the Chris Moyle show. They were doing a competition. He was doing this competition. It was about golf, wasn't it? So it was like things with,
It was, you had to think of
puns on-
a song title, but you
Yeah.
had to make it into a golfing pun.
and people were calling up and going, "Now, what about Drive by the Cars?" He was going, "Drive by the Cars," very good. And it was like things like, you know what I mean? Things like something T and that. And I wanted to phone up and go, "Hello, Chris Miles. Yeah, you know, what about Spandau Ballet Golfy Golfy?" Something. Just being, and I was just like, we tried. We must. I was just about
hours
30
we tried to
quid
get through.
just to get on and do something stupid. How pathetic!
And they
is
wouldn't
that?
even let us on.
What
Yeah.
were the others? It's a good game, that. What?
Phone in if you've got any amusing puns on songs and golf.
Yeah, please.
What did you say? What was it?
A Spandau Ballet Golfy Golfy. Yeah, do you like that one?
It's a good little game.
Yeah, you're thinking.
else?
You're thinking of what you're doing, Carl. You're thinking on the radio. That's what you're doing. It's a first. You're actually broadcasting thinking.
Can we just be quiet and just listen to Carl think?
Yeah.
Oh.
Anything?
Got anything there? Any golfing puns at
You
all?
know, some people say, Carl, it's impossible to catch yourself not thinking. Now, I reckon if there's one man in the world...
Hole in my shoe. That fella in the young ones. Hole. And there's one on a golf course.
he's got a little... Has he got a little cold as well? Because you're...
Yeah, well, I was telling Steve before I went on the tube last Saturday night.
Yeah.
Kills me. There's every time I go on the tube, I just get full of a cold and everything. I'm full of flu, and it's down to going on the tube.
Is it?
Someone told me that every time you go on the tube, it's the equivalent of smoking 2 cigarettes.
Really?
Because of the sort of gunk and pollution down there.
And have you heard the other one?
And I always smoke 2 cigarettes
Yeah.
on the tube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are my nerves.
Yeah.
What's the name one about the
Oh, here you go.
all like the hairballs that are in the tubes
Oh,
because
yeah.
of like people stood on the platform, trains go whizzing past at high
Yeah.
speeds,
Yeah.
right? Takes a bit of your hair off. Don't say anything.
What, you mean don't question the science of that?
No, he means
Because of
it
my
doesn't
head,
affect him.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Yeah.
right? And apparently they all get caught up in the tunnels, and they have to like clean it out now and again because there's big hairballs on the lines. It's
On the
dirty
lines?
place. On the train lines.
Right.
Yeah, it's a terrible place. So that's why I'm all bunged up. And that's when you came in today. I was like looking on the websites to see how much badness there is down in the tubes.
Yeah. How much badness is there?
Oh, loads.
Is there a lot of badness?
If you know how much badness there is on the tube, call in 08700
What sort of things did you
800
find?
1234. How much badness is there?
It was just about, the germs, so there's no fresh air, and that's why I was asking you about people committing suicide on trains and that, how often it happens. And apparently 2 people a week. Was it two a week or 2 a day?
It's 2 cigarettes. How many people is it?
2
Oh, wait.
people.
700, 800, 1234. How many people per cigarette is it like killing yourself on the tube? Call in.
2 people a week try and kill themselves or something
Right.
on the tubes.
Really?
Bad, that, yeah.
it is. Terrible. Should we play a record?
If you want.
Have we got the big new Eminem single?
No, I was going to...
We'll tease them with that. We'll play that a bit later.
We are going to
Plus,
play it, though. We're going to play the new Eminem single.
we will.
aren't
Plus, of course, obviously, we've got this big celebrity bag to give away as well.
Oh,
Bag of
yeah,
celebrity
let me
images.
just quick
Well,
play
no,
a
let's
record
play
now.
a record.
Explain
We'll explain
now
what
the competition after that.
Doves.
Doves would be good. Eminem, Without Me, on XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais with me, Steve Merchant.
Hello there.
Little Carl Pilkington. Into the last hour, 3 hours of broadcasting to go, Carl, for us. 3.
Yeah.
Yeah?
What are you
Three
going to be
amigos,
doing while
3
we're away?
Musketeers.
Because you'll obviously still be working here. You have a day job, don't you? What is it you do exactly?
I make stuff.
You make stuff. What, like furniture?
Promos and stuff.
Oh, right.
Sort of bit of in talk there, but basically like little trails for the station.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what I do all week.
yeah.
So you'll be back to doing that when we're off?
You don't talk to anyone, do you, in the week? You just hide in your little sound booth thing, and you really don't talk to anyone, do you? Much?
Not really.
No.
No, I mean, you might call up.
Yeah.
But no, I keep myself to myself.
Yeah.
Then you don't get bogged down in the office politics and stuff.
Yeah. Is there a lot of office politics here?
I don't know. I don't get involved in it.
Oh yeah. Proved your point.
So when we're away and we're like out of action, who other than Suzanne, who will you talk to of the day?
How will you get a sort of feedback from the world? How will you get sort of like input and?
I always, if ever I've got like a question on anything, the internet's sat there and I can just go online and find out.
The internet is good.
It's brilliant.
But it's not all verified.
What do you mean?
It's not all verified.
It's not all necessarily factually accurate.
Anyone can put things onto the internet. It's that it's freaks and things that put on.
Well, here's
things
one, right?
like
here's one that I read in the week. Right?
Go on.
About this woman.
Yeah.
She was a bit of a punk, and to get her hair done like she wanted it.
Super glue.
Right. No. She got lard. Apparently, it's a popular thing. You might know. Put lard on your head.
Yeah.
And you put it in the oven. Now, apparently, the heat that you get from the oven is different from the sort of heat you get from an hairdryer, right? And she had to do that to get the style that she wanted. But anyway, she comes into money or whatever, treats herself to a microwave, right?
It's not.
Or jams the things, like the little catch, so the microwave works. She jams it with a screwdriver or a knife or something.
Yeah.
Puts the microwave on, sticks her head in, boils her brain.
Don't be ridiculous.
Right? Well, why is that ridiculous?
Boils her brain.
She boiled her brain.
She boiled her brain.
And this is what's good about the internet. I went straight from that, and there was a subject about brains. And do you know that Russell Crowe, when he dies, is giving his brain to charity or something? Some sort of... some people who can do stuff with it.
She gave hers to Pot Noodle.
Vesta.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
boiling
the sort
a
of
skull.
Yeah.
That's not true. No.
It's not true, Carl.
It's the same as the woman who put her poodle in the microwave, isn't it? And all that.
Just urban myths.
They're urban myths.
But again, where does it start?
Someone made it up.
Yeah.
For a laugh.
They're just too convenient urban myths. You can tell an urban myth's not true because it's always this happened to a mate of mine, and when you say what happened then, they go, don't know, that was it. Was it? Was that it? Was it? Someone boiled a brain and that was it. There was no more story.
Well,
were there any dates, locations, times?
I think it was in Belgium.
There's that one that a bloke, right, was going to get a phone call at 4 o'clock to find out if his business was, okay, right? And if he didn't get the phone call, he knew he was broke, destitute. So dead on 4 o'clock, the phone didn't ring, so he went up to the roof, his office, and he jumped off to commit suicide. And as he was passing his window, the phone was ringing.
Oh, no.
Carl, it didn't happen.
Didn't happen.
Think it through.
Think it through. Who told that story? Who told that story? As he hit the pavement at 120 miles an hour.
He's the only person who could have known that series of incidents.
Also, why didn't he wait?
dead.
As his life's at stake, why didn't he wait till 5 past? I'm going to give it 5 minutes, just in case
the lines are busy.
Yeah. And what sort of bloke goes out? I'll call you at 4. Okay, if your business. Well, call me anyway. No. If I don't call exactly 4, then no, you commit suicide. Commit suicide. I would, because if I don't call at 4, that's the end of it. Well, call me anyway. No, that's not the way I work. Why can't you just call me and tell me the other way? Well, I'm telling you how I do it. If you're bust, I don't call. Can't you just call to verify in case something goes wrong? What if it's engaged? It won't be engaged. Just commit suicide at 4, please. It didn't happen, Carl. The other one, right? A bloke, right? He's on a train station, and I'll tell you how I heard it. He's waiting for a cruise station, and he shits himself. As you do. And so he goes, my train's in 5 minutes, So he runs across to Millets and goes, quick, Levi's, 36. The bloke just puts it in a bag, he runs onto the train, he goes into the toilet, takes his trousers and pants off.
His soiled trousers
Yes.
and pants.
Throws them out of the window, I won't be needing those again. Cleans himself off, open the bags, it's a jacket!
Oh.
No, it didn't happen, Carl! At what point did he go into it and go, quick, Levi's 36, and the bloke went, sorry, Levi's 36, what, a pair? No. Shall I wrap them? Them? It. Shall I wrap? Just wrap whatever it is. Do you want to look? No! I'm not looking when you're putting it in the bag, please. Right? Well, 36 Ways story. So, well, don't say anything.
I've told you 36 Levi's. And put it in a bag and charge me for it.
Yeah.
I don't want to discuss it further.
Yeah.
There was one.
Here we go.
There was one about a woman whose husband died, and she had him cremated.
Yeah.
And made like a little egg timer out of him.
Right.
And she said, I did that so it can still help around the kitchen.
Well, that might be true. That might be a joke.
That's quite sweet.
That might be
That
true.
is a true story, again. It was all
No, not
related-
again, because the ones I just told weren't. Nor is the boiling the brains in a bag curry microwave.
Head story, true.
Yeah. They're too convenient.
Will you be buried or cremated?
What?
Will you be buried or cremated?
I don't know. Cremated. I imagine.
Like you, Steve?
I don't know. It's out of my hands.
Yeah, I haven't thought about
I've
it.
not thought it through, and
No, to
I
be
don't
honest.
care either way.
Have you heard the one
So
about... Sorry.
I'm just worried that we're getting into a macabre world now of ashes, boiled heads. I think we should play some music that people just calm down.
Levi's.
Just think about some of the urban myths they've maybe heard, assess them. Maybe they are absolute bollocks.
Yeah.
And they can move on from it.
Well, it's just that the death thing, right?
Yeah.
There was an argument on there about, do you know that Twilight Zone or whatever it was, Tales of the Unexpected?
Oh, yeah.
Where the woman got buried alive.
Yeah.
They were saying how, like, years ago, they'd bury people thinking they're dead.
Yeah.
And they've recently, like, dug coffins up, and then the people who were in the coffin weren't dead. They might have just been, like, in some sort of deep sleep or whatever.
Catatonic.
And they've lifted the lid off.
Yeah.
And there's scratch marks on the thing.
Yeah.
And that's pretty scary. And
Makes you think. I mean, I hope they check these days. That's all. I'd like to play a beautiful song now by Cat Stevens called Lillywhite. It's lovely.
A song for the lovers' room?
Yeah. The big cell.
Please.
Cooper Temple clause there. Who needs enemies on XFM 104.9? Well, it's competition time. If you want that celebrity endorsed bag from the BAFTAs, Jane had a good idea.
Go on.
She thinks we should revive sort of swap shop because a
I love
competition.
Swap Shop. I think it's a great game.
It's great. It was great, right? But a competition or just saying why you need it, right? This way, it's how much you can give, and I think it should be right. What will endorse Carl's life? a theme of the season, I suppose. We're ending a season now of this show, aren't we? And one of the big themes is really develop Carl, enhance Carl.
Rejuvenate him in a certain way.
What do you think Carl would want? Have you got something he'd love? It can be battling tops, you know, and you've got to say why he'd love your old battling tops. It can be a book.
Sorry, what's a battling top? Was this something you used to take to school, like, with your hoop and stick?
No, it was a little
and your
game.
baked potato?
It was in the wrist action. And
Go on.
It was like little tops, right? You'd have 4 players, right? And you'd wind it around like with cotton, right? And hold a little... I'm getting excited thinking about it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I know, I'm getting overexcited. It was just battling.
Was this something like...
And you pull it, yeah.
I've had
And it
one.
goes mad.
Don't
yeah.
send one of them. I've had one.
Don't give any clues. It can be some educational, it can be some personal to you that you think you might enhance. So, the competition is, basically, if you want that bag...
So let's just explain what the bag is. It's one of these sort of cardboard giveaway bags that we got at the BAFTAs. It's got a nice big picture of the BAFTA logo. We got it signed by Graham Norton, Angus Dayton, Alan Davis, Jamie Theakston, Paul Whitehouse, Helen Baxendale, Steve, Phil Mitchell, McFadden, Simon Pegg, Steve Wright, obviously the 3 of us. And, you know, it's just a nice little sort of, you know, if you like kind of autographs, or if you're an autograph hunter or whatever else, or you just like the bag.
Or you like the show,
you know,
or you
then,
want a little piece of Carl.
a
Or you want
bit
to
of
give
history.
Carl something, a bit of yourself, or
Exactly.
to enhance his life.
So let's get it straight. So it's something that you have. It doesn't have to be very expensive. It doesn't have to be necessarily a worthy thing. It could be something you've made.
Carl has to go, I want that.
Something that enhances Carl's life in some way. Something that will make his life a little bit more special, a little bit better.
Yeah.
And this is a write or email only. We don't want your phone calls on this because we're just too lazy.
So what can make Carl's life a little bit more special?
And we'll give it away next week. So you've got a week to email or write in with your suggestions about what it is that you'd want to swap for this this celebrity bag.
Is it carl@xfm.co.uk?
Yeah.
Or you can write XFM, PO Box 1049, London, WC2, H7XX.
Yeah. Give them out again, Rick. Sorry, you ought to maybe mention something like, you know, Gervais bag.
Oh, I think Carl Swap Shop.
Carl Swap Shop.
Or
well, let's not confuse it.
Well, it's just good to have a good name.
Okay.
What are you thinking?
Is this going to take as long
Is
as
this
the
thinking on
golfing
radio
puns?
again? Is this thinking on radio again?
All right, we'll just do
So
that.
hang on, it can't just be Carl at XFM. Is it not Carl.Pilkington?
Yeah, with a K. But the thing is, why are they emailing me? Because I'm not taking any bribes. They've got to send the stuff in.
No,
No, of course they haven't. But as 100 people send something and you send 99 back.
No, I won't send... Oh, yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, no, they just email or
Leave
write
it
in
to
with a
us.
suggestion.
Oh.
Make sure that you mention who you are if you're emailing and leave a telephone number as well. We need a telephone number, we've got to call you back.
Let me give you an example. I like the bag. I want the bag, right? I think this would enhance Carl's life because I am sending a Feng Shui book. Something like that. You know what I mean? I am sending Carl a teddy bear.
You have to explain why, though. Obviously,
Yeah,
we can.
why you think it isn't, you know.
This
And
is
it can
getting
be-
so
it
much
can
more
be-
complicated than it needs to.
I'm bored with it.
It was such an easy idea before.
Throw the bag, well, burn the bag.
Give out the
Burn
addresses again,
the
Rick.
bag. Okay. It's XFM, PO Box 1049. That's easy to remember. London, WC2, H7XX.
And the email?
I can't remember.
Carl.Pilkington at xfm.co.uk with a K.
With a K.
All right, well done.
Yeah.
Man alive, that was exhausting.
Any
I'll tell you
clues,
what.
Carl? What would you like? What would you like?
I really don't know. I honest to God, I can't help anyone out here.
No. You just see something you like when you see it.
Well, there might be something out there that I don't know about, and yet it is.
I'm
made-
sure there is.
Do you know what I
I'm
mean?
sure there's something out there you don't know
There's
about.
things in this room you don't understand.
No, but
Okay, look, we played it before once, and I know you were charmed
Yeah,
by
I
it.
love
I'm a
this.
big fan of this. This
Absolutely
is
love
from
this.
Amy Mann's album Bachelor No. 2, and this is Red Vines playing.
It's beautiful.
I know Carl's not impressed, as ever. I don't know what your criteria for music appreciation is at all, Carl.
it's just like you build them up as being something really good, and then I hear it, and it's like. Oh,
But I
it's
don't
just
know what it is that you're expecting to hear.
What we meant to
means
say?
it's really good.
What we meant to say? Oh, this
This is
all-
a mediocre track.
This is all right.
Listen,
Go
when
on.
when you played Simon and Garfunkel,
Yeah.
right, they've got their own unique sound. You know
Yeah.
it's them when they sing.
Yeah.
That could have been loads of women who I know.
It could have been loads of women who you know. You only know your girlfriend.
What I mean, Sheryl Crow sounded like Sheryl Crow to me.
Yeah, but
Well, only superficially.
But Man's been around longer than Crow. Who knows what, influences she may have had.
That sounds like a fable, doesn't it? Man's been around longer than Crow. Eh?
But you see, no, I mean, that's just, there's a number... Let's be honest, Rick, I mean, there's not that many great female artists, are there?
Oh, hey, be careful there, Steve. Some of the sisters out there will be disagreeing with you.
I'm not saying that they can't sing a beautiful song. I'm just worried they can't write the material.
I'm thinking of Bush. I'm thinking of...
Aren't we all, Rick?
I'm thinking of armour trading.
That's true enough.
I am thinking of... Anastasia.
I know you love Anastasia, don't you?
I love that new one. I love that new one. I mean, I don't like that
sounds
sort
like
of
the
stuff,
other two.
but it's sort of, there's a good chorus, and I can do her dance. That dance at the end when she puts her arms up. I like
she
that
does
one.
sound like she's very much the new Tina Turner.
Yeah, no, that's the only one I've liked, yeah. And me and Steve think that she's sort of like one of those people that go out with her daughter.
Well, I think the reason is because if you notice, she always wears sunglasses.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that because she claims to be something like 28, I bet she's like 40.
It's like one of those 40-year-old women who come from Essex, but they come with their daughter's 21st, and they're going, your mum's mad.
Yeah.
They think we're sisters. They're like, I'm 40 and she's 21.
She always flirts with her daughter's boyfriend.
Yeah.
Where are you going? We're going down. We're going down Millionaires.
Your
I'll
mum's
come down
mad.
myself.
Look, your mum's got a bra on. Yeah.
Don't you think she looks like that, Carl?
Yeah.
I can't picture her.
You can't picture Anastasia?
No, she wears glasses.
Sunglasses all the time, yeah.
No.
You're not into this, are you, Carl? You get this whole sort of broadcast thing as just you're fed up with it, aren't you? You can't wait to finish next week.
Well, it just seems I can't say anything right.
Why?
Well, whatever I say isn't right.
Or funny.
No, but do you know what I mean?
What? Because what are you upset about? Well, I laughed at the urban myth, but not being true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
but one of the things I'll tell you, that if you take nothing else away from our time on the radio, it should be to be more inquisitive. When a piece of information comes to you, don't just take it at face value. Query and question it. That is what has made Ricky Gervais one of the premier thinkers in this country. He will not accept anything on face value. He queries everything. Anastasia, she looks glamorous and 20. Wait a minute, those glasses. What do they suggest? Actually, she's 40. I'm not going to buy her records.
And that's that's libelous.
That's potentially libelous.
So,
you see?
So, hang on a minute. Roy Orbison, then, was he starting to look old?
We're not saying everyone who wears sunglasses is necessarily older than their years.
No, we're not even saying about Anastasia. We're just doing about an image, one of those sort of like ravers that goes to their daughter. It was a little bit of like observational comedy, to be honest, Carl.
You've seen through it, mate.
Yeah.
You've torn it to shreds.
She's not 40. You know what I mean? She doesn't hang out round with much younger people, chatting at their boyfriends. It wasn't true. What do you want? What do you want in life, Carl? Tell me now, because me and Steve can probably sort it out.
That is true enough. Come on.
What do you want? What's the best thing?
What would make your
what
life
song?
happy?
If you could play any song now, what would it be?
Well, we're going to be spinning one of my favourites later on.
Killing a Georgie.
Killing a
We've
Georgie.
sorted that out. You've probably got a lovely few gifts you can choose from, just because we got a few signatures on a piece of paper. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What more do you want out of life?
I always find that.
Do you want a cat? You want a cat, don't you?
It's the things that you don't think you're going to get that you enjoy the most. Right?
Go on, like what?
No. Well, like when you go out for a night and you're expecting just to have a simple little drink and it turns out to be a really nice night, you see people you haven't seen for ages.
Yeah.
Now, the BAFTAs, so sort of, you expect so much.
He's having a go, isn't he?
That when you get there, you get that little bit of veg as a starter. And you think, look at it, they've tried to make it look good. But really, as I said to you, I mean, you don't eat veg, which I find mental. But like the starter that we had, that was like, how would you describe that?
It was a veg pie. It was like, I thought, I was starving when I came in there, right? And from the stairs, I could see the tables, and it looked like there was pâté laid out, and I was getting excited, I was salivating. Got there, it was a vegetable pie.
I said to Steve.
So,
vegetable pie.
Someone took mine,
It
I gave it
wasn't a
away.
vegetable
White House
pie.
took mine, didn't he?
Yeah, but Rick, you won't eat anything. We've discussed this before. All you'll eat is pizza and crisps.
Do you know what he said to me in the week? I was picking up my food in the BBC canteen, and he went, right, I'm honestly thinking of stopping having lunch with you. I went, what? He went, it winds me up. I went, what? He said, it winds me up. It winds me up. You won't eat anything. That's a lovely bit of chicken there. You're not eating that. You're not eating that. It winds me up too much. Like you get irritated by people, noise. He said, you eating, it just winds me up, Gervais. And
Yeah. It really annoyed me. His eating habits drive me mad because he's constantly whinging about the fact that he thinks he's got cancer. Every 25 seconds. Wait a minute, I can feel a lump, I can feel a lump. It's your cock. No, it's not, it wasn't there before, it wasn't there, it's a lump, I'm dying, quick to the hospital. I have been, how many times have you been to, like, a doctor's clinic and sat in the waiting room, right? Carl, how many times have you been there, right, with a friend of yours? Twice I've been with Ricky. one time when we were writing the first series of The Office, we were writing in the waiting room for the doctor. Because he had to go in there and have because he thought he had testicular cancer. I swear to God,
I'd seen the thing about it, and I just said, and he said, I never worry about that again. He said, no, you're not in the risk group and that. The other time was...
But wait a minute, you had to go in there?
The other time was I thought I had, stomach cancer, and she went, why? I said, oh, God. He said, when you get a sore throat, do you think you got throat cancer? I said, I've thought that, yeah. And she sort of said, get out of here, you idiot. And that's what I like. I like that when they do that. But I think it's sort of since my mum died of it, and I just think, oh, God, it's in the family. And that's the thing I worry about,
but don't you prefer... I mean, I don't go because it scares me.
I'm like that.
I prefer not to go because he might... I always worry that, especially with cancer and things, that they'll go... You know, I'll go there with a sore leg or something, and they'll go, no, your leg's fine, but look at this we've found in your head.
If it's a brain, you'll be laughing.
No, but you know what I mean? They'll find something, because none of us are perfect, and as you get older, you get little moles and stuff, and they'll say, oh, we best get rid of that. And it's like, leave it alone, it's not causing any problems.
That shouldn't be there. Leave it alone. It's not. Well, it is. It's getting bigger and it's strangling your lungs.
But Rick's sort of like. But my point was that this is what upsets me. He constantly worries about his health. He's constantly obsessed. I found some buboes. I think I've got plague. every 10 minutes he's got something.
I started choking once because I thought it was some dust, didn't I?
Yeah, he swallowed some dust. He started choking like he'd swallowed a fishbone. Right? It was literally. I thought he was going to die.
And he
from
panicked
dust.
and he shouted. Right, I'm choking. I'm going blue, and I'm trying to hit me, and he's hitting me on the back. And he shouted, "I don't know the Heimlich manoeuvre." Yeah. And I was choking and dying, but then I wanted to laugh. Because he panicked, going, it's like, if he's going to die, I want him to know that I didn't know the Heimlich manoeuvre.
I did everything I could, but I didn't know the Heimlich manoeuvre, so that was why I couldn't have saved it.
Dear.
But my point is this, he worries about his health, and yet he eats like a child. He eats crisps, constantly, Coke. He keeps going, oh, I've got a headache, drink some water. Yeah. No, boring, hate it.
Did say that, yeah.
Chips, pizza, sausages, beans and chips. I've never seen someone eat so much. Sausage. I don't know how he's not bored of it yet. Sausage, chips and beans. Everything that's got to have cheese on it. Parmesan cheese, please. On anything.
Why don't they leave it in a restaurant as well? Seriously, why don't they leave the Parmesan cheese? It's like it's gold dust or something. The salt, as much salt as you want, but they come along. And I found myself sneaking. I've said to Jane, look out, is the waiter looking? And I've leant over and did some more Parmesan. I feel really guilty. Just leave it.
It was on a trifle. You don't need cheese on dessert. I've explained it to you.
Oh dear.
So this is why I get angry, and that is why I got. And this is, I tell you this, if I had to be on, I mean, Ricky was on Room 101. If I had to be on there, I'll tell you this, Ricky Gervais would be the first person in there. He'd be straight in there, man, because I got a list as long as you are.
What did you think when I said annoying people like making noises?
Unbelievable. So you talked about annoying noises, and that people that make noises that are annoying. He is the most irritating man I've ever met. And I swear to God, I don't mean that as an insult. You really are, because you go out of your way to be insulting and irritating.
Thanks.
And that's fine, but you'd be straight in there. Yeah. In fact, we should do this next week for Carl. We should draw up a list of Carl's hates, what he'd put in Room 101.
Oh,
Think about that next week,
That
Carl.
is genius. Next week, so we got the competition, we've got Carl. I'll tell you what, let's play a record and do White Van Carl.
Yeah.
And just let's slam dunk this mother.
That's true enough.
What are you going to play?
Some Alpine Stars.
Okay. Alpine Stars, Carbon Kid, featuring little Brian from Placebo.
Oh, yeah.
Thought I recognised him. Yeah. So like that. Right. White Van Carl. Carl.
White Van Carl. Yeah, this is where we steal the White Van Man column from The Sun and basically fire those questions at Carl, getting his opinions on the week's news. Okay, Carl. Let me see. Okay, what do you make of this? The average woman, apparently, takes 27 minutes to get ready to go out. Did you know that?
Are they saying that's a good thing, or...?
No, they're saying that the bare minimum takes... No,
average,
this is what
surely.
No. But I remember reading, I'm sure they said that it takes them 27 minutes to get ready to go out, at the very least, I think.
It's not that bad if it's for a night out. 30 minutes is alright.
If it's going to get to 20 woodbines.
But, yeah, or, if the house is on fire, and it's like, quick, get ready and get out.
I don't think it's in a fire, no. I think, go on.
I think that's
27 minutes. I'd take about 27 minutes.
I can take up to that.
But do they include the getting up, having a bath?
Doesn't give me any more details.
No?
27
Well, that's difficult to go by. Difficult to go on that one, isn't it?
How long does Suzanne take to go out of the house?
Depends, like I say, if we're just nipping out shopping.
The The old flip-flops and trackies on.
Yeah. But if you're going out for the night, it takes a bit longer, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got to wire in the trackies.
yeah.
Come on.
Okay, no, really don't know what the ins and outs of this story are. Is Sven-Goran Eriksson sticking with Nancy rather than Ulrika?
Well, it's his wife and not his girlfriend.
Yeah, I don't know if this story's true. No one seems to have offered any evidence for it.
Anyway,
everyone remained silent.
It's rubbish.
And, okay, what do you make of this? David Beckham apparently was driving despite having an injured foot and just further threatening his World Cup chances. Now, obviously, you're a big football fan.
Well, I'm not that big. I like the odd game.
Sure.
Would that hurt him? Would that hurt his foot?
It can be good.
Is it in a plaster? It's not in a big cast,
Sure,
is
it's
it?
better to drive than it is to walk on it.
Good point.
Fair enough, yeah.
Cool.
Can't argue with
Can't
that.
get the bus, can he?
Okay, and what do you make of this fascist leader who's having a lot of success in the French presidential elections?
What's he doing?
Have you not come across this story?
No.
Right, this is one of the big political stories.
He's got a far right that got nearly 20%.
He's a far-right fascist leader, and he's having considerable success in the French elections.
I don't think we should be asking Carl questions like this.
Not something you've got an opinion on?
I'm getting scared.
There's all sorts of bad stuff going on in the world that we don't know about. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
But we know about this.
Yeah, but you're better off not knowing because there's nothing I can do about it.
You're absolutely right, Carl. Fair enough. I can't argue with that.
Oh, God,
man
that's
alive.
fantastic. That is brilliant.
Have we got it lined up?
Bit of Rolling
It's the
Stones.
one song I've been wanting to play since we've been on XFM, really. And it took me a while to track it down, obviously, in the XFM library. But here it is, Give Me Shelter from the Rolling Stones.
It's an amazing track.
Give Me Shelter from the Rolling Stones. That's
Surely, if there was a soundtrack to the Vietnam War, that would be on there, wouldn't it?
Can I just reiterate this this giveaway then? We got this bag signed by a number of celebrities, Graham Norton, Angus Tate, and different people on there.
Yeah.
And if you want to win that, then you have to email or write in with what you are willing to swap. Okay, so you need to swap something, and something which will enhance Carl's life. It can be anything. You could have made it, you could have bought it, anything. But you have to have it. You can send it to us in exchange for this this signed bag, and you can email Carl.Pilkington, Carl with a K, Carl.Pilkington@xfm.co.uk, or you can write to The Bag or Ricky Gervais's Big Bag.
I just realised why I've been saying Carl with a K, because you can have Carl with a C, can't you?
Yes, you can.
As in Cox.
Absolutely. Or you can write to XFM PO Box 104.9, London WC2 H7XX. All right.
Okay.
Right.
Well,
All right.
there's going to be a bit of a change, isn't there?
Yes, that's absolutely right, Rick. Normally we would end the
decided
show, obviously, with
just-
a song for the ladies.
But because it's sort of Carl's penultimate show, and we're going to play one of his favourite tracks, what are you going to...
Yeah, I just thought we could play this. It is obviously the Killing of Georgie
By Rod Stewart.
and this is a song for the gays.
Oh, in these days, changing ways, so-called liberated days, a story comes to mind of a friend of mine. Georgia boy was gay, I guess, nothing more or nothing less, the kindest guy I ever knew. His mother's tears fell in vain. The afternoon George tried to explain that he needed love like all the rest. Paul said there must be a mistake. How can my son not be straight after all I've said and done for him?
See, his father took it as a sort of personal slight, but you can't help it, you
it's
know.
fun.
And as he said, you know, it's just gay. It doesn't make him a nasty person.
Not at all.
Leaving home on a Greyhound bus, cast out by the ones he loves, a victim of these gay days, it seems.
Are you enjoying this, Carl?
Yeah, but I'm not gay.
No evidence of him being Scottish.
No, but
Georgie went to New York town, where he quickly settled down, and soon became the toast of the Great White Way. Accepted by Manhattan's elite, and all the places that were chic, no party was complete without George. Along the boulevards he cruised, and all
when he says they blew a fuse, if they're not electricians, they mean it's sort of
And it's not a euphemism either.
The last time I saw George alive was in the summer of 75. He said he was in love. I said, I'm pleased. George attended the opening night of another Broadway hype, but split before the final curtain fell. Deciding to take a shortcut home, arm in arm, they meant no wrong. A gentle breeze blew down Fifth Avenue.
Oh, I'm worried.
I'm a bit edgy. He's out late.
I know, and he's taking a shortcut, which is mental.
Oof, not in New York City.
Yeah.
He doesn't know the area. He's from Scotland.
Out of a dark inside street came a New Jersey gang with just one aim, to roll some innocent passerby. There ensued a fearful fight. Screams rung out in the night. George's head hit a sidewalk cornerstone.
I bet it was them that were screaming.
Yeah.
A leather kid, a switchblade knife, who did not intend to take his life. He just pushed his luck a little too far that night. The sight of blood dispersed the gang. A crowd gathered, the police came. An ambulance screamed to a halt on 53rd.
I'm suddenly worried. This isn't a true story, is it?
Who knows?
If it is, we don't know that. Just want to say that we're not... Oh, well, that would be terrible.
Yeah.
George's life ended then, but I ask who really cares. George once said to me, and I quote, he said, never wait or hesitate. Get in, kid, before it's too late. You may never get another chance. 'Cause youth's a mask, but it don't last. Live it long and live it fast. Georgie was a friend of mine.
See, how come you think this might be a true story?
I just got suddenly worried then.
No, but how can this be a true story, but the bloke jumping out of a window and hearing his phone ringing?
No, because Rod Stewart, I just suddenly thought, what if he's written a song about this and this bloke did actually exist and was killed? Then I started panicking.
Yeah.
I don't think it is it?
I'm almost certain it's not.
Okay.
Is that it then?
Is that it? Then we got to pack up and go home.
Hmm.
Yeah? Well, I think we've enjoyed ourselves.
Oh, I've loved it. I've loved every minute of it.
Carl.pilkinson@xfm.co.uk for your suggestions as to what you're willing to swap for the signed bag. See you next week.
Bye.
The Sleepycast Lost episode.
The Drunken Idiocy Hour, featuring Stamper, Spaz Kid, and Niall. My name is Captain Dickhead. I'm not gay, but I've always wanted to push my dickhole up against another man's dickhole and pee into his body.
Hello. Alright, so this is propped on the table, so we can't even bump the table. See?
Okay.
See that? Can't do that.
Yeah.
Do that.
Niall.
Watch your big gorilla feet, Corey.
Do I have big feet?
Alright, let's have some fun, gentlemen.
Niall.
Welcome to Sleepycast.
Yeah.
I am here with
Stamper TV.
Corey Spaz Key.
Do it again. I interrupted you.
Welcome to Sleepycast. I'm Niall and I'm here with Stamper TV.
Wait.
It's Stamper TV.
And Corey Spaz Kid.
Corey Spaz Kid.
Yeah, you can
We're just saying our names.
Yeah, we're just repeating the names in case they didn't hear it the first time.
Sweet, dude.
And this is the official cast. They're just shooting shit.
Well, yeah, that's what it's about.
We're gonna shoot the shit about random things. We didn't have any topics planned.
Actually, yeah, right.
We don't actually have any fucking topics.
This is probably the first podcast where we have literally.
Don't touch the table, man.
Good topic.
This is
Let's
probably
talk
the
about knocking the tables around.
Talk about touching the table.
But this is the first podcast I think that we have nothing. We don't even know what we're going to talk about. So this is as
we didn't know this is going to be an episode.
Yeah, we just sat down and said let's do a podcast. So this is as natural as
this actually hasn't happened till the first episode.
Yeah.
All right, so here's an idea, gentlemen.
Yes.
We have a moment of silence, and the first person to have a legitimate topic, just shoot it out, all right? But we have to be quiet for at least 10 seconds to think of a legitimate topic. Corey, not just some random shit off the top of your head.
I was going to say cinnamon buns, but that is a terrible topic. Okay, let's do the 10 second.
Like Pillsbury cinnamon buns?
Yeah, that's the first thing that
It's
came
delicious.
Pillsbury.
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 No,
we
10
gotta get to
seconds.
10 seconds. We'll think of something better than Pillsbury. Let me tell you.
10
All right,
seconds.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Yo, man, I'm still with Pillsbury.
Let's talk about Pillsbury.
All the thing I was thinking about this tent.
Hey, okay, so fucking cinnamon buns are good. God damn.
No, let's talk
We're
about
better
like,
than
actually
shit.
like Pillsbury. Like,
Okay, wait, I got an idea. All right, so it's recently come to my attention that the grand majority of our fan base, probably a good 90 to 95%, are males. So why don't we do a female-oriented show where we talk about female stuff?
So what do we know about? Okay, period pads. What's your opinion? I don't know. I don't have one.
tampons, period pads.
Stop.
Wait.
Stop.
Are you
Stop.
more of a tampon guy or a period?
Stop!
That's insensitive.
Stop.
What is
That's
this?
insensitive.
Is this a
What? Why is that insensitive?
Let me tell
Girls
you
aren't
something.
all,
wait,
let me tell
girls
you
aren't
something.
all about periods, Niall.
I know, but
have you ever heard of princesses and unicorns?
Wait, listen. Okay, I just need to defend myself here because I'm not saying that girls are all about periods. I'm saying the only thing to distinguish males and females is if females have a period. We're all the same. We're all one. That's okay. I defended myself.
Babies come from
I
butts.
think I did something good. No.
Babies come from butts, Niall.
No, why?
Men have
I don't
butts.
understand why you went on this tangent about tampons when we all know babies come from butts.
Women are strong and powerful and individual and
when they're in bed.
Corey, you
Gamergate.
just ruined a sentimental moment. Oh, let's not even get into that shit.
Okay, so the female topic. Well, it's fucking better than cinnamon buns. God,
Dude, whatever. If we're doing a female-oriented thing, let's talk about females and how they're you know what? You know what's something I want to talk about?
You better watch your mouth, man.
I can't.
You know what I hate about females?
Well, I don't know what you're about to
No,
talk
I was
about.
gonna say we were discussing it, but we were gonna say how chicks take forever to get to a point of something when they're on topic about something.
Oh,
like
yeah.
they'll beat around the bush till there's no bush left, and
That's
then
'cause
they'll
they're-
finally get to the meat.
Unless some of them do have bushes.
It's because they're emotional creatures, man.
Well, I understand that, but it's like when a guy's saying something, it's like you say, a guy's like, "Oh shit, dude, I stubbed my foot today and it fucking sucked. I like fucked my knee up." And you're like, "Yeah, I understand."
Yeah, it sucks.
and then
Let's have
a girl would open it up and she'd be like, I already was having such a horrible day when I woke up. I woke up knowing that today was going to be horrible because I had to go shopping later.
My favorite pen was out of ink, and then I went downstairs, and there was clothes in the dryer, and then.
And then you're like, and then you stub your foot, and you're like, no, the worst part, I forgot my makeup. I had to go back upstairs. You're like, no, you just started a fucking story
One thing
over.
that girls do that I noticed was they always talk about like people from work.
Oh yeah.
Like I never talk about people from work.
Because you don't care. You're like, yeah, I go to work.
I go to work. I hate those people.
I talk about people from work all the time. Fuck Niall, fuck Corey, fuck Chris,
No, but listen.
fuck Zach.
They're not even here, so that
Does
must
it
have
count?
came from somewhere.
You're sitting right there, my
that's
friend.
Benton.
They're in Sleepyland right now.
That's true. Zach and Chris are too busy thinking about how to make the D's.
They're lost. They're missing out on our first woman bashing podcast where we're gonna get in a lot of fucking trouble. I like girls.
We're not
I like
woman
girls.
bashing.
I like girls.
We
a
like
lot.
girls, and this is true too. I'm sorry.
This is supposed to be a positive girl podcast.
Yeah, this was the girl podcast. Sorry.
Oh, let's talk about positive stuff.
Tampons.
They got titties.
Damn it.
They got butts. And they can fart from their butts, and their titties can jiggle.
No, but look, that's what I'm saying. You know the way.
What else matters?
Wait, Corey. You know the way like girls say girls don't fart.
Girls fart.
Yeah, they fart twice as much because they can fart from two more holes than we can.
Oh my God! Now shut up. Nobody wants
you
to
know
hear.
it's
Girls
true,
fart.
Samber. You know
Girls
it's true.
fart and they come because their orgasms are more exciting.
What?
They are. They got multiple fucking orgasms.
I don't even
dude.
know.
I'm so sorry I started this topic.
You know when you're like
Our one female fan.
I have a question.
She doesn't
I
fart.
have a question for all you breastfeeding girls out there.
Is not gonna like this. Let me finish that thought.
Wait. Okay, so
It's
like.
gone now. Now it's all men.
All right,
I have
wait,
a
wait, wait.
question.
Our demographic, first of all, is mostly males, right?
Strong males with big dicks.
And then there's some there's some females. Okay, so what ratio like that
Strong
of the demographic
females
of
with big dicks.
pregnant lactating women do we have? I think it is literally zero. If you're
That's not true.
Really?
Yeah, I had a guy.
I say like 0.7 to
0.7.
0.7.
And you know who you are. We're looking at you.
We're looking at you.
She's lactating right now.
Do you know men can lactate?
Yeah.
I only found that out the other day.
That's true.
Don't tell me you didn't try it when you found that out. though.
You know what that also means?
Men can get breast cancer too. It's fucked up.
Yeah, I was actually. I know it's really stupid, but I actually thought I had breast cancer because my nipples were like chafing, and I'm like, this isn't normal. Why is this one breast chafing? And then I found out later it's probably because I fucking slept like this and it just ripped it while I was asleep.
No, it's breast cancer.
It's probably breast cancer. But I checked today and they're evenly sized titties now.
That's terrible. Like if a man,
what the hell are you talking about?
This is important female conversation.
If a man has breast cancer, it's not only like embarrassing and it shouldn't be. But like, okay, so you have to deal with having cancer, but then you have to deal with like telling your friends you have breast cancer. There's no doubt they're laughing. That's fucking
that
sucks.
is sucks.
Oh yeah, every time that happens, dudes are probably like, "Sucks, man. I have cancer," and they're like, "You have cancer? What kind of cancer?" And you're like, I just have cancer.
I'd like to think I'd be like, I have breast cancer and I'm not ashamed of it, but I'd probably be like,
you got titty cancer, you fucking nerd. They're gonna push you over.
I'd probably say like,
steal your money.
I know. I'd like to say
I think they call you a nerd. You got titty cancer, fucking nerd.
I'd like to think that I would say
steal your wallet.
I'd like to think that I'd be a spokesperson for men with breast cancer and make it like, you know, put it on the front lines. But
it's
I
not
would
a
say
laughing matter. Breast cancer is not funny, but it's the concept of breast cancer that's funny. It's funny with the idea.
Well, anything can be funny.
It's funny that idea would be like, guys, I have breast cancer. It's like, you couldn't even get dick cancer? You had to get fucking breast cancer? Girls have breasts.
If I had breast cancer, I'd like to think that I would say, yeah, I have breast cancer and just be like a spokesman for men with breast cancer. Make it not embarrassing, but I know I'd say like, you have like nut cancer.
Oh, you mean like the first guy that like steps up as the spokesman for premature ejaculation or something?
If
like,
Arnold Schwarzenegger,
hey, it happens to me.
Like, I don't mean to be mean, but if Arnold Schwarzenegger got like breast cancer, then people will be like,
yeah, I'm already laughing at the concept. I know it's fucked up.
I know,
but
exactly.
It's like, I have breast cancer. It's like, yeah, you played a chick at one point. What was that, Junior?
He played a chick?
Didn't he play a guy who had a baby?
Yeah, he wasn't a chick. He was just a guy who had a baby.
Really?
He was a man that had a baby.
Well,
I was always confused with that. Like, did he push the baby out of his ass?
Was he pretty?
Wasn't that at a...
Oh, yeah, he had to have a C-section, I guess.
Corey said that babies come out of butts.
That's true.
That is true.
Did you not forget what I said?
All right, but look, gentlemen, it is Movember. November. It's
Movember?
It is Men Testicular Awareness Month.
Is it really?
Yeah, it actually. I swear to God, it is this month. Starting yesterday.
It's also a national holiday where we celebrate the slaughtering of
This gives a good talk
Indians.
to talk about, like, you know, what we're talking about. I think it's a good
vaginas, girls naked,
all things
fucking,
girl, all things
titties,
female, all things female,
misogynistic themes.
Yeah. Well, no. Wait. Back up there. One or two themes there. Corey,
dude, I'm not insensitive. I'm just horny.
Sweet. Yes,
I'm both insensitive and horny.
Let me tell you something. All right, if there's one thing when I play a game, the girl better have titties and they better be reelable.
Gamergate.
You're just gonna say that anything that's like slightly misogynistic?
No, it's like pro negative reversal Gamergate. It's like, you know,
I see what you
Gamergate.
mean. Yeah, Gamergate.
Yeah.
Hey,
you know?
get on board.
Yeah,
it's all inflection.
Dude, it's true.
Yeah.
Say it again. Say, when I play a game.
When I play a game, there better be butts and titties.
Gamergate. Yeah.
Or titties and butts.
Gamergate.
Titties and butts.
Gamer.
Titties and ass.
Gate.
Butt, titties.
Gamer.
Titties.
Gate. Gamergate. 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 Sweet, dude. Gamergate.
Yeah.
All right, so girls. Ever.
Let me tell you the pros about girls, okay? They always cheer me up when I'm feeling blue. They smell nice.
Yeah.
They do smell fucking divine.
Guys can smell nice too. That's not fair.
No, not the way a girl smells nice.
Yeah.
That's not true. There's girly guys. You can't.
Well, no. There's guys that do smell nice, but it's like, yeah, he smells good. But then if this girl walks by, you're just like, yeah, it's comforting.
No, I can go both ways, dude. I'm telling you.
So you can get comforted.
You gotta open your mind and open your pee hole.
I've never dropped my guard around a guy that smelled nice. I've never been like, oh.
Yeah,
do you want
like a guy to hold you if he smells nice to you?
What if he was hot?
Well, oh yeah, I forgot. I don't really swing that way.
Yeah, okay.
That's fair though.
Exactly.
I agree.
So we can swing both ways.
Am I in the minority here?
Well, that you're not fucking both guys and girls. Yeah, probably. If that's the minority, now
you fucking unheaded, open-eyed, idiot, bigoted, retard, dopey-eyed, dork, nerd, faggot, womanizer.
Sound like a Yu-Gi-Oh dragon or something. Blue eyes, white womanizer, Gamergate.
It comes outside and it's like,
misogyny.
That's how the vast majority is a feminist view, guys.
This is a fucked up podcast. We're gonna get crucified for this one.
yeah, honest,
Honesty
truthful,
is policy in this podcast.
honesty, truthful and honest.
I support honesty, even if they're wrong in my eyes. I still support the idea of honesty.
If someone that you know for 100% fact is wrong, but they're being honest, they 100% true.
I don't know if we
should
should dive.
You can't fault them.
If we're diving into the topic of like the whole like concept of Gamergate, originally Gamergate was good.
I don't want to talk about Gamergate.
Yeah.
No. I
think that should be just a
Gamergate.
You're digging into Gamergate. He's gotten horny.
Wrong.
He wants a little bit of a meat stick.
Anita Sarkeesian should go down on her
We are
knees.
not diving into Anita Sarkeesian. Fuck that D.
That's not even her name.
Anita down on her kneesian.
That's what he meant to say.
Ha ha! Anita down on her kneesian. How marvelously humorous.
Sweet dude.
All right, no, real topic.
Niall, topic.
Do you ever see like deformed people like in fucking on the street, but like you don't want to look at them?
Like Rotten.com.
Yeah, no, but you like look away.
Like your mama.com.
No, but you don't just see Rotten.com. They had that partner section.
Oh, in 1996, but when
you know what I'm talking about?
I know exactly what you're talking
I
about.
found Rotten.com by accident. I was like, oh, if you type in a word and then put .com at the end, it's more than likely a place.
Well, that's upsetting.
And then I was like, rotten.com. And it was like, uh-oh. Oopsies. I learned about the internet real quick.
Yeah, that happened to me too. It was like, you know, ever see like, do you remember the Blonde album?
Rotten.com, if you sign up, it's like $12 for a membership. You can get the craziest freak show shit.
You got a membership to Rotten?
You can. I didn't. I took the free tour.
Liar!
I took the free tour on the cheap bus, and I fucking went through 3 pages till they closed it down. I was like, all right, creepo, fucking make a partnership. You can see the rest of the goods. But I took that free tour, and I was like, this is weird and uncomfortably hot. And then it closed me out before I could get into it. But yeah, if we're talking about free shows, you know what? I've never seen porn-wise. You know, like those. I was gonna be rude and say bitches. You know those polite females who have their fucking heads sewed together?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen them fuck?
No, but I've seen them giving a blowjob.
What are you talking about?
Do you know when like 2 girls had like conjoined as
Yeah. Did you see
have
the
you ever seen
by the head?
Yeah,
Yeah,
or
they were
like something like that. Have you ever seen them have sex?
They have like a wiener bounce from their mouths like back.
Yeah, have you ever seen that?
There was this.
Give it to me.
There were
Give
these.
it to me.
There were
Give it
these
to me.
two blonde conjoined twins, and they were on like fucking Oprah and shit, and they were like these nice. They were normal
So you know
American,
what I'm talking about.
normal American teenagers, but a photo leaked of them giving some dude head.
That's cool.
Yeah, and like it was just
And weird.
It was so fucking bizarre.
But you don't see that. Like when I'm looking at porn, I'm not like, well, Siamese conjoined twins sucking dick. I'm just like, titties.
Yeah.
Nice butt.
Butthole.
Butthole. Spread butthole. Spread butthole. Search.
Okay, we're all butt guys here, right?
Yeah, we're butt guys.
We're all butt guys.
I would, if there was a Siamese twin and if she was conjoined at the head and they were turned
What if she
around.
had 2 butts?
Let's call
two
this
perfect butts.
Yeah,
Let's call this the misogyny episode. So first we bash women and then we talk about their asses and what we like about their asses.
The following podcast is a parody
Yeah,
and should
but
not be taken
I-
seriously
what-
and are not
dude.
to use a Sleepy Cabin or Sleepy Cabin affiliates.
Whatever. This is completely taken against Sleepy Cabin. Okay, that is a fucking bullshit because there is nice guy asses just like there's nice girl asses.
That's true.
Okay, well, look,
That's true.
You gotta look. You know what? Here's the thing you need to think of. When you flip a quarter, there's 2 fucking sides. There's not one side. You either see the head or tails, but it's the same fucking thing.
No,
essentially.
Corey, I actually
Preach
know
it,
what you mean.
brother.
Like, okay, if someone showed a guy ass, right,
a nice guy ass,
and they kind of photoshopped out the balls and the dick, and you told me that was a girl ass, I'd be like,
Kind of Photoshop. I hope they fully Photoshop.
yeah, oh, yeah. Well, unless they photoshopped the kind of until there's a little bit of a slit left or something.
Yeah.
But and they said that's a girl butt. I'll be like, oh yeah.
and it's like, just
And
kidding,
that's a-
idiot.
that's a
that
guy
makes
butt.
you
I'd be
gay.
like,
You gotta
fuck.
tell your dad now and get beat.
Everyone has looked at someone from behind when they're driving by and go, oh yeah, and then they turn around and he has a big beard. Everyone has done that.
Yeah, but then I'm
Everyone is-
probably in my mind gonna jerk off.
Yeah, but
later.
you're still gonna be like, yeah, yeah, like that's the difference.
I'm gonna think about the plump butt I just saw. I'm not gonna think about the hairy bear that was connected to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Niall.
Well, no, hey, why are you taking me? I'm trying to understand your point. Just be like, I don't necessarily. It doesn't, you know.
Here's another thing that confuses me.
You were the one that said that every now and again you might see a she-male and you say, "Oh wow, she's hot," but then when you see the wiener,
can be fucking hot.
And when you see the wiener, you're like, "Well, I can't take back what I saw."
If there's a fucking beautiful girl and she happens to have a dick, and a guy says that she's not fucking hot, they're bullshitting, right?
They are.
That is bullshit.
They might just not like the dick.
I don't like the dick.
They still like this.
Yeah, that's perfectly acceptable. I just, it's just a dick and balls. It's like...
Niall, I have a question. Have you ever seen somebody, like those girls who get those, like, fucking dildos that have, like, 2 prongs, one for the ass and one for the pussy?
the jackrabbits. I don't know how I know that.
Have you ever seen a dick like that?
Have
you ever seen porn with that?
You mean like a real wiener?
I have at one point in my life. I remember.
Guy has like 2 wieners?
Oh,
yeah, I've seen that. Yeah,
the guy with 2 wieners. He has 2 big wieners, too.
Head.
He has 2 big fat wieners.
It was kind of small.
He's sorting all the big wieners.
It was small. Yeah. It was like a pinky connected to a dick, but it was still like for the ass.
What, was it like a pinky finger? Did it have a nail on it?
It had all the dick accessories, but it was just connecting out the side of it.
A little tiny pair of balls and everything.
No, it was just the head. It was like the shaft hole.
Sweet, dude.
And he was like... She was like, "Oh, let me suck on your pinky dick," and then she was like, "So I've seen it, but it's like
so
forever
he
burned
shoots
into
like
my
a
head.
big load out of his main one, and then a little tiny like out of his little one.
Yeah,
just a cute little bubble, just
like little bubbles. Little tiny,
it makes that noise too. It's like,
if you'd imagine if you tried to get the hole where the jizz would come out, it would like explode the tip of it like a firecracker that didn't go off right.
Mm-hmm.
That's an important thing to remember when you have 2 dicks. Come appropriately.
That's true, yeah.
Sweet, dude. Yes.
Yeah.
Can you think of any other like?
Do you think every time he jerks off? Think every time he jerks off, he accidentally gets some in his eye as well, and he's like, "Oh, god damn it!" It's like,
like he forgets he has a second wiener. No, he's probably used to it.
Yeah. Isn't there like a vegetable that has like 2 heads?
Like a ginseng root?
Yes. I think.
Oh, they just look like 2 dicks. Well,
I just thought they looked like 2 legs. I didn't know if you were right.
Yes.
But each to their own, I guess.
But if we're going to talk about freaks...
That guy's dick looked like a ginseng root.
Let's talk about the biggest freak of them all.
Oh, I don't think he wants us to talk about this. You just hit him in the face.
It's one time I walked into you when you were sitting down peeing in the bathroom, eating like a cookie from Wawa or something. I swear to God, you got up and you had some like fucking like skin tag or something on your ass. It was really long. It was like a loose skin tag.
That was his balls, dude.
No, I swear to God, it was like a tag you get on the back of your shirt. I'm not even fucking kidding. But it was like a fucking huge one, like a stem, like where a fucking tail used to be.
Was it near my anus?
And it was an area near there, yeah.
It was poop hanging out, Corey.
Are you sure?
Yes.
It was peach color. Do you dye your fucking poop?
Dude,
no. He just eats a lot of peaches.
When I poop, it never comes out all the way. I push. And I push.
No, that was connected to your fucking...
I have to grab the poop with my hand and pull it the rest of the way out and drop it in the toilet.
Dude, your fucking spinal cord. I can see your goddamn spine.
Oh, it's my tail.
Yeah.
It's my tail.
You have one.
Yeah, I have a tail.
I was fucking wondering that. Hey, you freak show. See, everyone's a little bit of a freak. Just look around your body.
You know about this for the podcast.
Oh, yeah. That's actually... What is that?
It's his pinky.
Do you know about that? Did I tell you about that?
No.
When I was... This is true. I swear to God this is true.
Dude, that looks like a second protruding finger. Do you have...
That's what it is.
Are you serious?
Yeah, when I was in my mom's womb, sorry.
Same difference.
Yeah, wound as well. But I was growing like 6 fingers, and it stopped growing for some reason.
Yeah, you got a little baby finger.
It's called polydactyli. I swear to God, it's real.
I have actual, like cave carvings in my ass.
Yeah, but dude, someone will have to actually like go to your ass and carve those.
It's not like
in like 13 BC.
No, it's not like fucking BC cave carvings that you see in like cartoons and shit. It's like carvings, like alien carvings and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't talk about it because it's stupid. I'm not gonna be like, yeah, I got carved in the ass by aliens.
If you walk by a magnet,
they pulled my anus out, rolled it out.
If you walk by a magnet, does your butthole hurt a little bit?
No. But I used to fuck CD cases. Like big sticks that you stick CDs in. I used to ride those when I was a kid.
Really?
Yeah.
I fucked the toilet paper holders.
I tried to put a banana in my ass, but it squished and shit and fucking I couldn't fit it all the way in, and it squished halfway.
Dude, that's why you wear you put a condom on the banana and do
I tried to lick the tip of my finger, but it didn't do much.
How many Sharpies can you fit in your anus?
I could fit a magic marker in my anus.
Whoa, dude, that's the next level.
I fit a purple
And it disappears like Houdini.
I put a purple magic marker in my
Do you wanna
anus,
see
and I
magic
tried to
trick?
shoot it out like I saw all those girls doing the pornos.
The ping pongs.
I tried to shoot it out.
Do you know they have
I
vagina
did this.
ping pong fucking
I went,
championships?
I thought moving your legs or creating tension would shoot it out, but it just sort of went more farther in. and I pulled it out, and the fucking cap went off. So I had to like use.
It's still in there to this day.
I have like all these weird markings in my ass. Probably
Sweet.
infections.
Sweet. Cool, dude. No.
Let's talk about the stuff we put in our asses, because I know everyone's experimented with putting stuff in their ass when they were young. I tried to fuck a CD case with a black bag.
That was true.
That's true. I tried to put a banana in my ass with normal, and then I tried to put a banana in my ass with coconut oil. To no prevail.
Well, like the banana's gonna squirt. Yeah, that's why you freeze the banana, put a condom on it, and then put it in your ass.
What? Isn't it cold?
Yes, but it adds to the stimulation.
Niall, if you put a cold banana on your anus, it'll stick to it and rip the rims of your ass apart.
That's actually an urban myth. That doesn't.
That's actually an urban truth. Because I did the same thing.
It's not. It's
and it ripped his anus apart.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm just gonna sit here and eat popcorn. You guys keep going.
Stamper, is that what happened to you?
Stamper, talk about the things.
In your ass?
Stamper, this isn't fair. Talk about the things you put in your ass when you were a kid.
Butt plugs.
That you didn't put that in when you were a kid. You didn't even know what. A butt
you mean
plug.
when I was a
when
kid?
you were a kid, when you were
He's not talking about
experimenting with
yesterday.
fruits of anal.
The fruits of anal. Nothing in my ass.
You had to put something in your ass.
My finger.
Yeah, but you had to experiment. You had to like take your fucking like bed sheets and like create like different kinds of condoms to fucking use.
I didn't put things in my ass until like 4 years ago, and it's great. It's great.
Is that true?
Mm-hmm. I was old enough to buy sex toys. I bought lots and lots of sex toys. I put so much stuff up my ass. Some stuff is still up there.
Did you ever see those butt plugs that are like in the shape of a fist?
No,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Did you ever
I used
try
to
that?
go.
No, they're too big.
I was afraid like my parents
Oh, your ass
would
is too
walk
small.
into me while I was putting stuff in my ass, so I used to go out in the backyard on a lawn chair and finger myself with instruments that I found around the house that were blood.
Sweet, dude.
about like
You're gonna get crucified for this podcast.
What about a hedge clipper? So what's the biggest thing you
Hedge
fit
clipper?
in your ass apart from your dad's dick?
My dad's dick? I never put my dad's dick.
No, he put it in
Yeah,
there.
he put it in.
Freddie Mercury?
Yeah.
Freddie Mercury?
Mercury.
I can't say Mercury normal.
Oh wait, here's something interesting, Corey. Say egg.
Egg.
Say egg.
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 What?
Egg.
Egg.
What limb makes you walk?
Legs.
Yeah, you say legs too.
Legs.
I know a guy named Fred. What's his name?
Fred.
Eggs.
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 Eggs. Eggs.
Corey says eggs for egg.
I say Mercury too for Mercury.
Mercury. You're adding like 4 syllables.
Mercury.
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 What can you say that's weird?
I remember I couldn't say that word. I can't remember what it is. Oh, anonymity.
That doesn't count. That's hard. Say a real word that people say every day.
Well, I'm Irish, so I say words that you
Say
guys...
pickle.
Pickle.
Say Peter Piper, pickle packer, pickle packer. Is it Peter Piper?
Do you want me to say that, or do you want me to say the actual one?
What did Peter blow?
Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers.
If Peter Piper pickle packer, pickle packer, is it Peter Piper, pickle packer, pickle packer, Peter Packer picked.
Peter Pepper picker pecker.
Say something.
Me?
Yeah, say penis.
Penis.
Say penis.
Penis. Penis. Sweet, dude.
Oh, so we talked about freak shows and we talked about girls.
If you're getting like kegs of beer, what would you call them?
Kegs?
Kegs.
I can't say A for E. I say I for
you say-
anything E. If you can think of a word that goes I or I go I. Then you go A. Doesn't matter what it is. If it's eggs or A, anything, I'm gonna say A, like a fucking Canadian. Let's go outside, E.
Yeah.
I'm Canadian, E. I was born in the Alps, E.
All right, it's time for the rapid fire question round.
Go!
I'm gonna ask you both questions, and you have to answer them as fast as you can without thinking.
Go.
Corey, the first video game console you ever bought that you regretted?
The PlayStation.
The PlayStation 1?
Yeah, because I didn't have any. I just had shitty golf games.
Oh, okay. Niall, a clothing company you absolutely despise.
Fucking Diesel.
Diesel?
Yeah.
They got good watches and jeans and shoes
Those
and shit.
sons of bitches.
And PlayStation had Symphony of the Night, man.
I had fucking stupid-ass sports games, okay? You don't have the same experiences. Just because you have a console
I never
and you're
regretted
like...
getting a console.
I had a regret. My first time I got a PlayStation, I got a bunch of shitty games. Then my friends had a PlayStation, they had a bunch of good games. But my console fucking sucked.
That's fair. Because you're only as good as your games.
Exactly. But I still like the PlayStation, it's just it was the worst purchase at the time. Because it was my first one.
Current man crush.
Hugh Jackman.
Yeah, I think that's a given for everybody.
Oh, you want a different one?
No. That was a good one. That was a solid answer. Hugh Jackman.
Men that you find very attractive. Go.
This is the gayest podcast ever.
No, it's not. Genuinely handsome men.
Let me think. I'll come back to you on that one.
If you had a bag of quarters and then you had 10 cents...
I'm just going to sprinkle them throughout this episode as I remember them. I'm going to think about men this whole thing.
Now,
hundreds of them.
Now, a train leaves to go to Nevada, and then another train leaves 5 minutes later, and then that train goes 5 times faster. Will they arrive at the same time?
No.
Yes.
No, they won't, because he left 5 minutes later. The other one's going 5 times faster. Well, it depends on what speed they're going, but
he's going the same speed because he left 5 times
where are they
faster.
leaving from to go to Nevada?
I read that on the back of...
a Snapple fucking, cap.
Yes, and I still remember it because it blew my mind. Actually, it was on the back of, like, some fucking Irish food or something. It was, like, on some, like, Tatoes, like, onion chips or some shit.
Oh, yeah, we got Tatoes.
Yeah, that's...
You know about Tatoes?
Yeah, they had a math riddle, and I failed it. So if
Yeah, Ireland's not the only place that has potatoes.
Potatoes. It's a brand.
First of all, if we're talking about Ireland and those potatoes, those things tasted like the fucking cornstarch thing, packaging things that were from the 80s.
Okay, potatoes are the very first crisp or potato chip, as you guys call them.
Those are not
in the world.
crisps. Those are those things you fucking package food in. You know those fucking things that they're poisonous now? But back then you could eat them?
Stop. Who's that guy that played Magneto in the new X-Men movies?
Oh.
Magneto.
Yeah, he was sexy.
Yeah, he's fucking hot.
Wait.
I don't know who that is.
No, I do know who that is.
Listen, I don't know if I find them sexy. I'm usually looking at them from behind.
Yeah, I feel you there. They feel me.
Dang, I can't remember his name, but...
We need another topic.
He's in a ton of stuff. What?
We should have wrote down topics before we
That
started.
new X-Men movie was pretty good, though.
It was alright.
Well, that was the only X-Men movie I've seen.
He's got like a German name. Oh.
Wesley Snipes.
No.
He's like the scary black man.
Roger Ebert.
No.
Richard Taylor. Ron Paul.
Yes.
Max Payne.
Michael Fassbender.
Michael Fassbender.
I told you.
He's Irish, by the way.
I would let him kiss me on the mouth, son. That man is handsome.
He's got a smile that just won't quit.
I bet he's got a dick that just won't quit.
He's got a butt that won't go on retirement.
Sniper calls him Michael Assbender because he wants to bend him over and fuck him in the ass.
Michael Fassbender.
We need to dive into shit, man. I can't think.
We're all fucking tired. I think
I'm not tired. I just can't think of topics.
Considering how tired we are, we're doing okay.
It's all. Look, dude. We could sit here and talk about.
I want some burr.
We could sit here and talk about.
We ain't got no burr.
You don't have any hand about beer?
We're all out.
No, it's fine. You don't need it. What are we gonna talk about? What are we gonna talk about?
All right. So, anyways, me and Niall and Corey went out for Mexican food tonight.
It's true.
We went to a Mexican place and didn't order any Mexican food. We just drank a lot of beer and had some bomb-ass chicken wings.
That's true.
And you can never go wrong with chicken wings. But we did get to the topic of tipping towards the end.
Oh, yes. Oh, tipping. And this is something that, like, growing up, my mother was always in the field of waitress. She's always been a waitress. She was a waitress for about 8 years of her life.
She's got big-ass titties, too.
That's the main thing.
Yes. But the thing is, like, my mom always taught me, like, what's the actual thing you're supposed to tip? Like 12%?
I think it's 15.
15? My mom said you should always tip 5 or 10% more because you think about the concept of tipping. It's like, what if someone's having a shitty day and they're always expecting to get under the table tips, and then you give them that 15 to 20%. That's them coming back to the work being like, you know, I got tipped like $20 yesterday and everyone else gave me like $4.
I love tipping
And it's
people.
like, knowing that I did that lets me know that I'm a good worker. And it's like, even if it's like, and it's shitty because sometimes you go to places and you can't tip and you really want to, so it's good to just do what you can. And I know in like Britain and stuff you don't tip. It's like fucking unheard of. Like bringing up.
Yeah, it's like you did a good job and everything you've been working for. Like it pays off in the end. The one thing I don't understand is two things. One, where like tonight was a perfect example. We were seated by one person. A waitress came up. Another waitress came over. A different guy brought her food out. So it's like 4 or 5 people waited on our table. And when we get the bill at the end, we're like, who the fuck are we tipping? Because 2 of those people were fucking assholes. One of them was really cool, and then one of them was really cool. So it's like,
one of them was.
I hope she gets the fucking money.
One of them came up and was like condescending to the choices we made. It's like, are you fucking serious? We come here and buy your food.
Oh, that guy?
Yeah, he came over and he goes, our choices are fucking like, oh, you could have saved more money.
We got
like, what are you, a fucking car insurance
We
dealer?
got 4 plates.
Fuck you.
We got 4 fucking plates of wings, but we got the small wings, but there's still plenty.
Dude, I swear
and
to
he
God,
goes, you should have got large.
I
and walked
swear to
away.
God. Yeah, I swear to God, it was in a fucking Geico commercial. The way
We
he
wanted the
delivered
different
that.
flavors. That's all. They have like 9 different flavors of fucking wings there.
I wasn't
we got
thinking.
one of
I
each.
wasn't thinking. Geez, can we have 48 wings, or can we just experience the fucking jelly beans of all?
I was gonna be like, once you, I've got 4 different flavors of fuck off, and then I didn't do
If
it.
he would have said that, he would have been like, boys, take care of this nuisance. They come in with bats.
Nobody cares about the damn waitresses.
They come in with bats and snakes with rattles on their back and beat you to death with them.
Oh, and 2, the other thing I don't understand is when they have like the global tip jar where like regardless of who's doing what, all your tip money goes into one global jar that they split at the end of the night.
Yeah.
Oh, really? I don't like that.
I go to like Dunkin's like every day, and there's like 3 tip jars, and I'm just like, well,
that's like Dunkin' Donuts, but
I'm
like
at this register.
there's legitimate restaurants where all the waitresses turn their tips in, and then at the end of the night they just split it equally.
Yeah.
Which I get the concept of, but it's like that bitch over there is a miserable asshole that's treating everyone like shit, and she's over here trying really fucking hard to do a good job, and she had a fucking terrible day, and despite all that, she deserves the money, you know?
It's true. And it's like, remember that one time we went to Outback, and you can definitely tell the experience people are going through. You can see it on their face. You can see if they're having a shitty day, because the ones who are humble and trying to be there for you are trying their hardest to be there for you. And the people who are assholes and come by maybe once to give you water and never check back again clearly don't care. They're just like, oh, it's just a job. But the ones who actually care will go the extra mile to care. And that's why you tip. And you know what's funny is we went back there when you weren't there, and she was like, oh, you guys were the people who fucking were handsome,
Stamper,
amazing people.
But it was Stamper that did the tipping. I remember
we
that
gave
day.
her like
You did. I don't know if you want me to say this, but you did the thing that
But wait,
like a
but
true hero would do. You didn't tell anybody that you gave a huge tip, but I saw that. I saw how much it made her day. Yeah, I looked over and Stamper just kind of gave her the handshake and gave her. I don't know how much he gave her, but she was like
$1 million.
She just looked at you and she goes, "Oh my God, thanks,
dude." She's got bags under her eyes.
Yeah, she was
hanging down to her titties.
She probably
is
has to go
so
back.
tired.
She probably has to go back to her kids.
She definitely
We're
is.
probably
You can tell
screaming
she's a
all
mom
day,
too. Yeah,
fucking smashing pots together, watching Dora and Diego all night.
That woman is miserable. She needs all the. She doesn't even need money. She just needs a fucking hug. That's all she needs from this cruel, ruthless life that she's living.
She looked like she was cosplaying as a gothic model because her fucking eyes were so dark.
Yeah. She was just tired.
It was like a Tim Burton tryout.
That's like realistically tired.
And that's not even like the thing.
But
the thing is, she tried her hardest. She was still smiling and nice as fuck.
You know what's shitty? My mom would come home, and then when she had a shitty day tipping, she would just break down, and she would tell me. Like, I remember this one time, and it literally pissed me off. Like, if I was there, I don't even care if they were, you know, something societal to where I fucking work. They're pieces of shit. It was these fucking 6 construction workers who thought, oh, since I'm building a road and fucking putting the building blocks, why should I care about anything? I'm already higher up. They came in there, laughed, and fucking tracked dirt in, shit all over the table, and they reached in their pockets and fucking dropped change on the table. There was 6 or 7 people, and they were there for 2 hours drinking coffee and eating food. They spent $170, and they tipped 4 pennies.
Is it true that black people don't tip?
My mom,
Yes!
Is that actually true?
It is true. When I delivered
Is it
pizza,
really?
I never got a tip from a black person.
And
Why?
that's not
I don't
racially.
know.
Dude, let me tell you
I
something.
delivered it very well. I rang the doorbell. I'm like, here's your delicious pizza. And they're like, thanks. Slam. That's it. Stereotype. Well, that's not fair. I'm sure they do tip.
Check your privileges.
What? Check your privileges.
Your
Yes,
privileges
never.
are at a 40.
Yeah, your
you were
privileges
about a 20.
Yeah, your privileges are pretty high right now.
Here's the thing, like, this is completely true. Do you know why it's called a stereotype?
Because they're generally true?
Yeah.
That's not true. Because they say that black people are all about fried chicken. That's bullshit. Why should they get all fried chicken? Fried chicken's delicious. I've never met one person in my entire life that doesn't like fried chicken.
No, stereotypes are twisted in turn. Then we get new stereotypes. They just evolve. They change form. Not all stereotypes. Like, there's still not fucking Mama Jalama back in the past with this
Aunt Jemima, you mean?
Yeah, she's not still fucking. She doesn't have like.
He doesn't even have Aunt Jemima in Ireland.
She doesn't even have cornrows and all this shit. And she's not making stuff for a wholesome farm family.
All right, so we've been blatantly racist, sexist.
I'm not being racist. I'm explaining how stereotypes aren't how they used to be.
Let's just take a minute to
This is the
appreciate
new
Mama
age
Jalima.
modernized stereotype.
Mama Jalima, actually.
Mama Jalima makes great rice and beans.
She makes pancakes, Naga.
You're a Naga.
I don't think like we were being racist there.
We're not being racist. I'm
like
just explaining stereotypes.
White people.
I was saying that this isn't the 50s anymore.
The only
Black
school
people aren't
shooters
like
that
how
I
they
know
used
are
to be in
fucking
the
white.
50s cartoons.
We have our faults.
Yeah, I'm not saying like fucking white guys are the superiority, but it's just kind of like.
Like you said, black people aren't how they used to be in the 50s cartoons. Like, everything's all good now. It was just white animators representing them in weird ways.
Yeah, it's not like back then
If
they
you
were
watch like old like Popeye cartoons, how they fucking show off Asians. It's not
Popeye was ruthless. Did you see the way they used to draw Japanese
And then
guys?
they're like, oh, pink chocolate.
And they'd actually-
This is Bob the American.
and they'd make them look exactly the same, like every one of
They
them.
all had
all
like
the
buck
same.
teeth and these crazy slanty
So
eyes.
you know, if we're talking about like
Those
racism,
are like wartime cartoons.
if we're talking about racial racism, let's talk about other racism in that sense. Cartoons. If we're talking about cartoons in the past, holy shit, man, they were diving into like fucking like Hitler and Semitism and all this crazy shit, and it's just like, really, dude, segregation, is that really a topic for Mickey Mouse?
I'm sure they still play Looney Tunes on TV.
Yeah, probably on like.
When I grew up,
Boomerang.
Bugs Bunny and all those guys were still smoking
Cigars and
cigarettes
shit.
and drinking out of bottles
Yeah.
with 3 X's and shit on them.
But
Did they cut all that out? Like, are kids not allowed to
now
watch
they
it
drink
anymore?
like energy drinks, and that's enough for them.
Like how they like changed, like when a Dragon Ball character is drinking beer, clearly in the cartoon, they like superimposed the word root in front of beer on this. So it's like, oh, they're drinking root beer. This amber colored root beer.
At least it's not fucking insensitive like Pokemon, where he's clearly holding like a
rice ball, and he's like, these hot dogs are delicious. Yeah.
I mean, like, there's some edits.
Like, rice is that bad.
Yeah,
like, you're not allowed to eat rice.
Who gives a fuck? It's a sticky rice ball. You're not just gonna say like sticky rice ball.
Yo, if I was a kid and they were talking about sticky rice balls and they were enjoying them, I'd be like, dude, that looks fucking delicious.
Yeah, they did look good. But if they're holding like rice balls, or they're making fucking dumpling soup, which is like some like you know, some Japanese stew, and they're like, well, that chili looks good. It's like, motherfucker, there was fish in that. Dude, I've never heard of that. And then you have rice balls over there. You saying that's hot dogs? Let me tell you something. I'm a kid, so I know what a fucking hot dog and pizza looks like.
I had hot dogs for lunch.
Yeah,
bitch.
So it's like either you're talking down to me, or you think I'm fucking blind. But either way, fuck you.
Kids are little geniuses, man. Kids know what's up.
It's true, kids do. When I was a kid, I could tell when I was getting talked down to, and I could tell when I was being respected. And you want to know something? When most cartoons talk down to people, they didn't do good. And the cartoons that pulled fucking levers and were like, hey, you're an adult, check this out.
Yeah.
Fucking did good. And it's like topics. Like, it's just like different things like that. Like, you know, when you're growing up with just all this shit, when you watch like these baby programs teaching you, and obviously some shows are good for like life lessons and stuff, but people know when they're being talked down to, and they don't want to be talked down to. They want to be talked to like an adult. And kids are the same way.
Kids are smarter than you give them credit for. Yeah, granted, they don't know how to change a tire and make spaghetti and shit,
yeah,
but
they know when they're
they
fucking,
understand human beings.
Yeah, they're just like everyone else.
Let me tell you something. I went on a camping trip once, right? And my mom and dad pitched a tent over there, and then I pitched a tent over there. It had nothing to do with wieners yet. But I was laying awake in my tent, and I heard my mom moaning, like, and I was like, I know they're not fighting, and I know they're not wrestling. Something sexual.
She was doing
over
her
there
bear
is going
calls.
on.
She was doing her bear calls just to get rid of the bears.
And I was really little, and I knew that my mom was fucking on a camping trip under the moonlight, and she thought that I didn't know that she was fucking. I was smart.
Is your mom a loud
And then she
moaner?
came back and she's like, and you're like, Mom, why are you screaming yesterday? She's like, I had to put a Band-Aid on. It hurt a lot. It's like, yeah, with Dad's wiener.
What if that was true? What if his dad's wiener, he was just like, hold steady now, and he just had his wiener and the Band-Aid on top trying to stick it on?
He's like, I'm going to pull this out. I'm going to count to 3 and pull it out. 1, and ah! And then she came over to my tent and made me eat her butthole out.
Yeah, like we like to be talked. We don't like to be talked down to. We like to be treated like adults.
Yeah, even when you're a kid, you know, and you're being talked down to.
Oh yeah, it's like you know, they had all these talkers come in, right? They're throwing confetti in your fucking face, and they're like showing off all this stuff, and you're just like, this just makes me want to do it more because you're fucking like nerds. And then you see like someone who's like, listen, I'm cool, and I went to jail and got fucked. All right, so don't do this. And you're like, oh, I don't want to get raped.
Yeah,
that sounds like a good idea.
Who'd brag about that though?
All you gotta do, you
went
know,
to jail and got fucked.
No,
fuck with me.
He's not bragging about it. He's like, listen, all right. Every morning I woke up, and you know what they made me do? They made me put a different tattoo on my ass for when they were gonna fuck me. I was branded by 6 different people. That's what happened in high school, and I was like, whoa, dude, I don't want to do that shit. That's scary. And they were just like straightforward with us. And it's like kids need that. You need to go to like kids seminars and talk to the dangers of getting fucked.
Dude, what? No, dude, adults are fucking idiots, man.
Like, they
all
really are. And it's
all those people that were preaching to you in high school, they're like fucking 28. 28-year-olds know nothing. Nobody knows anything. Everybody is coasting through life doing the best that they can. Nobody has anything figured out.
And it's 100%
Most
true.
people plateau at like 17 years of age mentally.
Yeah.
Their brain stops advancing. They learn little things here and there, but that's pretty much where they stop.
Even though I'm like a 24-year-old, I feel like a fucking like 10-year-old. Like
You get to a certain age where like you go out and then you see some old man just do something stupid and you're like, age really has nothing to do with the fact that you just dropped milk on the ground and walked away and acted like a fucking child and pretending you didn't do it.
Yeah, no, it's completely true. I've always felt like, and it's true when they say like age is just a number, not in a sense where it's like, age is just a number. I thought she was legal. It's like, no, in a sense where it's like age is just a number where adults are just young kids. And we were talking about a situation like, you know, when your family's going through something and they have to make decisions and you're just like, I can't believe my fucking parents did that. And then when you get older, you completely realize, you're like, wait a second, now I understand why my fucking parents did that. They didn't have any goddamn money and they didn't know what the fuck they were doing.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm in the same fucking boat. That's so weird.
We actually had a debate here the other day where I was saying I wouldn't, like, now I know I'm in the minority, but I said I would never hit my kids if I had kids. But everyone else in this office said that they would.
Oh, I would.
When I go to the grocery store, I see some fucking 12-year-old kid slam candy bars on the table, and he's like, buy this for me, bitch. And he's talking to his mom. You better snatch him up and whip him in the face. You can't talk to people like that.
I'm not gonna fucking hit him, but I'll tell him how the world works. I need to, like, I tell him a word.
You need to grab by his little shirt and pop him in the mouth. Don't punch him in the face. Give him a little open-handed slap and be like, you don't talk to people like that. You know what's gonna happen? He's gonna get to 20 years of age, and he's gonna be at his first job.
And then he's gonna hit his kids.
You gotta talk to me like that, bitch. Talking to his boss, and his boss is gonna fire him. That's a wake-up call.
You give him a real lessons. You go like this. You be like, hey, guess what? You won't have it. Okay, if you keep talking like that.
That's why you're such a failure, Niall, because you were never hit when you were a kid. You need to be hit more.
Nah, you're too nice.
Yeah,
you're too
that's
nice.
true.
You're too nice because you know what they did? They just grazed the tip of your butt. They didn't actually inject it.
But they
put a little gold star on your anus and said, "Good job, Niall."
That's positive reinforcement, though,
I'm not
instead of
gonna fuck
negative
you.
reinforcement.
You know what my positive reinforcement was?
What?
My dad punched me in the ass repeatedly with his bare fists, and he was a bodybuilder, so watch out.
Your dad fucked you in the ass.
He
That wasn't his
punched
fist,
me.
dude.
Yeah, but he didn't ask you to spread your cheeks.
I thought it, like, you know, dense wind resistance. It would cause. Like, if I,
Were you a fart?
Yeah, if I fart, it would slow the fist down.
Aerodynamic goes down.
Yeah, it's like
Your dad's like, no.
It's like with planes. It's like with It's like when planes open up the sides. It's like so the wind passes over.
You know, if you're taking a flight and it takes longer to get there because of the wind, it's the same.
No,
it's
it's
the same
realistically,
method.
kids. If you're about to get beat in the ass, fart really hard. It'll stop the resistance of the hand. It happens all the time.
I think it's more that it'll stop it because your dad will be like, ew, gross.
Or fart in rhythm, so your parents fart along with you or laugh along with you.
Some dad is gonna take his belt off, start whipping his son's ass, and his son is gonna fart, and then his dad is gonna beat his ass harder for farting and laughing.
He's gonna be like,
he's like, don't fart on me! Beat the shit out of him.
Do you know what Zach did earlier?
What?
Zach was like napping on the chair like over there, and he opened his eyes, stood up, walked over and farted on me, and went back and slept again. That's the fucking amount of respect they get in this office.
Let me tell you something.
That is truth. That's the actual truth.
Now, let me tell you something.
Niall is so tired.
I saw you what you were doing.
What was I doing?
You were making faces. You were going to Zach the whole time, and his eyes was open slightly. He took the opportunity.
I was doing my facial muscle exercises. I wasn't doing.
You didn't tell Zach that.
He knows about.
He took it as a threat. All right. In a world of monkeys, if you go up to a monkey and you do this, they're gonna fucking rip your face off. It's the same thing here.
So I fart on you. It's the human equivalent.
It's a boy meets boy world.
What? Maybe for you.
Boy meets boy.
What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, I think you mean. I think he means dog eat dog world.
No, boy meets world.
But he's thinking of Boy Meets World, the TV show.
Boy Meets World.
So he kind of got mixed up.
Starring Corey.
Your brain is a fascinating place, Corey.
Yeah, Corey. I'd love to live in there for a day. I don't know if I'd love to or if it would be like hell.
It'd make you too horny and you get confused and have to leave early.
No, I'm a pervert. I could take that.
Oh. You don't even know.
I bet I'm more perverted than you.
You want to have
you
want to have a pervert off?
Fair enough.
I'll fucking ruin you.
Let's have a pervert off.
I don't think so.
Go.
I know your boundaries. You don't know my boundaries.
You do not know my boundaries.
What about farting on you?
Farting?
Yeah.
Was this vanilla?
What is this fucking 1997?
No. A girl sitting on your face
what is this,
farting and
vanilla
saying, sniff my ass.
Is this vanilla hour?
What about that?
Come on, give me
you like
something
that
else.
if a girl just goes sniff it and you have to go, yes.
I do that for free. She didn't even have to ask,
Yeah,
son.
but would you do? No. The sniffing's okay, but if the girl's like farts and then she goes sniff it.
Are we in a daycare? Come on. Beans, the magical fruit. I learned that in preschool.
Oh, you're saying this is baby talk.
This is baby talk.
Oh, what's it?
Scat.
Scat.
Scat?
Yeah.
Is that the worst you got?
That vomiting and scat is
Dude,
the worst
that's like niche topics. That's like babies in Germany are like.
So you have like subgenres of scat, like scat with corn in it, or
scat. Oh, you don't know. You just say scat. You don't know the types of scat. Fuck you.
Well, okay, tell me some types of scat and educate me.
Pooping, using it as weapons.
That's not porn. That's not porn. That's just funny.
You don't know.
I know about scat.
Swallowing lots of toxic waste and tossing in each other's face and see who melts off first. Go.
Stamper, when you're eating out a girl's butt, if it smells a little bit like poop, do you like that? Just a little bit, just a whiff.
Well, it's a butt.
Yeah, no, but if you just get a whiff and it smells a little bit kind of funky, are you kind of like...
A buddy's gonna smell no matter what.
It's a butt.
You're just like, yeah, it's
If you dab it with coconut oil and the butthole opens, there's still shit and
What
stuff
if you
inside it. That doesn't change.
What if you...
If you dab it with coconut oil.
What if you finger her butt, but it's fine? You take your finger out, and then you put your hand on her ass to fuck her again, and then you take your hand off, and there's just a little bit of yellow, just a tiny bit of yellow.
Question.
This is why our fan base is primarily male. Okay? Because his whole opening was fuck women, and now there's yellow shit on my finger because I was
just a little faint bit of yellow. Like, you'd leave it there, would you go, ugh, or would you just kind of, like, put it in your mouth?
You live in the moment of sexual intercourse.
Niall.
Yeah.
Dogs are related to us. Dogs sniff butts. I rest my case.
What? How are dogs related to us?
They're mammals. They have pussies. They have danguses. They're dogs. They breathe, eat, fart. Do I have to go on?
Dude, fucking hippos are related to us. I don't fucking like bathe in the like fucking water and stick my head out and ram people.
Most things related
How
to
often
us
do you
are
get to run into a hippo's pussy?
Never, but
exactly.
What does a hippo's pussy look like?
Have you ever been to a zoo?
Leave a picture of a hippo's pussy in the comments below.
Leave a picture of a hippo's pussy in the comments below.
I would like to see what it looks like.
Guys,
I'm actually intrigued now.
Do you remember that movie Ace Ventura: Pet Detective?
Oh yeah.
Oh, just ask your mom.
Okay, wait, that was too far. First of all, that was about.
Do you
10
remember
seconds.
that? Do you remember the part where
That was true.
he gives birth to a hippo?
That was a rhino. If I don't.
It was a rhino.
It was a rhino.
And he was like in this weird brown liquid, and he's like,
he goes, ah. Yeah,
that was
pretty
funny.
What I don't understand,
hilarious.
what I don't understand is how the guy was like, "Look, son, he's giving birth," and it's clearly a fucking guy's like fingers and shit. Like, wouldn't you understand? Wouldn't you be like, "It's a guy hand"? Would you be like, "Oh, it's one of those malformed like rhino guys that you see every now and then"?
But it was so obviously not a real hippo too.
The character in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, was he a rhino with purple hair?
Yeah.
Rocksteady.
Did he have purple hair? I don't know anything about Teenage Mutant Turtles.
You need to get educated, my friend.
I didn't grow up with it. Do you want to know something? I tried watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and there's this one scene where these kids were tied to a bed in the basement of like the sewers or whatever, and he's like, "Y'all gonna tell me where the turtles are?" And he took out a feather, and they're like, "What are you gonna do with that?" And he started
tickles them.
He started tickling their feet.
So many weird stuff made me horny when I was a kid. I swear to God, that made me horny when I was a kid.
Dude, that just confused me and irritated me.
Weird.
Because I was like, wow, this is taking my corner spot with a cartoon I wanted to watch.
Like I was set to be the biggest pervert ever because when I was a kid, you know the movie.
Now, biggest pervert ever.
Yeah,
I like to see that.
You know
those headlines.
You know the movie. You know the movie Aladdin.
Yeah.
You know the part where Jafar like controls them and makes him do what he wants.
Yeah.
That made me really horny when I was a kid. And I was so confused. I don't know why. I was like, you could like make her do anything. I don't know. It was just really.
Nah, you
weird.
Overthink Disney movies when you watch them.
I don't know. I was just a kid and that made me horny. I have no idea why. I was literally about 7 years old.
Jasmine made me horny, but you know.
Jasmine made me horny.
You ever see Robin Hood?
She still makes me horny.
The Disney Robin Hood?
Yeah.
You know Maid Marian the fox?
Yeah.
She made me super horny when I was a kid.
Dude, she made me horny too, and she's like kissing the bunny boy, and I'm like, why is that little faggot get all the attention? He sucks.
I know.
Lola Bunny in Space Jam? Horny as fuck.
Yeah. And the people are like, oh, it's so wrong. Like, shut up, faggot. You liked it too. Fuck you.
Yeah. This one time I walked in on my dad when he was pooping. Horny as fuck.
This one time?
You got horny or was your dad horny while he was pooping?
I was.
This one time,
both of you?
I walked in my dad's room, and he had coconut oil all over the bathroom.
What is with you and coconut oil?
It's the only lubricant I've ever been exposed to. Besides
Fireboy and Coconut Girl?
Coconut oil is amazing. You could cook with it. You could use it as a massage oil.
And you can put stuff in your ass using it.
It smells great. Not after you take it out of your ass, but it smells great. And you know what the thing is? I hate coconut. I hate the taste of it.
You know, this is the thing. I'm going to ruin this for everybody because I don't care because I don't like coconuts. Spoiler alert, I'm going to ruin on coconuts for you forever. So get ready. Coconuts taste like soft fingernails in your mouth. That's what coconut tastes like.
That's shredded
those
coconut.
Little white those little white coconut, they taste like soft fingernails. Take a bite of I don't even give a shit if you don't chew them. Take one bite of them and fucking taste that texture, and then put a coconut in your mouth after taking a shower, and fucking tell me that doesn't taste.
That's shredded
like
coconut, though.
Shredded coconut.
Well, it's that, but
that's the most common coconut you run into.
I don't like the taste of coconut. It tastes coconutty.
It doesn't have a taste. It's
bad.
Weird. I mean, coconut's good mixed in with certain things, but it's that nutty fucking Nutter Bar coconut stuff that comes off in shavings.
Coconut water is puke worthy. It's disgusting.
If you were on a strand on a desert island, all there was chocolate, wine, or coconuts, what would you want?
Coconuts. What the fuck am I gonna do with wine?
Yeah.
And I don't really care for chocolate.
Coconuts, I think, can do good for the thirst too.
What do you mean? What could you not do with wine? Wine never goes bad.
Yeah, but what are you gonna do? Sit on a desert island, drink wine all day, and get fucked up and sick?
Yeah. What else are you gonna fucking do?
Dehydrated, angry, wake up with a hangover, and die in 2 days?
You have a thing of water. You have a spring of clear water.
Oh, now I can just add things to this fantasy?
No, you had this. You just had to dig through the woods a little bit.
Like Swiss Family Robinson, but I have wine too.
All right, I'm just writing how, I want a fantasy.
Is it unlimited wine and unlimited coconut?
Don't you hate that when people set up fantasies and then they put you in a situation where a fantasy won't go through and then they're like, no, but there's so-and-so here, so now you have to choose the other one.
You just did that though.
I know. I was creating an example for a new topic.
I
see what you did there.
It's like they create a false sense of securement, and it's almost like a thing where it's like,
no, you never know what they want from you. It's like, all right, so here's a scenario: you're in a warehouse and there's only one door in the warehouse, and you have to escape the warehouse, and all you have is a wrench, and you're like,
I use the
okay,
window.
so I use the door, and they're like, no, the door's locked. And it's like, okay, so I used a wrench and hit the lock on the door. And they're like, no, you can't do that because there's no wrench. And it's like, what do you want from me, dude? It's like, it's like, okay, so I guess I die in the warehouse.
And it's like, yeah, exactly, you fucking idiot.
Exactly, you fucking faggot, yeah. Go die in the warehouse.
And they feel like they're the fucking kings after they killed you. They outsmarted you. You were no match for them.
That's a lot of those things where it's like it plays into what you want to hear. Like, it's like, oh, it's great. You'll have...
Nobody's ever happy. They're like, oh, you used the wrench and got out of the warehouse. Good.
It's
Good
like,
for you, dude.
You were creative.
No one is ever like, you successfully escaped.
None of those scenarios never work out.
Well,
what do you want to talk about?
That just happened,
dude. We had an
stopped.
avid discussion about what you put in your ass and how kids are smart.
I don't think this is a bad podcast, actually.
Oh, it's pretty good.
Hey, when you were a kid, wait, let's talk about the things that happened when we were kids.
All right, let's talk about things that happened when you were a kid.
That's an endless supply of stories.
Sure. No, let's touch on the topic.
Yeah.
Okay. Since we were on topic about kids at one point, when you were a kid, there's a certain thing your mom would always bring home that you would fucking lose your mind to. It was like the greatest thing your mom bought. And it was one of the... do you have one of those fond things? For me, my mom would always bring me one of those big Slim Jim things when I was a kid.
Yeah.
She would always bring them home whenever she went out. And
like a little gift to you.
Yeah, when my mom went shopping, I'd be like, Slim Jims when she gets back. And then I'd come up to her and I'd be like... And then she'd put out her hand, she'd be like, how'd you know? And I'd be like, it's like a fucking cat and a bell. It's like it knows it's going to get something after a while, so it's just like, oh, I'm going to get a Slim Jim.
It's called Pavlov's dog. There's an actual term for that.
Did your mom ever
Wrong.
do that?
That was kindness from mom. I have a similar one, too. When I was a kid, I was hooked on this movie called Universal Soldier. It was my favorite movie because I loved all the violence, and I think there was a titty in there. But when I was a kid, it was like the coolest movie in the world. And this is back when you used to rent VHS tapes from movie rental stores. I don't even know if they fucking exist anymore. Can you rent movies now?
I think
without fucking Netflix and shit?
I think they're honestly used.
There's a Blockbuster in Alaska.
They're used as places in the back to sell drugs now, I think.
Anyways, my parents would go to the video store, and every time they went to the video store, they were like, is there a movie that you want to see? And I'm like, yeah, get Universal Soldier. I want to see it again. And they did that for me, like, my mom did that for me, like, 9 times. And then she went to the movie store again. She was like, is there anything you want to see? And I was like, yeah, can you get Universal Soldier? And she was like, no, I'm not renting this movie for you ever again. And I felt really bummed out. And then when she got back, she gave me Universal Soldier. And she went out and bought me a copy. The actual movie. It was the best gift that I ever got. I was like, oh my God. I watched that VHS tape so many times I destroyed it. Like I destroyed the tape on the inside. It didn't work anymore.
Oh, do you still like it?
Yeah. I'll watch Universal Soldier right now. It's just it's not a phenomenal movie, but it's just like a movie that kind of...
I was the same way with Mummy. I watched Mummy so much, and...
I did too. I've seen that movie like a million times.
It was just one of those movies that you could finish and be like...
Yeah, I could quote that.
All right, let's restart it, and then you'd start watching it all over again, because it was... The pacing was just, like, it was good. Like, when they finally got into the fucking
It was a
pyramid,
fun movie.
It was just, like, it was great.
I agree.
Niall, you didn't say if there was anything you got when you were a kid. Like, anything your mom, when she went out, she would get you a specific thing.
Not particularly, actually.
I used to get stuff from my mom, too. It was always nice. Her face would light up. I remember my mom used to work at a funeral home, so we used to bring her bags of peach Jolly Ranchers.
Yeah.
They used to, like, segregate the flavors of the Jolly Ranchers in the bags. I don't know if they still do that, but peach Jolly Ranchers were awesome. They were just like these light, peach-flavored Jolly Ranchers.
The pink ones?
Yeah, and then I'd bring them to my mom at the funeral home, and I'd look at dead bodies and be freaked out.
Did you poke them and watch their heads cave in?
No, I remember walking up to, because this is in a really small Midwestern town. In the back of my mind, I remember walking up to because it wasn't very professional because there wasn't many people. So when people died, they just put them in coffins and just kind of wheeled them over to the corner of the building.
Oh.
And so you could just walk up and look. And I remember seeing this guy with just a big smile on his face. He had these big ass ears and he was just smiling really big. He was dead. I guess I was like, wow. Death isn't that bad. That guy looks really happy. And later on, I just found out it was rigor mortis, and his face just like tightened up. So he wasn't really that thrilled to be dead. But
it's funny too with the whole concept of when you get something, and then when your parents get older, like as
yo, Niall's in the fucking bathroom. That guy's a fucking faggot. He needs to be kicked off this fucking podcast because I'm tired of all his fucking bullshit opinions. He needs to go the fuck back to Ireland where he belongs with his people, quote unquote.
I already like called like someone from Ireland. I know someone on the inside because I know Chris. Like Chris gives me connections.
The Irish connection, they're gonna come and fucking get Niall and just bring him back home. That's completely unreasonable.
No, it's real. Realistically, I thought about this.
Okay, fine. It just needs to be out of here. He just needs to go away. What were you saying, Corey?
I was talking about like when you were younger. Whenever like you got older, your mom like she would spend money. So after a while, like here's a realistic question: did you get allowance?
No, never.
You didn't get allowance. Did you get allowance?
I've never gotten allowance.
Oh man, you know what I got each week from my mom?
What?
Out of the kindness of her heart.
I got chores and a speech about how I was lucky to be living there.
Yeah, I'm pretty much the same.
Dude, my parents were fucking. When I was old enough to even understand what allowance was, my parents were like 30. They were like our age.
I know.
I wouldn't give anybody fucking any of my money right now. I am so broke right now.
I know.
Let alone some shitty ass kids.
No, my mom would give me $20.
Yeah. Oh, so wait, was that supposed to be a lot or like
$20 a week in like the fucking 90s?
Yeah.
2000s start-ish.
Dude, if I got $20 a week back then.
And it was fucked up because they would just spend it on candy and useless shit when you're a kid. Like, you just like, I'm gonna get Jolly Ranchers, I'm gonna get Skittles, I'm gonna get M&M's.
I'm gonna go to the arcade and play for 5 days straight, and then you blow $20 in like 28 minutes.
Exactly. My mom was like, she also like never punished me like when I was a kid. But the thing is, like, because she was like that, I had a lot of respect for her. Because she was considerate.
That's what I'm saying. I never got hit by my parents.
I don't understand how people like have these like really shitty kids who are like, "Fuck you, you're a horrible parent."
Is there power in that?
Yeah. People are like, you know, like, "Fuck you, bitch, give me that candy." My mom was like, she never did anything to me. I don't think my mom's ever hit me in my entire life.
My mom, I got hit with a wooden spoon once, but I remember that.
My mom kicks ass. I love my mom.
Yeah,
my mom is the shit,
my
son.
mom, she never did anything, and it's like I was spoiled to hell and back. But because of that, like. I respected my mom.
One of my earliest memories that I remember was sitting on the floor of the shower, and I was looking up at my mom, and she was washing her hair, and she was completely naked because we were just showering in the same.
Yeah, they always go like, "Oh, they'll never remember this," but everyone remembers it.
I remember that shit.
I remember it too. My mom used to come into the bathroom and like use the toilet while I was taking a shower and shit.
Yeah, and you hear.
She'd just talk to me about things, and I would just be like, "Ma, you forgot my purple dinosaur," and then she would like say all this stuff to me.
That's families, though.
Yeah, it's like I'm pretty sure everyone's experienced that. It's not like you're gonna be weird, like, "Oh, you saw your mom naked?" It's like, dude, you were naked for 90% of your time when you were around your mom. Why does it fucking matter?
Everybody's fucking
your
weird
mom
about
wiped
that.
your ass.
It's only when you're older it might be kind of considered a little weird.
These are all these people that are, yeah, okay, I've seen my mom naked, I've seen my sister naked, I've seen my brother naked, I've seen my dad naked, I've seen half my roommates naked.
I'm
not one of those faggots that runs around like, masturbate? Oh, of course not. I don't masturbate. That's gross. That's just disgusting.
That's
You
bullshit.
disgust me, sir.
That's bullshit. Like, literally?
Just be honest. Human beings are disgusting creatures. Just get it out of the way.
We're fucking animals. We just do what animals do. We have
And I
sexual
do feel like some people are just more vocal about it. It's like some people are perverted, but just some are more vocal, and some are more able to talk, and some are more comfortable about talking about certain topics.
I got nothing to lose. What, is somebody gonna make fun of me?
Yeah. You'll get owned. They'd be like, "Hey, did you hear? Stamper likes guys."
Oh shit! Hey, did you hear? Stamper saw his mom naked once. Oh!
They'd be like, son, like Spaz Kid's a faggot. He put stuff in his butt. It's like, yeah, all right. Ouch. Sorry, keep rubbing my titty. It's like still shaped bruises.
Ouch.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't bother me. At one point, I remember when I was on the internet and someone was like, "You're gay," and I'm like, "You can't say that. My mom says you can't say that stuff." And I'm like, "You're a jerk."
I remember in like,
and he's like, "Yeah, well, you're a faggot," and I'm like, "That's not fair."
I remember in like the 3rd grade, I was like, I go to my friends after school. I was like, "Fuck that." And then they were like, "Whoa!" Like, do you swear? And I was like, "Yep."
I swear.
I used to be a kid, I was like, are you freaking kidding me or crap? And then one day I was around like older kids who were just like, man, check this fucking ollie out. And I'm like, dude, you see that shit? Shit was awesome. Fuck yeah, dude. And then they were like clapping and shit, like, hey, dude, check it out. And then they like showed me and stuff. And then I went home and I'm like, Mom, this kid just did a fucking ollie. And she just turned around completely flabbergasted. But then it's like weird because it's like, she's like, don't curse. And then I would go to my dad's house and he would just be screaming at the fucking football game. He'd be like, you fucking idiot, fumbling the ball, you moron. And then I'd just be sitting there. He'd be like, and I'd be like, if I said something, I'm like, Dad, why can't I say fuck? And he would like turn around and try and throw an object at me. And then I'd be like, what? And
I
he's like,
still,
"If
to
you
this
ever
day, don't
say
curse.
that."
I don't curse in front of my parents.
Here's the thing. I don't recommend it, but there comes to a point where you're almost...
No, a lot of my friends are like, Mom, fuck off.
You're
like, okay, son.
You're incapable of controlling yourself. I'm incapable of controlling yourself. And I went to my mom, and I'm around my mom, and I'm talking about stuff, and I'm like, that's fucking dumb as shit. And she'll like start laughing and stuff, and I'm like, why are you laughing? And she's like, because you're fucking cursing like a sailor. And I'm like, you just said fuck. She's like, I fucking curse because I'm old.
Because I'm a human.
I'm like, fuck you, I'm 24. And then she'll like lose her shit.
The thing is, it's about showing respect to people that you would think like
exactly
wouldn't prefer to hear that kind of language.
My parents would not prefer to hear that.
And
that's fine.
Yeah, but
my stepdad doesn't want to.
When I was living there, I had like I was a master at it. When I talk to my friends, I curse so much.
But when your parents came around,
when my parents were around, I could somehow just filter that. But now when I'm on Skype to them because they're back in Ireland, the other day I was like, "That's fucking shit," and then I was like,
and they were like,
and then my mom was like, "Yeah, it is," and I was like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, it's different. Like my mom definitely, she treats me like an adult because she realizes that I'm going through adult things, I guess. But
little does she know.
Yeah, little does she know that I'm just going out buying candy and having a heyday. I'm like, sweet dude, I got $1.50. That's an M&M.
No, that's a fucking.
That's some Laffy Taffies, and I'm gonna.
Dude, that is fucking gummy bears.
I'm gonna binge drink the whole weekend.
Oh, that's $2.10 actually in Wawa.
With $1.50, you're not gonna get very far.
No, I'm gonna like steal drinks from binges.
Oh, sweet dude.
Wait, what was that delicious meal you said you could get for $1.50 recently?
You go to McDonald's and you get a McDouble and you dress it up like a Big Mac.
Snapper knows all the tricks of the trade.
Yeah.
I worked at McDonald's, I didn't know that
You
shit.
just get a burger, it's even cheaper.
Have it your way, son. Go get the cheapest shit and be like, hey, can you put lettuce on that? And tomatoes? And secret sauce.
And an extra patty, please.
And
extra buns for that extra patty, please.
And extra food you have laying around, just to throw that around.
With a slice of cheese.
They always charge for cheese, but nobody gives a shit about lettuce.
Nobody cares like when you get charged for cheese. No one's like, oh, you're gonna put cheese on it? Unless they're like lactose intolerant, which that's why they asked, do you want cheese on it?
Dude, cheese
Because
makes the
people
damn
give a shit.
burger.
But it's like, that's something I hate when I'm like ordering a fucking Big Mac and it's like, do you want cheese on it? And it's like, fucking obviously, but it's like, oh, people have like.
Or you can go buy one of those $1 cheeseburgers, and then you buy one of those $1 side salads, and then you break apart the salad and put all the salad on your cheeseburger. Because all it is lettuce and tomato and stuff. And then you have an ultimate cheeseburger that you didn't pay $6 for.
Holy goddamn smokes!
You just have to open it appropriately.
Stamper.
You are my lantern.
You've lived.
Yeah, I've been homeless. I know how to stretch my food budget.
I've been homeless. Wait, yeah.
Yeah, being homeless sucks.
It sure does. I know a few McDonald's tips. Like, if you want to get freshly made stuff, just ask for like no tomatoes or something. They have to make it fresh. Like,
yeah, say you're allergic.
Yeah, say you're allergic. They'll have to fucking go into another room and make it. Actually, that's not true, but they should.
Do you remember when you used to buy clothes at like stores and stuff, and you only got like branded stuff? Like you would go into malls and you'd be like, Mom, I have to go to this skate shop because I have to get the newest, coolest brands of skateboard stuff because I gotta be a poser.
Yeah.
I was like, okay. But now it's just kind of like, you think about it, I still wear, like, I have like some fucking skate shoes on.
Skate shoes are the most comfortable shoes.
Yeah,
though. I don't care what people say.
But they're bar laced to hell and back and shit. So it's just like, I'll never grow out of that style. I'm gonna be a fucking 80-year-old man wearing bar laced skateboard shoes, and someone's gonna be like, you look too old for that. I'd be like, fuck you, dude. They're comfortable.
Skate shoes.
So vote for me for president, won't you? I know he would. Right? Killface.
Ugh.
What? I mean, how
Why would there be a penguin in a wheat field?
Listen, when your Q factor's as high as Lamont's, you can direct the spots.
All right, here. Q factor. More like Pew factor.
Right. I had my expense reports.
Are you doing a trailer? Because I could go in it.
Whoa! Oh, my liquor!
Damn it! Not
my liquor!
Wendell! Wendell!
Everybody get down!
My hands. Oh, my God. You got any Bactine? Yeah, that was a big change, coming over from labor as I did, because he gets shot at, like, all the time. Yeah, and it can get stressful, certainly, but, you just have to, find an outlet. Anywho, I do, what do I do? Perimeter security. It's big. Bad guy comes in, snap, crackle, pop. That wakes me up. I hit this bad boy.
Is this all of them? Wendell? That's what I thought.
Also, I look after Goldilocks. That's my call sign for his kid Simon, who, between us is kind of f***ed up.
So, Simon, are you happy that your dad's running for president? Okay.
I wish we could have a thought balloon over that guy's head, It's like when you look at a dog. What's he thinking? Is he thinking just dog thoughts, or is it real thoughts? Like, hey, we're out of things a dog needs. So I try to take him under my wing. Hey, you want to see something pretty kick-ass?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm also required to interact with Ms. Bunch.
Wendell Stamps.
Yes'm?
Don't call me, call me Dottie.
Oh, I don't really want to.
You strike me as a man well-schooled in the subtle art of... La 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 la.
Okay.
La la la. Wendell, look at me. La 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 la.
7:30 in the morning. This is what I have instead of coffee. Yeah, nice lady. Nice lady.
So, latest polls, where are they?
No, you don't want to get bogged down in the numbers.
They're bad, aren't they?
No, they're fine.
Oh my God, how bad are they?
Well, bad is a relative term. I said, what you think about global warming? Huh? Well, get a job, you damn hippie. Huh? You. Basically, I just make stuff up and fax it over there.
Oh, there's a fax coming.
Some weeks he doing good, other weeks he's not doing any good.
Great Scott! These are much better than I thought they'd be, if these African-American numbers are right.
Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise, especially after last Sunday.
Hello, African Zionists. Pleasure to be here. And how about that Jesus Christ, He's one bad mother...
Shut your mouth!
I'm just talking about Christ. We should send them a pie basket.
Oh, they don't eat pie.
Yeah, they
Have
do.
you ever actually met a black person?
Of course. Sin was black.
I don't think a servant is...
Indentured servant. Technically.
How did you ever win the primary?
Duh.
Look, 71% of Americans don't care at all about global warming.
That's not right, is it?
Yeah, that's a good number. Hey, Debbie, write this down, baby. I'm gonna play that on a straight box. Huh? I think you know what I'm saying.
Especially Republicans. So that just won't cut it in the general election.
This bird.
Which is why
reeks.
I'm bringing in an urban relations advisor.
No. I don't want some affirmative act. Surely that could really work out for us. How are you? Care for a grape soda?
I'm out.
Oh,
Orange?
no, don't be out.
Filet of fish,
Be
maybe.
in.
He's a one-hit wonder. Global warming.
Cured it.
Oh, shut up, baby Lamont.
Hey, bro.
His foreign policy is unrealistic.
Global
His
warming.
domestic policy is non-existent.
Global warming.
Healthcare,
Global warming.
immigration,
Global warming.
welfare reform.
Global warming.
Man, do you even know what these terms mean?
I know that I cured global warming.
See?
So...
He's a one-trick pony.
Well, it's a pretty big pony.
My God.
What?
I either
now?
just had a stroke or the most brilliant idea ever.
Well, your blood's way too thin for a stroke, Let's hear it.
Meet your new VP.
Who's that?
Taquil. Him.
Hell yeah.
The black guy. How perfect is that?
Hell yeah. What?
Hey,
thank you, Strom Thurmond.
No, I'm cool. You know, I'm down with it. But is America down? Are they ready for a black VP? I don't know.
Hey, man, look.
You know, you'd literally be a heartbeat away from the presidency.
Am I really hearing
And
this?
that's, you know, I'll be honest, that scares the crap out of a lot of people. On the other hand, no, I don't know.
Man, you.
See, you're nothing but a hooligan. Just like that record album all over again.
Oh, yeah. Let's drag that up.
Rapper Taquil made headlines today, but not the good kind like you want.
What I think happened was a lot of people just took a lot of things out of context.
You don't find any of this offensive?
Listen,
Aren't you Jewish?
who's to say? Yes.
And you don't find any of this
No.
offensive?
I see a celebration of life, you know, like, hoop dreams.
How can you
or
say-
finding Forrester. Maybe they're going to find Forrester. In Poland.
I mean,
Look,
serious.
I made a huge donation to B'nai B'rith.
I don't want to trade the Jewish vote just to get the black vote.
Hey,
you know?
blacks make up 13% of the U.S. population.
Oh, that's not right, is it?
And the Jews are only 2%.
Oh, so net gain then.
I mean, it's really kind of a no-brainer.
Well then, get on the bus.
Hell yeah. All right, good decision.
Oh, also we need a bus.
They probably had a problem with one of their rockets.
Hey guys, Steve here. You are listening to one of our original 26 episodes. If you've listened to any of our new episodes, you're going to notice that we're sounding a little different in these ones.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
There is.
They've been remastered.
They have been remastered.
Because they had a really annoying hum.
Yeah, I mean, a huge thanks to listener James for doing almost all of the legwork on this thing.
Yeah.
You'll also notice if you had listened to what we're calling the Lost 26 episodes before, and you're re-listening now, the music and sound effects are gone.
Yes, we've gone back to straight audio. So be warned, we sound a little different today than we do in what you're about to listen to.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Thinking sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
What? Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hey there. It's time for a little unsolved mystery action. You guys up for that? Woo! Woo! Okay, well, first off, my name's Joe.
I'm Devin.
I'm Steve.
Okay, well, let's get rolling here. So our story starts in the early 70s. There was a break-in at the Hughes Corporation. The break-in led to the revelation that a ship that had been built by the Hughes Corporation, the Glomar Explorer, which was ostensibly built for the exploration and mining of manganese modules from the ocean floor, was not actually built for that purpose at all. It was actually part of a CIA project that the Hughes Corporation was providing cover for. So the Glomar Explorer was, it turns out, not mining manganese modules at all. It was raising a Soviet submarine.
Wait, what's a manganese module?
I'm not even sure what the hell that is. But apparently there are manganese modules on the ocean floor, and manganese is a rare metal that's worth a lot of money, I guess. And so, you know, if it weren't so darn expensive to go retrieve those things off the ocean floor, then we could actually be grabbing those things and, you know, utilizing them. But apparently we're not, because it costs too much money.
Okay.
So anyway, as a little aside, you know, the cover story was so effective that some major corporations actually put a lot of money into researching how to actually retrieve manganese modules themselves from the ocean floor. And whoopsie, joke was on them. So anyway, back to so let's go back to 1968. In April 1968, the Soviet submarine K-129 sank in the Pacific, about 800 miles northwest of Hawaii. It was an early Soviet boomer, and I'm sure you all know what a boomer is, but for the few of you who don't know what a boomer is, that's a submarine that carries nuclear missiles. The idea being that, you know, if somebody launches an attack on your homeland and wipes out all your land-based missiles, well, you still got some hidden out at sea to fire back at the enemy. We've got them. The Soviets have them. The Brits and the French have them. Chinese have them. So anyway, that's a boomer. So this is one of the earliest attempts at a boomer. It was a diesel submarine that had been lengthened. The sail had been made larger to accommodate 3 vertically mounted nuclear-tipped missiles. They were liquid fuel, and that's probably why the submarine sank, is because liquid fuel rockets tend to be a lot more prone to accidents, which is why we use solid fuel rockets on our boomers. So anyway, so it sank. We didn't know about it at first. What happened is the Navy noticed a huge surge of Soviet naval forces into that part of the Pacific, obviously looking for their lost submarine. And so that caused us to go back and review our SOSUS records. And I'm sure you all know what SOSUS is. But SOSUS, but for the few of you who don't, SOSUS is...
Scratching my head.
Yeah, is an underwater network of sonar receivers that we've got in certain strategic places around the world. And so we actually pick up all kinds of noise and run it through computers and figure out what's going on in the ocean.
Oh, is that how we heard the bloop?
The bloop? Probably.
Oh, yeah, it's a giant listening network.
Yeah, it's a big underwater listening network.
We'll talk about the bloop later.
Yeah, okay, well, yeah, I remember the bloop. But so anyway, in response to this, the U.S. went back and reviewed all of its SOSUS records and determined that, yes, indeed, there were some sounds. There was, first of all, a big boom associated with an explosion, and then somewhat after that, some other sounds associated with the implosion or the death of a submarine. So apparently they probably had a problem with one of their rockets. They surfaced. It exploded. They probably had a problem with one of their rockets. They surfaced. It exploded. And then eventually the ship wound up sinking in about 2 miles of water. And so using triangulation, et cetera, we were able to figure out roughly where it had gone down. So at that point, and by the way, the project was eventually named Project Azorian, although they codenamed it Project Jennifer. It was codenamed Project Azorian, but they told the press it was Project Jennifer because that's just the way they are, the government.
I really wanted there to be 27 of them.
Yeah, I know. So everybody thinks everybody thought it was Project Jennifer, but actually it's Project Azorian. Yeah. There's there's a guy who was part of the whole thing. He was on the Halibut, which was a spy sub that went out looking for the wreckage of the submarine. Eventually, many years later, like in the 90s, he wrote a book about it called Spy Sub. And in his book, the Halibut was called the Viperfish. Exactly. Everywhere it was, he couldn't, and everybody, the Soviets, Chinese, everybody knows it's called the Halibut. We all know this, but he was still required to call it something else, so he called it the Viperfish. That's how silly they are about this stuff.
Of course.
Yeah, I know. So the guy's name was Roger Dunham, and he was on board the Halibut, and the Halibut was equipped to trail an apparatus behind it, which they called the fish. And the fish was basically, remember, this isn't like the early 70s. We didn't have digital photography and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So what they had to do is they had to trail this thing underneath the sub and behind the sub and do racetrack patterns, just go up and down in a grid pattern over the ocean floor, and then regularly haul the thing up back into the boat, pull out the film canisters, and develop the film.
Oh my God.
And so eventually the day came, and they were down there for weeks looking around, and eventually the day came when, hey, we spotted something. And so they had pictures of something on the ocean floor, the K-129. So they had found what they were looking for. And so at that point, that's when it's time to figure out what to do with it. It was laying on its side. One of the missiles had slid out of the top of the sail. And there was this thought got around that we should probably try to raise it. And so the Glomar Explorer was built for that express purpose of raising that submarine to explore their missile technology, maybe get a look at the code books, whatever else is going on. And so the Glomar Explorer was purpose built for this very mission. It had this thing called the Claw that was, then it had a moon pool in the middle of the ship. The moon pool was just a big pool that was open on the bottom. It had closing doors that could close, but it could open up, and it was 199 feet long. And then at either end of that, there were these crane type arrangements. What essentially they did was they would lower down these big steel pipes, slowly lower them down. And these other big machinery pieces that would grab the next piece. These were, I believe, 60 feet long piece, and they were threaded on either end. And so you would lower this thing down all the way, these two pieces of steel that are attached to the claw, and then the cranes bring up two more big, huge tubes of steel, and they're threaded into the ones below.
Like making a tent.
Yeah. And then those things are slowly lowered, and then the next pair of tubes are brought up, threaded in, slowly lowered. So the process of actually getting the claw down to the K-120, and bringing it back up took many days. And so it was revealed many years after the fact that what had happened, the claw had 5 claws to it, essentially. It was like there were 5 individual claws that could grasp the submarine and then bring it back up. And so unfortunately, they had an unfortunate incident, according to what the Navy said. They went down too fast. They slammed the claw into the ocean bottom.
Nope.
And then they managed to maneuver it over to the submarine. I don't know if I mentioned the claw actually had like propellers and stuff on it, so that they could actually, because they were such a long ways away, there was nothing they could do from their end as far as like pushing on the pipes or anything to guide this thing. So they had to, basically using underwater cameras and lights and everything like that, they would use propellers that were mounted on this thing to pull it in various directions to get it centered over where they needed it to be. And they got it centered over the wreckage, and then they hooked the wreckage with the claw.
Yeah, no, this sounds, this makes me think of, have you ever taken a tape measure and run it out to about 6 foot and it's trying to bend and not quite break, and you're trying to get it over to touch something, and that's difficult, and that's just a 6 foot tape measure.
Oh yeah.
This was 2 miles down?
Yeah, a couple of miles down. And it was a long ways down. And it was like, a very difficult operation, and yet somehow,
Tedious, I think, is the word that comes to mind.
that too, and yet somehow they, alas, on the way up, some of the claws broke and the part of the submarine fell. Apparently,
so they actually managed to hook it.
Yeah, they actually managed to get this thing wrapped around the sub. The claw was really like holding onto the sub, bringing it up. And unfortunately, some of the claws broke on the way back up under the stress, and most of the submarine was lost. Essentially, the nose remained, and the rest of it broke away.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that is the official story. But of course, there's a lot of problems with that story.
Did they get the nose? They bring it up? They keep bringing it up?
They did bring the nose up. They brought the nose up. They actually found the remains of some Soviet sailors, and they gave them a burial at sea, supposedly.
Wait, didn't they already have one of those?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I feel
yeah. And they didn't find much of value.
But his pupils are giant, too.
Okay. There's several problems with this story.
Okay.
The K-129 was 328 feet long.
The sub that they were retrieving.
Yeah, 328 feet long.
328 feet.
328 feet long. The moon pool of the Glomar Explorer was 199 feet long.
Huh.
Now, given that it was purpose built for the mission of raising a submarine that's 129 feet longer than the moon pool, you kind of got to ask, exactly why they didn't make it a longer moon pool. But when questioned about that, a Navy spokesman said that the plan was to haul it up and then have divers go down and cut the ends of the submarine off, because they were mainly interested in the middle part where the missiles were.
They were just going to cut it off?
But that's more than half of the sub, isn't it? They would have to cut
about
off.
half.
About half?
Almost half. I mean, 320, I'm assuming to no more than 190 feet. Let have a little bit of play, right? 195 at the most. Yeah, so they're losing a lot of sub there.
Well, and it's a sub. It's not as if it's just a shell and you cut the outside shell and it falls apart.
Exactly. I mean, the process of cutting the ends off you're talking weeks.
At least.
Many weeks because there's framing, there's decks, there's all kinds of, there's piping and tubing and all kinds of stuff.
That's the sort of thing they do for, months on a dry dock on a ship.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine doing that underwater and, especially,
at sea.
At sea with waves and everything. But the next problem is that somehow the nose remained. In the claws, and the rest of the sub broke away. But it seems rather unlikely that even if there was damage to the sub, and I'm sure there was, and it wouldn't be so extensive that the nose wouldn't have been pulled out with the rest of the wreckage out of the claws. It seems rather unlikely. And last of all, how did they get the nose into the moon pool? Because theoretically, the nose should have been sticking way out one end of the claws if it stayed behind. So how exactly did they get that nose into the moon pool?
And there's no reclose that says, quote unquote, this is what we did, correct?
How do you mean? There's no,
as in this is how we got the nose in the moon pool.
Oh yeah, no, they never explained that. No,
okay,
that's never been explained.
I'm just thinking. Okay, well let's just run with the theory. Let's just run with the story.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we pull it up and a big chunk of it breaks away. Oh crud! The only part that we've got left is what we meant to cut off, and it won't fit in the hole.
Yeah.
Well, it's like trying to get something in your car that's too big. You got to tie it on to something and cinch it down. And I can just imagine they would have gone in with some kind of cabling and attached the superstructure, let go with the claw, and it would have drifted down, and then they would have craned it up through the moon pool.
That is entirely possible. They could have done something like that. I mean, they could have I don't know if they had anything on board that was capable of hauling that much weight besides the claw itself.
Mm-hmm.
But they could have actually attached cables, dropped it, let it be suspended, bring the claw back down, and grab it, bring it back up. So that's entirely possible if that's what they did.
I mean, I'm just thinking. Okay, well, let's just say the story is true. That the cover story that is the cover story for the first story. Let's just say that's true. That's the only plausible way I could see it happen.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway,
but it is suspicious that they would, if they custom built the ship, and I don't know anything about structural integrity of ships or anything like that. I don't know if it was impossible for them to do that.
to make it actually
to make
big
it
enough.
actually that long, especially the moon pool. The ship would have been pretty big.
It would have had to be very big to accommodate that large of a moon pool.
But why would you do that?
Well, why would you go to all this trouble and expense to raise an obsolete diesel submarine? I mean, really.
Yeah, I guess that's the real question, isn't it?
There wasn't much in there. I mean, the Soviets had liquid fuel rockets, which was a technology that we had already had abandoned in favor of solid fuel rockets. So it's not like we were really jonesing for their rocket technology. And of course,
they were nukes, right?
Yeah.
So
it would have been possibly there would have been some usefulness to seeing their nuclear warheads and figuring out how tinkering with those a little bit. There would have been some usefulness there. But again, it probably would have been easier to just grab one of the rockets that had fallen out and just build have a much smaller operation that goes down and just grabs a rocket that's a missile in the ocean.
So are there theories about these problems?
No, I have no theories myself. Well, I have theories, but I don't believe them very, very much. There's a couple of theories. One is that, one other thing I wanted to mention too is that there's a guy who was involved with this project called John Craven, who eventually wrote his memoirs. He was in the Navy, not actually with the Navy, he was a scientist, and he was involved in the sonar search for not only the wreckage of the K-129, he was the guy that actually orchestrated the search to find it through the sonar records and pinpoint its location. And he also was part of the search behind the Scorpion, which was a U.S. submarine that sank in 1968. It was a skipjack class sub that sank in the Atlantic off the Azores. So he wrote his memoirs. In his memoirs, he said he was talking about Project Azori, and he said that he had seen the photographs that were taken by the halibut, and that he was surprised to hear that what the photographs were of was a diesel submarine. That's what he said.
Did he say what he thought they were going to be?
He didn't say what the photographs were of. He just said basically it was not a diesel submarine.
Have these photos ever been released?
Not that I know of. No.
And this happened again. What was the year they pulled it? 68?
That was the year the submarine sank. It was the early 70s when it was actually raised. Yeah, so
Freedom of Information Act extends how far back?
Yeah, they usually I would say it's long past time to release those things. And actually, I have not yet researched that. My bad. I should probably try to find out if any of those photographs have been released. But I really suspect they haven't been released because what I suspect actually happened is that when the K-129 sank, when a submarine goes, depends on the position of the planes. But say for example, the rudder is straight, and the stern planes have been straightened, and so you start to sink, and eventually, if your nose is a little bit, you'll start going more vertical, and at that point, your control surfaces in the rear of the submarine basically act like flutes on an arrow, and
they drive you downwards.
Essentially, you're gonna wind up going straight down. So if the K-129, when the K-129 sank, I'm guessing that probably it went in nose first. The nose was completely demolished. And so that's why the Navy felt very comfortable saying that they'd recovered the nose, because the nose no longer existed anyway.
Okay.
That's fair.
What I believe is that the Glomar Explorer, when it was built for another mission, it performed that mission, and then later on, as part of their little cover story, they went out to this part of the Pacific where this thing had been, where the submarine had sunk, and they parked out there for weeks and pretended to raise the wreckage of the submarine. That is my belief. Now, whatever it was they actually raised, I'm not sure. It could have been the wreckage of the Scorpion, which I mentioned a few minutes ago. There was actually speculation in the submarining community that the Scorpion had been sunk by the Soviets. So there probably was motivation to raise the wreckage and find out what precisely had sunk the Scorpion. And so,
how big was the Scorpion?
Well, that's the problem. The Scorpion was 252 feet long.
So also too big for the...
Yeah, well, when it hit, it kind of hit nose first. So what happened is part of the after section telescoped in.
So it scrunched.
So it did get compressed somewhat. I was doing a little research to try to find out exactly how extensive the damage was and how short the Scorpion had become from its impact. I've seen pictures, and of course these could be doctored pictures too.
Sure.
Because, if it turns out that they were able to take underwater pictures of the Scorpion, but if it actually torpedo, they would probably airbrush that. Because you're admitting that the Soviets had basically declared war on you by committing an act of war, and then you've got to do something about it.
Yeah.
So, the story that I heard, I know some submariners, and submariners are known as a silent service because they never talk about their stuff, but of course they talk all the time. I heard from a couple of them that the Scorpion was in their boats in revenge, but hockey.
Okay.
Hockey. And I have also submariner that the Navy had indeed wreckage somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But again, could be just pure
garbage,
just pure BS. Who knows?
Yeah.
So anyway, it's a mystery. So we don't know. It could have been the wreckage of maybe an experimental Soviet submarine, one of our experimental submarines. It could have been a UFO.
So so obviously we don't know exactly what it did, but after this mission, what did they do with the Glomar Explorer?
Yeah, the Glomar Explorer got refitted. Actually, I had the good fortune to actually see the Glomar Explorer. It was right here in Portland. That was I think 98, 99, somewhere in there.
Uh-huh.
I was taking a jet boat ride. You know the jet boats?
Yeah.
That are right by the USS Blueback.
Right.
The mighty Blueback down at Omsey. Yeah. Yeah, so I took a jet boat ride, and then we went up to Cascade General Shipyard. And on the outside of the shipyard was no less than the Glomar Explorer. It was here for a refit. And I forget. I forget exactly what they refitted it for, but it's still in service. It's 619 feet long.
So let's just start that.
Yeah.
So how wide was the moon pool?
How wide is the moon pool?
Yeah, I'm trying to get a general scale of the Glomar.
So like how big is the Glomar?
Yeah, I mean, is it a giant block floating in the ocean essentially, or I'm just trying to get an idea of what
it actually looks like a ship. I've actually got a picture here. Yeah, it's 619 feet long. And as you can see from those towers there, those are the towers that those great big steel pipes go in. Are in.
Oh, so I'm glad you showed me the photo because it looks just like any other ocean-going vessel. I expected this thing to be some crazy wide and flat thing to accommodate the weight and the pull and all of that.
Yeah, you thought it would look like some sort of floating dry dock.
Yeah, essentially. That's what I would have expected it to be.
Yeah, but no, it's like 619 feet long. It's got a regular bow and everything. It's just got that 15 feet in beam. Let's take a look at this. So anyway, it was mothballed, eventually refitted, and eventually got sold off, and it's still in service today. It's our vessel for
alien radiation out of it.
Yeah. So ask me again.
Do you know what they're doing with it?
Yeah, it was converted in Cascade General. It was modified to what they call a dynamically drilling ship, capable of drilling waters of 7,500 feet.
So it's an oil drill.
And with some modification up to like 11,500 feet.
So it's, Devin's right. It's a giant drilling ship now.
Yeah. Basically, it's like kind of like an oil platform. I think probably more for exploration than actually, it's probably too valuable a thing to actually use as an oil platform.
Sure.
But and so it's still in service.
Huh.
Yeah. And who knows, knowing that the Navy, they're obsessed with secrecy, but there's probably still a couple of code books lying around in some old yeah.
So the Hughes Corporation built this, and when the Hughes Corporation went down, I mean, did any other information ever come out? I mean, I know he was a fanatic for secrecy, but I'm just curious if anything ever slipped out other than that break-in that initially told us what was going on.
That I am aware of, no. It is all still secret. I mean, they're pretty good about keeping secrets, believe it or not.
Do we know if that break-in was motivated by secrecy?
It could have been motivated by a desire to get the cover story out there.
Sure.
Because obviously.
Wait, which cover story?
Yeah, exactly. There's always more than one.
Well, I'm serious. So what was the cover story originally?
The original cover story was that it was built for the mining of manganese modules.
Okay. Break-in.
Yeah, and there was a break-in which blew that cover story apparently. So now we get to the next cover story, which is they're raising an obsolete diesel submarine off the Pacific Ocean floor.
Okay, except that that doesn't hold water. No pun intended.
But cover stories are always like that. You never have just one. They're like an onion, as you peel back the layer, get to the next
stinky
little
tear jerking.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's possible that the break-in.
It could have. It's entirely possible that for some, perhaps they wanted to tweak the Soviets a little bit. And
that's true. It was the 70s, and it's still in the Cold War.
Yeah, perhaps they didn't necessarily want to tell the truth about why exactly they had built this ship and done whatever they had done with it. But they decided it'd be kind of fun to tweak the Soviets. We've already done what we wanted to do with it. Let's take it out to the Pacific, park it somewhere, pretend to be raising their sub, and then we'll blow our own little cover story and tweak the Sovs.
Are there any wild theories? I mean, any theories out there that are weird and crazy nah,
I have not heard any. This thing is not really conspiracy theory circuit. This thing is not really huge.
Okay.
This actually it's not a story that a lot of people are really into.
I was waiting to hear that this was where we discovered Velcro or something crazy like that.
Yeah, and 2 years later, Velcro. You explain that.
Yeah,
timing's right.
No, exactly. There it was on the ocean floor.
The logical place for Velcro.
Yeah, what the hell is this? Wow, look at this. Wow.
I could hold my shoes together.
It's perfect.
Yeah. I love Velcro.
Oh God, who doesn't?
Are we going to do a show about Velcro?
Let's do a show about Velcro.
We'll have to.
Yeah,
we'll have to do that.
Mysteries of Velcro. Well, anyway, that's about it for the story. If I think of anything that I overlooked in this particular story, our listeners, I will just sandwich it in at the beginning of the next story. So,
there you go. Or you can just update the post on the website. We can do that as well.
We can always do that. I'm going to continue to research this story. It's a fascinating story, and I think that someday we'll probably find out what they actually did with the Glomar Explorer. Thinking Sideways Podcast at Gmail. Okay. But, okay, so for those of you who are interested in following up or more fascinating details, or, if maybe you just want to, go over it again, just to be sure you have it all down right.
Write us about the story or anything like that. It's Thinking Sideways Podcast at Gmail.
Okay. Okay, and also, if you would like to write us, if you're somebody out there, like for example, if you're Dr. John Craven and you want to talk about, some of the details of that stuff, we would love to hear from you. Anybody else out there also, Roger Dunham, you please also write to us, is Thinking Sideways Podcast at Gmail. That's it for tonight, or today. Anyway, that's it for today. So we'll see you next week. For now.
Talk to you later, guys.
I'm Joe. Bye.
Aliens.
It's the aliens?
It's the aliens.
I agree.
Yes, it's the aliens! Somebody agrees with me, finally!
Hey guys, exciting news. I'm really, really stoked about this. On March 7th at noon Pacific Standard Time, Team Sideways is going to host an AMA on the Unresolved Mysteries subreddit on Reddit. Pretty exciting, right?
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So the mods will post an announcement a week prior, so if you can't join us at that time, at that date, you can post your questions there. Please don't email us questions. We'll lose them and forget them.
For sure.
Let's try and contain this just to Reddit, but we're super excited. And so if you can join us.
March 7th, 2015.
March 7th, 2015, sorry. Just in case somebody, 5 years from now is listening to this episode. Not 2017. This is not Treat Yourself 2017. Sorry.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hey, and welcome again to another episode of Thinking Sideways.
The podcast.
The podcast.
The podcast.
I'm Steve, as always, joined by
Devin.
Joe.
And once again, we get to tackle a mystery.
It's a big on this one.
It is. And once again, it's we do this every now and again. It's time for us to take on a story that's big enough that we've got to take it on as a team.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So this is one of our big shows, so be prepared. This one's going to go on for a while because there's a lot of details and intrigue and just kind of unusual things or unexpected things.
Despite what the Wikipedia page will tell you about this mystery. In fact.
Yeah, somebody vandalized the Wikipedia page.
Actually, no, I figured out what the problem was. It was I didn't know how to use Wikipedia.
Oh, okay.
All right.
And one quick note to our listeners before we get into the mystery. This story does acknowledge the existence of sex and some marital decisions that revolve around that. So if the kids are in the room and you're listening and you're not quite sure you want them to hear some of this, you might want to pause this one and listen to it later on your own. The story that we are going to tackle is going to be the unsolved deaths of Dr. Gilbert Bogle and Mrs. Margaret Chandler. And they're two people who died for unknown reasons in Australia sometime in the early hours of New Year's Day, 1963.
Well, at 5 a.m. and 7 a.m. respectively, but okay.
It wasn't that far apart, was it?
Yeah. Let's, we'll get there.
Yeah.
Thanks for killing the mystery.
Sorry.
Before we begin, I do have to send out a huge thank you to Alina, who sent this story to us and then pointed us to a ton of resources.
Yeah.
Kind of made this one happen for us, to be quite honest.
She definitely pushed us, yeah.
Yeah, so it was, again, thank you. Let's begin with the story.
Yeah.
On New Year's Day, 1963, somewhere around 9 a.m., two teenage boys were walking along a path that runs along the Lane Cove River in Sydney, Australia. They came upon a man. He was laying off of the main path. And from the accounts that I've seen, when they first saw him, they figured he was drunk.
Yeah, that's everything. That's the one that I've heard the most.
Yeah, this dude was just laying there. It's New Year's morning.
Of course he's drunk.
Of course he's drunk.
Yeah.
But it wasn't until they came back down that path and saw him still there that they noticed that his face had changed color and they realized that he was probably dead and they ran for help.
Yeah, I heard that they said they walked past him and then a couple hours later they came back and he literally had not moved at all.
Exactly.
And they thought,
Yeah.
This seems
That's
a little weird.
suspicious.
It's kind of weird though. I mean, in that 2 hours, nobody else walked by him. I mean,
it's New Year's morning, Joe.
That's true. Everybody's hungover.
Exactly,
Yeah.
or asleep.
I'm suspecting that's what killed these two.
Hangover.
Yeah, the hangover. I've had some killer hangovers, but not that bad. The man was 38-year-old Dr. Bogle, and he was laying face down, half undressed. He wasn't wearing his pants.
Mm-hmm.
Someone had taken his pants and laid them across his legs and his backside so that from a given distance, it looked like he was wearing pants.
Yeah, and his underwear wasn't there, right? This is a fun fact that I discovered. His underwear was not there, but a pair of ladies' underwear was very close by to him, like silk panties, very close by.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he wore ladies' panties?
No. Further explained.
Yes, give me just a moment there, Joe.
Okay.
You tease. There was also, just so everybody knows, a square of carpet laid on his back, which was later discovered to have been something that was in his car normally.
Yeah.
When the police arrived, as they will do when someone finds a dead body, they searched the area and they found a second body, which was 28-year-old Margaret Chandler, 45 feet away.
And she had a pair of men's briefs in between her legs. No, that's true. She did.
She did.
Yeah.
So they were panty swappers. Okay.
She, as Devin was kind of getting to, had some strange clothes. She was also partially undressed, but she was in a bit of a depression and had flattened beer boxes laid over her.
Yeah.
Which is an unusual place to be, especially when you're dead. But it's unclear to this day who covered the bodies. Was it one person covered the other? Or who did some other person? We don't know that. Well, I think we might get into some of that later on. But just to say on the outset, We don't know how they got covered up.
Yeah.
There were no obvious signs of damage to the body, and by that I mean no obvious trauma. They hadn't been,
They
shot.
weren't laying in pools of blood.
Exactly. There was some evidence. What's the best way to say this? There was evidence that they had been violently ill before they died. There was vomit and feces both around the bodies and in the area around them. So,
yeah, I read that. It's interesting, actually. I read that there was a small amount of vomit found near Dr. Bogle, like 12 feet away. Or no, 12 inches. I'm sorry, 12 inches, not 12 feet. That's really far away.
That's projectile.
Yeah, so that's interesting that there are also differing accounts of that part of it.
Yeah, and there's some issues with this story because
In general.
it's been rehashed a lot, and we'll talk about some of that. But there was feces everywhere.
Yeah,
that is an obvious given.
They were like all over the place, and I mean, typically when you die, people usually let go. Down there. But it was more than that. They were actually running around and carpeting the area.
I don't think it was next to their bodies at all. There was some down by the riverbank, and there was some, a couple inches away. But
a bit of a trail.
Yeah,
let's put it that way. They had been. Regardless, it's not a nice way to go.
No.
But this led the police immediately to suspect that in some way they had been poisoned, but they had no idea how or what with. The official cause of death for both of these individuals was listed as acute circulatory failure, but how or why was never specified. These two particular people who are on a riverbank on New Year's Eve, New Year's morning together.
In various states of undress.
Were married to different people. She was married to a man by the name of Jeffrey Chandler. His wife, Dr. Bogle's wife, was named Vivian Bogle. And I hope I'm saying, I believe it's Bogle is how you pronounce it.
I would think so.
We're going to say it the whole way.
We're going to just keep running that way.
So hope it's not wrong.
Because otherwise we're going to look silly.
Yeah. Maybe it's Bogley.
Yeah. But regardless, it's pretty obvious that they were there for a midnight encounter as another way to put it.
Really? What's that?
Look it up on the internet, Joe.
Oh, really?
Okay. Let's give a little bit of backstory. Again, this is just kind of the beginning telling of it, and then we'll go into some details. Both of these individuals, Dr. Bogle, Miss Chandler, had attended a New Year's Eve party on the night of their deaths, which was hosted by another couple by the name of Ken and Ruth Nash. Dr. Bogle attended the party on his own. His wife stayed home to take care of their 3 children. Mrs. Chandler attended the party with her husband, Jeffrey, though he had left the party around 11:30 that night. One odd fact about the party, and I think this was the Nash's way of trying to mix things up and make it interesting.
Yeah, they were super interesting people, those Nashes.
They were. But you'll see this when you come across this case, especially if you do Google images or image searches in general, is that what they told their guests was that they wanted them to bring a piece of art that they had created themselves to the party to display for everybody to talk about. Dr. Bogle brought a drawing, which it's really kind of strange, and honestly, it's weird. Let's just call it weird.
Super weird.
It's a disembodied hand in one corner and a disembodied foot in the other corner with a woman's face that points in 2 directions. If you ever seen some of those profile images where it looks like it's a face looking at you and to the side, that's what it is. It's kind of got a modernist feel to it, and it made me think of the art that you'll see. There's a Russian artist by the name of Alexander Rodchenko. Is it Rodchenko?
I think it's Rodchenko.
I really feel bad for all of the art classes I've taken. I suddenly can't remember how to pronounce this guy's name. Regardless, it looks like work from both of those, so it's unusual. I don't know a better way to describe it.
Well, you could describe it by the fact that everybody said that it was created while he was high on LSD. No, I mean, that's true, right?
People have speculated that that's how he made it. And the LSD is relevant to what we're talking about, which is the party, because this story gets covered a lot by the media, the newspapers specifically at the time.
At the time.
It was a huge source of headlines, and they were not afraid to insert and exaggerate and come up with theories and just proffer them to postulate that they were the actual thing. One of the things that the news said, or these papers said, I should say, is that the party was some kind of LSD-fueled orgy.
Yeah.
Which I find a little hard to believe.
Yeah. It's a bit absurd. And from everything that I've read, not actually what was going on.
Yeah, it was kind of a lame party.
It really was.
From what I've heard, yeah.
Well, yeah.
Next time tell them to bring booze instead of paintings.
Well, I remember there was something about Mr. Nash saying that he didn't give anybody more than 2 drinks the whole night.
Yeah, he was dispensing, quote unquote, that's the term they used, is he was dispensing the drinks, and he would only give people, according to at least one account that I read, that he would only give people 2 drinks maximum.
What a jerk.
So, a very sober affair. But, well, let's get back to our case in point here, which is these folks. At some point in the night...
These folks being Bogle and Chandler?
Bogle and Chandler, not the Nashes, thank you. They were observed outside in the backyard together, described in, and you'll see this in 2 different ways, either in a close conversation or kissing. Not really sure.
Yeah, actually, that's not the first night they met.
That's very true.
Dr. Bogle and Mrs. Chandler had met at a holiday Christmas barbecue. It's Australia. Remember, it's Australia.
Yes.
So it's summer during Christmas. So they were having a Christmas kind of Hawaiian barbecue. Another one of the coworkers of Mr. Chandler and Dr. Bogle. And in fact, it was reported by at least one person, who we'll talk about later, that the couple, Dr. Bogle and Mrs. Chandler, had been seen canoodling perhaps that night even.
Or
as early as Christmas.
Intimate conversation of some
kind.
Well,
I think it was actually, accusation was in fact that they had been making out. Or maybe like had a little romp in the bushes on that night even.
Nice.
The first night that they met. So that's worth mentioning as well.
It is.
Yeah.
Back to the New Year's Eve party. The witness accounts say that the pair left the party together between 2 to 3 a.m. And the accounts vary a little bit on the time, which isn't surprising. It's the middle of the night.
Yep.
It's important to point out that Jeffrey Chandler, if you remember earlier, I'd said he had left the party. He came back, and because he had gone to a different party to have drinks where he could get more than 2.
Yep.
But he did come back to the party and had a conversation with his wife. And when he found out that Margaret wanted to not get a ride home from him, but from Dr. Bogle, he wasn't really all that worried about it. He didn't care.
The account that I heard was that while Mr. Chandler was gone, Dr. Bogle, I keep wanting to refer to them as their first names.
We can do that.
They called Dr. Bogle Gibb.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And her name was Margaret. So Gibb had offered to give Margaret a ride home because she didn't really know where her husband had gone off to. And apparently when Mr. Chandler, Jeffrey, came back, he said, "Oh, are you ready to go, Margaret?" And she made no move to go. And she was sitting right next to Gibb. And so Jeffrey looked at Gibb and said, "So will you take Margaret home?" And Gibb just kind of looked at him and squinted his eyes for a second and then said, "Right." And then Jeffrey left. Like that was how that happened, which is just it's so weird.
And we're gonna get into some of this stuff about what the background on these folks,
the proclivities of these people.
Yeah. But the point is, he left the party and he went about his way.
He wasn't concerned that
Not
Gibb
at all.
was going to give Margaret a ride home.
Yeah.
And more than that.
Well,
this case itself was the biggest case to date for Sydney. And the police immediately went to work on it. They were reviewing all the evidence. They were trying to hunt down any bit of any lead, any bit of information that might possibly tell them what was going on. A lot of man hours were spent on this case.
Yeah.
Like we talked about before, the newspapers, they went crazy.
Yeah.
And they polluted this story badly. I don't know if either of you did this. I read some of the old newspapers.
I
you can
did.
find them online.
Yeah, I have a favorite website about this case, and it references at every point what the media was saying, which is very helpful.
And very bad, because they
totally
just
different.
misconstrue a lot of things.
I mean, it really hasn't changed either. They're just about as bad today.
No, and we've had this conversation before,
Yeah.
but let's go ahead and first off, let's talk about our three main players in this story.
Yeah.
Okay, my turn. I'm going to talk about Dr. Bogle.
No.
Dr. Bogle. So he's a major player in the mystery, though he doesn't actually say very much. His full name was Gilbert Stanley Bogle. He was born in New Zealand in January 5th, 1924. He studied physics in Britain under a Rhodes Scholarship. He met and married, actually I don't know if he met her in 1950, but he married Vivian in 1950. They had 3 children and also a 4th after his death. And by all accounts, he was a good family man, except for his philandering, which apparently he did a lot of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I guess you can't really give him 100% marks on that one. But
He
friends
was a
said,
good time, Charlie.
yeah, but friends said that he was interesting, wickedly smart, fun, well-rounded, into a whole lot of different activities, and
Just kind of an awesome guy.
yeah, people thought he was pretty cool. So he moved back to New Zealand in 1952 with his family and got a university job teaching and researching in physics, which was his field. And then in 1956, he took a job in Australia with the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organization, which I'm going to call Cicero from now on.
The CSIRO, because we're going to talk
Cicero.
about that a number of times.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's
Yes.
much easier to do.
Yeah, Cicero is Australia's national science agency, and so they actually cover a lot of different fields of science. He got a 3-year appointment, which began September 56. He started working in the cryogenics group. By about a year later, he had been given an indefinite appointment because apparently his chief of his division liked him so much and found him noteworthy. Here's a quote. He was noteworthy for his mental powers, his breadth of knowledge, his capacity for original ideas, his drive and enthusiasm, his range of experimental techniques, and his outstanding ability as a lecturer. Yeah, so this guy really liked Bogle.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. His name was Briggs, and he encouraged Bogle to resume his research on paramagnetic resonance, which I'm not really sure what that is, and I was too lazy to look it up.
It's using radio waves and magnets as weapons.
Is that the maser?
Oh, maybe.
Well, there's talk. I think this might
Oh,
come
the
up
maser,
later.
yes.
The maser.
Maybe that's how you generate them. Yeah, masers are like lasers, but with microwaves.
Yeah.
Coherent. Yeah, lasers, as you know, is coherent light, right?
I do now.
Yeah, all the little photons are moving in the same direction, whereas the light from the light bulb up there in the ceiling, they're just like going, shotgun scattering everywhere. But lasers, they're coherent light, and they all move in the same direction.
So, yeah, I guess the point of the whole thing is that Dr. Bogle was working on what could be considered, or was encouraged to work on what could be considered weapons of warfare and death rays and weird mad scientist stuff.
That's freaking cool.
Yeah.
I want Grant to be a mad scientist.
I know.
Right?
You know, actually, I checked, and in an alternate timeline, he actually didn't die, and he invented the warp drive in 1977.
Yeah, and then came back to tell us about it.
I know.
Stop it. You're
Listen.
totally making stuff up again.
Yeah.
Joe's already wanting to get off script.
Yeah. Briggs, his chief, recommended him for accelerated advancement. He drew attention to the fact that he'd done all this work on the recent development of the maser, which is like a laser, like I said. And his theoretical and practical contribution to the development of this, and apparently was developed for use in radio astronomy, was apparently pretty large. Bogle was a smart guy, actually. I got to say, it's too bad he died. Because
He was a crazy smart guy.
Oh yeah, he was a really smart guy. So his chief in 1962 called him, quote, the most brilliant member of the staff. So wow, he must have been off the charts smart. Bogle was offered a 2-year appointment in quantum electronics at Bell Laboratories in the U.S. And he really wanted to take the job. Cicero granted him a leave of absence to take the job. And apparently people said he was very excited about going to work in America at Bell Labs.
In fact, that was one of the reasons that the Nashes had thrown that party. If I remember correctly, it was that or the barbecue party. One of them was part holiday party, part going away party for Dr. Vogel.
You're right. I can't remember which
he
one
was
is
set
which.
to leave within, I think, the month. I think maybe even within a couple weeks. So.
Yeah, it was not far. It was not far away.
Yeah. But it is really kind of sad this guy died because who knows what he would have accomplished.
Yeah. So you want to talk about Miss Chandler, Margaret, for a minute?
Yeah, let's talk about Margaret.
Oh, wait a minute. I got to talk about his hobbies and his turn-ons.
No, this isn't a dating site. Mrs. Chandler, Margaret Chandler, she was 28 years old at the time of her death, and there's not a whole lot out there on Mrs. Chandler. I'll be honest with you, I don't get the impression that she was a particularly interesting human being. I just don't have that impression.
I think guys were interested in her.
I think she was kind of...
She didn't have a whole lot of external pursuits, but I think that what you also need to keep in mind is that she had 2 small kids at the time.
Yeah, she did. She and Mr. Chandler had 2 small children. They were aged 2 and 18 months, and they had left them with her mother and father-in-law that night. She and her husband shared a love of vintage cars and dachshund dogs. Like, how boring. Come on, guys.
The weird thing is, okay, I don't mean to interrupt you here, but the weird thing about that is she liked vintage cars and dachshunds. Maybe that's because her husband really liked both of those things, and so she went along with it. So there's all these pictures of her in vintage cars because he's like, honey, get in there, let me take your picture. And honey, hold my cute dog, and I'll take your picture.
Yeah, it does seem that she was the kind of person that didn't have a whole lot of going on for herself. She seemed to have been at least moderately intelligent. I think she probably was likely quite intelligent. She just kind of seemed boring. Like, she just kind of adopted everybody else's stuff. She seemed to be pretty reserved.
She'd go with the flow.
Yeah, they talk about how Mr. Chandler was kind of tall and outgoing, and he had this huge red beard and stood out in a room, and she, by contrast, was this kind of meek creature just at his side. It seemed that they were on the same kind of page about the way that their marriage should go, and that is to say that monogamy seemed to not have been for either of them.
I don't know that she was as okay with that as her husband, but she ended up going along with it.
She did have more than just Gibb as a lover. She had lovers previous to that.
Yes. So
I don't know what that necessarily means, but it does implicate to me that she was at least kind of okay with it.
Giving it a shot.
Mm-hmm. And apparently Jeffrey had been pretty absent from his wife's life for most of 1962. He chose to spend his time kind of more with friends instead of his wife and 2 young sons.
And plus he had a girlfriend,
also had a girlfriend named Pam.
Never have a girlfriend named Pam.
No.
When you're married, that just never goes well.
Yeah. Apparently, after that holiday barbecue that we were talking about earlier, Margaret said to her husband that she'd like to sleep with Dr. Bogle. And Jeffrey later recounted she had, quote, put it in the same sort of way that one might describe a Rolls-Royce car. As like a fleeting interest of having sex with this man, essentially. Yeah, I think that was sort of the the sense that I got was that Mr. Chandler said, well, if you'd like to sleep with Gib, then you should. I'm for it. And that, you know.
You get the feeling that Dr. Chandler had fallen out of love with his wife.
Mr. Chandler?
Was he? He was not a doctor?
No.
No.
Oh, okay.
Vogel was a doctor. Chandler was not.
I do have the sense he was kind of an interesting guy, too. I don't know necessarily what attracted him to Mrs. Chandler. I don't know if it was just that it was convenient. Maybe he knocked her up and they got married. I don't know.
Maybe.
I can't remember what the circumstances were, but it was just Well, let's talk about Jeffrey Chandler.
Sure, yeah. Oh, just as a fun little side note, you know how everybody knows like 20 Jessicas?
Yeah.
There were 5 Margarets at the New Year's party that they attended at Ken and Ruth Nash's house.
You know,
there were 5 different Margarets.
And
there.
I bet there were only like 7 people there because they only served 2 drinks.
Yeah, there were like 20 people there.
I'm surprised
5 of
there was
them
that
were
many.
Margaret. Yeah.
Oh, well, let's talk about Jeffrey Chandler. Jeffrey Chandler also worked at the CSIRO, or Cicero, as Joe was putting it, which I'm going to keep using.
Yeah, it's
But
nice.
he worked there as a research scientist, and he actually did work in the same building as Dr. Bogle. The two were work compatriots. They had worked together, not only just seen each other in the building before, but evidently they had worked together on at least one experiment. I believe it was only one experiment, but never really hung out in the same social circles. Because Jeffrey hung out in a very specific sect.
Yes.
Yeah, he did.
He did.
Huh?
But let's keep going here.
Bunch of freaks.
Jeffrey Chandler was, of course, as we said earlier, an immediate suspect, and of course the press and the police went after him really hard. And
But actually, in cases like this, let's see, the first guy I'd probably take
of course,
a look at.
the husband is always the first one that's going to get
Oh,
attacked.
yeah.
I mean, this is standard protocol. I'm not knocking anyone for this.
Well, I'm not. I would knock the press. They have a duty not to slander people. The press had a duty
I'm
to look
leaving
into
that
this guy.
aside. They went after his lifestyles, his beliefs, and in the end, his desire to avoid the press didn't help him out at all.
Yeah.
These are some of the things that don't help him. Jeffrey was a member of the Communist Party.
Yep.
Which got him a little bit of bad press. He also, as it turned out, had been working for the ASIO, which is the Australian Security Intelligence Organization. I never got a clear bead on this, but from what I understand, what he was doing is the ASIO was trying to get him to provide information on the Communist Party. One of the things he did is try to host meetings at places, and he would try to bug the place for them. He bungled this badly, so he tried to do this.
Is it possible that Mr. Chandler was not actually a sincere communist, and that he just basically infiltrated the organization?
I don't believe so. I think that he agreed with things that were in the party, from what I understand, but there's a bad thing about that, and the problem is that he went ahead and signed up with the Communist Party. At that time, it was a bad thing, and to be a government employee, you could not be affiliated with that party at all. You couldn't have any ties.
If you're potentially, I'm not sure. I'm sure at least some of Cicero's projects were classified.
Of course, yeah.
And so, definitely, there's good reason for that.
Yes, there is. But he while he might have been a member, he wasn't a book thumping, card carrying, scream at the masses member. He just kind of liked their ideals, I think. But the problem is that the ASIO, they, from what I've read, came at him and said, "Listen, you work for us, or we're breaking the news and you're losing your job. And by the way, once you get blackballed from this job, you're never working in this country again."
Yeah.
So of course he went along with them.
Good idea.
Yeah. Oh, and I briefly mentioned there in the list of things that people went kind of crazy about for him one of them was his lifestyle.
Yeah.
Because he was kind of a swinger.
He totally was a swinger. He believed in sleeping with multiple women, and he did so, as we've already talked about, while he was married to Mrs. Chandler.
Yeah, it's that fine line of swinging versus cheating, right? It's swinging if you're like, hey, babe, you should do this too, right?
And
That's
cheating
the
is
fine line.
nobody knows.
Yeah.
As you twist the mustache and have the wink.
Mhm.
Oh, she knew.
Yeah,
He made no bones about
No.
it. He was very open with her. And I get the impression that for about the first year or two of their relationship, I think he was faithful. And then he began to stray again, but didn't make any bones about it. Just said, hey, I'm interested in this woman, and I'm going to go sleep with her. And she, okay.
Yeah.
Went
Because
along.
she was a little passive.
Yeah, she was a little passive.
No, I've noticed that. I've known a few people that were in open relationships, and I've always noticed that one partner was always much more okay with it than the other one.
Yes.
And in fairness, that doesn't always happen.
Not always,
there's
but
there's certainly a level of consent that some people have, but
Yes.
often it does happen.
Often it is that way. But like I said, he kept it no secret. But the problem is that lifestyle was highly frowned upon.
Yeah, we're talking the 1960s.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this.
Well, I don't think
he
even
was
a lot
doing
of. I
this
don't
in
think
the-
a lot of people even really are into the swinger thing these days.
Well, it's.
I mean,
I
know
think
a few
the
swingers.
70s and the 80s were kind of the high point for
Yeah.
swingers. These early 60s,
Uh-huh.
there's kind of the bohemian scene going on, which Jeffrey Chandler was involved with. So there was some uprising of it then. But as a general societal norm, no.
Yeah, let's talk about. We can a little bit to give a frame of reference here. Ruth Nash was outraged the night of their party because neither of the Chandlers had come by to say goodbye and thank you. She was outraged. She talked about that, even after she knew that
it
they
is a
had
little bit impolite.
that Margaret was dead. You know, she knew she was outraged in the fact that Jeffrey had shown up in like a Hawaiian shirt. He'd
When you were
shown up
supposed to
in
be dressed up.
casual clothes, and he was supposed to be wearing a suit, and she was outraged at that too. And so it's that sort of society, at least surrounding them a little bit for the most part, to give it a little bit of a frame of reference, I guess.
Oh, no wonder we left the party.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this party was not his speed at all. We talked about a little bit earlier that he'd left.
Yeah.
What he did is he went to another party where because the Nashes were too stuffy.
Yep.
He went to another party where he met up with Pam Logan.
Yep.
Who was the woman that he had been having a relationship with. I believe they also worked together. I don't not
remember
100%
seeing that, but
positive that they were coworkers, but I do know that they were lovers. They had left the party that they were at together, gone back to her flat. Then, when they were done...
Well, done doing what?
When they were done, he left and he went back to the Nash's party to find his wife.
Yeah.
He was gone from that party for a good 2 to 3 hours.
Yeah.
When he finally came back, and we had said this earlier, is that she said, "No, I wanna leave with Dr. Bogle." He wasn't worried, and he had been, from his own accounts, encouraging her for quite some time to take a lover.
Yeah.
And of course, Bogle wasn't the first one, but he does. There are many accounts from him, and just so people don't get the wrong idea about Jeffrey Chandler, it's not as if he just said, "Oh, okay," and beat feet and left. He went outside. He wasn't sure if she was really serious. He went out. He got in the car. He sat there for the amount of time that it took him to smoke the half a cigarette he evidently had sitting in the ashtray before he left.
Yeah.
And he's actually said a number of times that he regrets not getting out of the car and walking back into the house and saying, "No, you should come home with me."
Yeah, he also has said that he thought she wasn't serious. He thought at any minute she would actually decide, "Oh, no, just kidding. I do want to go home with you."
Yeah.
And so that's why he hung around so long. is
Yeah.
that-
From that point, his actions for the night are pretty well documented. He left the party. He went back to Pam's house. He got Pam, got her in the car. They went to his parents' house to collect his children. Talk about awkward, showing up at 3 or 4 in the morning with your girlfriend while your wife is somewhere else to pick up your children.
Yeah, what did his parents think of that?
They didn't seem to mind.
I don't know that that's true, but I also think that he left her in the car.
Awesome.
She wasn't happy about the whole thing either, to be rousted out at 3:34 in the morning to take a ride with this guy.
I thought
to
it
go
was
get
more
his
like
kids.
5. I thought they went and hung out at Pam's house for a little while, then they went to go pick up the kids.
I don't recollect the exact time
I thought it was
frame
more like
between it.
an early morning pickup.
It may very well have been, but
Mm-hmm.
he went and got his kids, dropped her off at her house. No, did they go back to?
They all went back to
They all
Pam's
went-
flat, kids and all.
Again, weird.
Yeah.
So he obviously went and got his kids. So it's hard to point a finger at what he was doing because his actions and his trail seem to be pretty easy to follow.
Well, if you believe his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Right?
No, that very good point.
Yeah.
His eyewitness in this is also his girlfriend, so she has a bit of a reason to protect him. As we said before, Jeffrey Chandler, prime suspect.
Yeah.
The cops bring a case against him. The attorneys bring a case against him. It's a huge inquest. In the end, they don't have enough evidence, and the case goes nowhere, and he is never convicted of a crime.
He's also said that he actually wishes that they had just tried him, that it had gone to trial and that he had been proven innocent because he felt that being left kind of out in the dry, he was never really exonerated. The media continued to say it was him.
The whole thing was a bit of a circus.
Yeah.
Because there were witnesses called that were stopped in the midst of their testimony so that they could protect the judge would say, "No, we would like to protect the decency of this person. Do not answer that question." When it got into graphic, gratuitous sexual information, they would stop them. So there were people who, some of these people we'll talk about later, who were going to be on the stand. And the judge dismissed them for those kind of reasons.
Yeah.
So a lot of stuff didn't just get brought out into the open. And you're right, it kind of hosed him in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he got a book out of the deal, right?
He did.
He did write a book.
Yeah.
He did write a book.
I would imagine, though, it was pretty hard.
It's called So You Think I Did It.
Yeah.
That's not a lie. It's
I know,
called So You
I know.
Think I Did It.
Every time I think about that title, it just kind of makes me giggle because it's kind of a silly title.
Such a passive aggressive name. Oh, so you think I did it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
So screw you.
Let's get into theories.
Oh, yeah.
Now that we've kind of given the basic about the case and the people, let's dive into some details.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay, we're talking about theories, so I'm going to lead off with one of my favorites, which is espionage.
You always love espionage.
I know, that's always fun. It's, cloak and dagger stuff. But it really does seem that whenever bodies turn up dead for unknown reasons, that the allegations of CIA or KGB involvement is usually not far behind.
As opposed to bodies showing up alive?
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Yeah. No, it's when they're dead for unknown reasons, yeah. There was one story, and I don't know the origins of any of these stories. They've been circulating so long. It's been so many decades that it's hard to say what the origins are. But the one that got a little traction said that Bogle had been recommended, by whom I don't know, as an agent for ASIO, which we mentioned before. It's the Australian Security and Intelligence Office. So, they're equivalent of the CIA. So he was recommended during the 1950s, but whether he was actually recruited, I don't know. And I would suspect he was not recruited by ASIO because what was he doing working in a lab for ASIO? I suppose he could have been spying on some of his colleagues. But
Possibly.
But other than that, what possible value could he be to ASIO? I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I know we talked a little bit that he was going to be heading to the States for a post in the States, but again, why would they recruit him and then bring him to the States? It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and not really. Well, and this was, remember, in the 1950s when supposedly he'd been maybe possibly recruited, long before he knew he was going to go to the States.
True.
But of course, he could have been recruited by the KGB, and there's been some allegations of that, of course.
Of course.
Yeah. Jeffrey Chandler, and of course, he was probably willing to point the finger at anybody other than himself.
Yeah.
So he suggested that Dr. Bogle and Mrs. Chandler were murdered by the CIA.
With Chandler's death being an unfortunate byproduct.
Yeah, she was collateral damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Bogle had apparently supported a recommendation by a Dr. Clifford Dalton, who was a member of the Australian Energy Commission. The recommendation was that a fast breeder reactor that Dalton had developed should not be sold to the U.S., and the technology should not be shared with the U.S.
That's nuclear technology.
Yeah, fast breeder reactors, yeah. Yeah.
Just making sure.
He always says stuff like that, right? Where he's like, "Yeah, you obviously know everything about that, don't you? I do, so you must too."
No,
no idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel better.
Yeah, breeder reactors are one of those dealios. You know, most reactors create just waste, whereas these things are built to actually create things like plutonium. Yeah.
Plutonium. That's one of those things that we're not supposed to have.
Waste.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. So it was believed, according to Chandler, that the killing was linked to his recommendation. Apparently, it was a revenge kind of thing. You know, they were angry, and so they killed him.
Sure.
But of course, that leaves the question: was Dr. Dalton, who actually made the original recommendation, was he killed too?
I don't believe so.
I don't think he was, and he was actually the original sinner in this case. So that's kind of weak tea, frankly. Another one was that he was involved, of course, in research on masers, and some people claim that his research was actually top secret research. I've never really confirmed that. And he was due, of course, to leave Cicero in a few weeks to go work in the U.S. at Bell Labs. And of course, Bell Labs does have some highly secret defense contracts. Whether Bogle was going to be actually, in on those, I don't know. But he had been checked by the FBI. Before he got the Bell job, he had to be cleared by them. And apparently, they didn't have a problem with him. Another report suggests that he was bumped off by the KGB to stop his research. But again, why aren't scientists dropping like flies? Because even though Bogle was a very smart guy, let's face it, there were other smart scientists out there too.
Scientists as a group tend to be pretty intelligent.
Weird,
often, yeah. And then another claim was that the CIA killed him because he was a double agent who was selling secrets to the Soviets. Yeah. So, but yeah, and again, okay, so he was a double agent, so he was working for ASIO and the KGB? I don't know. And again, as always in this killing, also Chandler was just collateral damage.
Yeah.
And
she seems to be kind of collateral damage in a lot of these.
Yeah, and of course, this was a Cold War. There was lots of paranoia and conspiracy theories were kind of rampant. Yet another suggestion that somebody made, God knows who, originally, he was handing over his super secret agent role to Margaret Chandler, and the reason they went to the river, it was to retrieve a hidden object at a, quote, drop that was under the water, which could only be reached at low tide.
Yeah, that's dumb.
It's dumb, yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't. She doesn't.
There's no point for her to be a secret agent.
Okay.
She doesn't strike me as secret agent material. But anyway, in this theory that while they were busy retrieving this object, whatever it was, enemy agents appeared, stripped them naked, killed them by holding the poisonous substances over their faces, and then dropped their bodies, covered them up a little bit, and then made their getaway.
Wait. Now, he had that square carpet got to do with it.
No, the carpet was just to get down to the river's edge, and presumably they had to kneel down to reach down into the water to get to this hidden object and this hidden drop.
Oh.
So the carpet was just like to kneel on or to walk
to protect
on.
them. Yeah. Although I guess it's possible that they were naked from the waist down because they were trying to protect their clothes while they were kneeling in muddy, gross area.
Yeah, the river was pretty disgusting and polluted.
Yeah.
So that's possible.
That is.
I don't know. Anyways, sorry, continue.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's validity to that, but I'm not going to buy into it.
No,
but I
it's
can
dumb.
see how people could go for that.
Okay.
Well, people like this kind of stuff. That's why it's popular.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's true or not.
Why do you think so many spy books are written?
Really?
Yeah, not that many good ones, unfortunately. Let's see what else we have here. There was, in the 1980s, journalists used the Freedom of Information Act in the U.S. to get declassified documents which showed that J. Edgar Hoover, you guys probably know that name, right?
Yep.
Indeed.
Yeah, had discussed the case with the New South Wales police. And I'm not sure. I mean, I seem to recall hearing something about there was a little bit of cooperation because the FBI, of course, has labs that can do very sophisticated analysis.
Yeah.
So there's nothing necessarily sinister, about cooperation between the New South Wales Police and the FBI.
Yeah, I don't see anything hinky there.
Mm-hmm. Some people have said the FBI may have conducted its own investigation into the murders, which I don't have any evidence for. And others have said that the U.S. and Australian governments have been unusually secret about this case. And then because
they have no information about it.
Exactly, they had nothing to say about it, I think. Yeah, so no, there's I don't think any of these theories, any of these espionage, FBI, all that stuff. I don't think any of them really hold any water at all.
I agree.
I'm on the same page.
So does anybody else have any theories they want to share?
You know we do.
Of course, Joe. We have another one which is a little bit kooky, which is that it was a sex drug or some kind of fun drug, whatever a fun drug
that
may
they
be,
took themselves.
that they took themselves, self-administered, that they overdosed on.
Oops.
Yeah, oops.
Yeah, if it's gonna make it more fun than taking 5 times as much, it's gonna make it
5
really
times
fun.
Yeah, I guess.
That's not just disclaimer. No.
No.
Don't.
Don't do that. It doesn't work. As we've talked about earlier, the police had initially decided and come to the conclusion that they had been poisoned or they had potentially overdosed on a drug.
Not an unreasonable.
No, especially when there's no outward signs of trauma. This is a logical conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This theory, the sex drug theory, centers around the idea that they decided, the pair, Dr. Bogle and Mrs. Chandler, Gibb and Margaret, decided, hey, let's take something to heighten the experience, to increase the fun, and just make this sexual experience out of this world.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. The problem is, of course, that there was extensive testing done to the tissues taken from the bodies, and no substances were ever found. And I mean extensive.
Mm-hmm.
Every bit of usable tissue sample that was available was tested.
Yeah, I think the coroner eventually ran out of tissue samples
Yeah.
to test. Yeah. Yeah, he did a lot of testing.
He did a lot of testing, and I don't remember. Maybe one of you can help me out here. I think it's the liver and maybe another organ that they used.
I think they did the liver. I think they did some muscle tissue.
Yeah.
I think they did, kind of the standard stuff that filters or holds on to some of that stuff.
Yeah, the liver would be a logical place to look.
Yeah.
But if you've got 2 people, that's a lot of samples.
Yeah.
And
I wonder how much they weighed when they were buried.
I don't know. But they took a lot of samples, and in the end, they were all used up. There's been a lot, and I mean a lot, of speculation that the couple took LSD. The thing that you need to understand is that at this time, LSD wasn't a popular drug in Australia, and there wasn't a good known way to test for it.
Yeah.
They didn't have we'll run this test to see if you've been on LSD. That wasn't developed at that time. And it's also important to point out from the research that I've done, it's nearly impossible to overdose on LSD. Most folks that die from taking the drug is not the drug itself, but their subsequent actions thereafter.
Yeah, although it's probably worth mentioning that with all of these allegations of LSD were the allegations that the LSD that they had taken had been made by Dr. Bogle in their lab.
So it was impure or
Well,
overly
yeah,
pure?
that it could, or that it
Or
could have
laced?
been messed up somehow or
Possibly.
something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it may not have been pure LSD.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, actually, typically LSD is usually cut with something, usually speed, to enhance the hallucinogenic properties of it, because LSD is actually not a terribly hallucinogenic drug.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I don't, but again, I don't see.
Regardless, I mean, it's people die typically
Because of what they're doing.
because whether they're on a good trip or a bad trip, they put themselves into a situation that is dangerous, and they pay the price for that.
Yep.
So the whole LSD sex drug fun time overdose, it's got some big holes in it.
Yeah.
No, kind of. I don't see anything in here about marijuana overdose.
No.
Is it my turn? Cool. My first theory is the jealous lover theory, which makes sense a little bit.
There's been a lot of songs about jealous lovers, so I
Yeah.
can see how that would be.
There are three kind of main possibilities here. I'm going to start with the dumbest one first.
Okay.
So one of the things we glossed over was this eyewitness who's actually fairly important to the case, named Mr. Chehalis. Is that how you would say that? Chehalis?
Yeah, Chehalis, I would say.
Chehalis?
Chehalis.
It looks like Chehalis or Chalice. Chalice.
Chalice?
Chalice.
Chalice?
Chalice? I don't know.
Chehalis.
Chalice in the palace.
No, Chehalis. Anyway, however you say his name, Mr. Chehalis actually saw
Chalice.
Chehalis.
Chalice.
I think it's Chalice.
I'm going to talk about him more in a minute, but just trust me on this one. He's an eyewitness, and he, at about the time that they placed the death of Dr. Bogle and Mrs. Chandler, Gibb and Margaret, saw a yellow blondie-haired man.
Blondie-haired?
Yeah, that's what it said. Fleeing across the street, this path that he was driving on, pretty dang close to where they ended up finding Margaret's body.
I'm sure he wasn't just a jogger.
He was. The impression that I have is that it's just kind of a little. There's the road, and then there's a strip, and then it's the river.
It's kind
so
of a
unless
walking
he's
path.
like can run on top of water, because he darted across the road towards the river. It's totally possible he was a transient. Any of those things. Regardless, the speculation is that maybe that was Margaret's not Gibb lover, and he was jealous and somehow knew where they were and somehow killed them.
Somehow
And
figured that out. Yeah.
it's dumb. Yeah, you're looking at me like it's dumb because it's dumb. I'm just saying things that I've seen.
Wow. Did the police put out an APB on yellow blondie-haired man?
No, they did not. No. Next up is Margaret Fowler. She was one of Gibb's lovers. They had been seeing each other for a while, actually. I think it was like more than 3 years.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. She worked at Cicero with Dr. Bogle, and he tried to break it off a couple times, and she would say things like, I'll die if you do. She also told the police during the investigation that she was going to move to America with Dr. Bogle, with Gibb, and they were going to get a flat together. That was what was happening. She was going to go to New York with him when he left for America.
No, I thought he was going to take his family with him.
No, well, that's not what she said. That's not what Margaret Fowler said.
Wow.
Just saying.
Yeah,
she was
no,
crazy.
I'm
She was
just thinking
definitely
about
crazy.
all of it. We've all seen those stories of the mistress.
Mm-hmm.
He said this and he loves this and he can't quite leave him yet, but we're making plans. Like that's what that sounds like to me.
There are two main things here. The theory goes that Mrs. Fowler, Margaret Fowler, as I said, there's lots of Margarets in this story.
Yeah.
She wasn't even at the New Year's party. She's not part of the 5 people that were named Margaret at the New Year's party.
Oh, that's right. She wasn't
even invited to that. The theory is that she somehow knew where they were going to be and maybe followed them from the party, or maybe that was Gibbs' Lover's Lane place of choice, and
where
somehow
she overpowered them.
Yeah, where she overpowered both of them and murdered them somehow. It's not great. The only thing that does add a little credence to this theory is a man was interviewed later named Mr. Mr. Carlton, sorry. And he said that he saw Margaret Fowler a couple days after the murder before it was huge news, before it had really broken.
Blown up.
Yeah, and she said, "Oh, they're dead." And Mr. Carlton said, "Who?" And she said, "These two people, Margaret and Gibb." And then she kept repeating, they were going to cop out and it's all going to come out, and was talking about chemical warfare and things like that. She's kind of crazy.
She said,
seems super crazy anyway.
She seemed unstable.
She did seem unstable, but it is worth mentioning, I think, that she did kind of implicate herself to at least one witness, saying they were going to, it's all going to come out, and that Margaret and Gibb were somehow working together on chemical warfare, and they were going to release it, and that's why they were murdered.
I'm going to say right now, I can see that being as simple as it's all going to come out. Our relationship,
That's my feeling
our
too.
on the down low
Exactly.
relationship is going to come out.
Yes.
That makes
But then
more sense, I would
within a
say.
couple weeks, she had no problem talking about the relationship, no problem.
Well, she's also one of the witnesses, if I remember correctly, that never actually testified
Yeah.
at the end court of the morality reason.
Well,
but
and she was married also, right?
Yes.
Yes.
But she was also the one who said that she saw Gibb and Margaret getting busy in the bushes at the Christmas party. She was
At the
eyewitness.
barbecue?
Yeah, the barbecue. Yeah.
Okay.
So worth mentioning.
Why didn't she murder him then?
Because she
Witnesses?
didn't know
Oh,
it was
yeah.
so much of a thing. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Another player that we haven't really discussed yet is Ken Nash, the host of the party, the New Year's party.
Mm-hmm.
As we said, he was the one dispensing drinks the whole night. And as it turns out, he was mildly obsessed with this case and killed himself 13 years, give or take a day, to the day after Margaret and Gibb had been found dead.
But although there was
Also-
another significant anniversary.
Also
there
worth
in
mentioning is
between.
that, on or about that day 2 years prior, his wife Ruth had died of cancer, so take that with a grain of salt. But since he was the one dispensing drinks, he could have easily slipped the pair something. It's thought that he could have done that and it may have been a prank, but also maybe he was in love with Margaret too. Who knows?
So he killed her.
So
Makes
he killed
sense.
her and Gibb.
Well, Gibb was known to his friends as a bit of a prankster, so I can see where this has some traction. Is
Yeah.
well, Gibb played a prank on him at work, and he thought, well, I'll get him, and he's hanging out with Margaret. Well, she's there too. I'll put it in both their cups.
That explains a lot, actually. That he slipped laxatives into both their drinks because all the feces.
But it wouldn't kill them that fast.
No.
Oh no, but they were tainted laxatives.
Oh.
That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess
I don't know where that came from.
worth noting is that it does seem like Ken Nash was kind of a boring dude. So I don't know why he would suddenly think, I know, I'll prank him. That'll be fun. He seemed really boring. He
He's a real
only
square.
gave people 2 drinks.
He's a square.
He was kind of a square,
So
yeah.
why would he be suddenly doing that? That doesn't
Well-
fit with his personality profile.
Well, you might consider doing something like that, but slipping deadly poison into their drinks, that's not really a prank.
Yeah, I agree.
I think he misjudged the dosage.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Wildly, though.
Yeah, not. Oh, I'm gonna make him a little ill. I'm just gonna screw with him a little bit. Oops, I dumped the whole vial in. Oh well, I'll mix it between the 2 drinks. That'll dilute it
That'll dilute
enough.
it, yeah.
I mean, this is where that runs.
Well, and this actually flows into my next theory, which is poisoning of some kind, right? We have been talking about poison. Let's keep talking about poison. And like I said, despite Ken's insistence that he'd, quote, dispensed no more than 2 drinks per guest, there are a lot of reports that both Margaret and Gibb looked pretty drunk by the end of the night. They had glassy eyes. They were hunched over. Their reports were drunk, but what people are describing is they were looking very ill, very pale, kind of sweaty, clammy, glassy-eyed, hunched over.
It's 2 a.m.
Yeah. and-
Even if you're not drunk, you're tired at 2 a.m. You're gonna not look your best.
Well-
I'm just gonna
But-
say that now, just so that
Sure.
people keep that in mind.
But
And also, you got to remember too that just because he was only serving up 2 drinks didn't mean people had flasks with them and stuff like
Sure.
that.
True.
Yeah.
Well, but I do think it's probably worth mentioning that it seems people noticed this as more of an acute thing. It wasn't like a gradual progression of them kind of I'm getting sleepy, I'm hunching over and getting glassy-eyed and slowly getting drunk. It was that they were talking to them, and then 5 minutes later they looked pretty ill.
Again, I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm just trying to flesh this out and
Yeah.
see what else could come of it. If they've decided we're going to have this tryst, but we're in this awkward situation in this social environment where Gibb doesn't want everybody to know that he's out playing the field, and Margaret's a little shy about that. I can see that it being a bit of nerves. Do you know where I'm heading with this? Where I'm going to do this thing, but I'm kind of nervous because everybody's around, and I don't know how to like get out of here and not make it obvious.
Well, they weren't being very secretive of it. They had told the Nashes that Gibb was taking Margaret home.
But that could have been under the illusion of, hey, guess what? Drunk Jeffrey's not here.
It could, but that's the same. So they leave together. So he's being a good guy and giving her a ride home. The nerves of it, I don't know.
People get really weird and awkward about that.
Yeah.
I mean, think about your friends when they meet somebody and they're gonna go off together for the first time to hook up or whatever the case may be. And I've seen friends who are a little weird about the whole thing. You watch it, and it's like, what is going on? You don't look right. Are you okay?
Are you in high school?
I have seen it in high school. I have seen it in college. I have seen it in my 30s.
See, there
I
you
have
go.
seen people do this. And these people, she was late 20s, he's his late 30s. People still act like that.
Fair.
Especially in a kind of a repressed era. I mean, it's 1950s, early 60s. It's, I can see that going against some societal norms and causing some butterflies in the stomach.
Okay.
That's just my take on it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
but
Please,
but again,
dispute it as much as you want, or we can continue
Yeah,
on.
let's
I'm okay
just-
with it.
and again, people have a way of modifying and reinterpreting their own memories. Memory is not an accurate thing.
That's true. So can we let's just continue here for
Have you guys considered maybe they drank some antifreeze?
I didn't, but let's continue on with what Devin has.
Let's just keep going. So, like I said, it's possible they were poisoned before we went on this weird side quest.
Side quest!
Ken would have pretty much been the only one to have been able to poison them. This wasn't the kind of party where you were just leaving your drink everywhere. People pretty much had their drinks in hand, and there was food at the party, but it was all buffet style. So for them to have been the only ones to have gotten sick, there's really no way that it could have been the food. And it couldn't have been food poisoning because of that same thing. We're talking malicious poisoning here, right?
So not accidental.
Not accidental, not, we accidentally took too many drugs, we took it. We're talking about somebody slipping them something at some point. Interestingly, aside from actual consumption, drink or eating poison, there have been some suggestions about aerosol poisons.
What?
Yeah, the gas poisons that would be in an aerosol form. One suggestion is that it could have been a can that was placed under the pedals of Gibbs' car, that when he accelerated, it would have dispensed it, and
So
it would
this
have
is
filled
kind
the
of
car.
this is almost going in tandem with Joe's.
This is a KGB kind of thing.
It's an assassination sort of thing.
Yeah, it's a very cloak and dagger way to go about it. Okay.
Yeah. So that was suggested. It was also suggested that somebody could have come and sprayed them in the face with aerosol of some kind.
At some point.
At some point. There's some very interesting aerosol suggestions. And in fairness, when Gibbs' car was found, his keys were tucked behind his
Visor?
Yeah, sun visor. So
Everybody,
it would have been.
Devin was making that
Oh, sorry.
motion of
Yeah,
moving the
I can't
sun
remember.
visor down.
Yeah. So it's possible that if somebody had placed an aerosol can under a pedal, that it's not such a problem that it was not there when the police searched the car because it could have been removed.
Yeah, but just imagine you get in the car, you step on the gas, and you hear this sound.
Yeah.
And if they've got the
I've
spray,
had junkers that made funny noises, and
Well,
I think I would
his
even
car was
hear
not
that.
a junker.
Yeah, his car, he had
Yeah.
a decent
Yeah.
car.
Yeah.
And as far as getting sprayed in the face by somebody, well, I know what would have happened then. They would have their last dying moments crawled over to the muck and scrawled the name of their murderer in the muck.
Nope.
That's what always happens.
Mm-mm.
Wrong
No.
movie.
No.
Oh, okay.
Another suggestion is that it could have been a small capsule placed under the pedals, so it would have burst the capsule that would have then slowly filled the car with noxious fumes, and it would have poisoned them that way. Or, even better, it could have been dry ice placed in the back of his car. And I think I like this theory because I think acute illness does fit with a lot of the facts of the story, discounting even that they looked maybe ill when they left.
So here's my initial problem with all of these gases released in the car.
Yeah.
It's New Year's Day in Australia, which means it's high summer.
Yeah, the windows. I was
The
thinking
windows
that
are
too.
not going to be rolled up and the heater on. The windows are probably going to be down because it's warm.
Well, but it's still like 4 or 5 in the morning, so it was cool. My understanding it was kind of cool out there.
That was my understanding too.
Okay, I'm just thinking. I'm like,
Yeah.
well, it's high summer. I will, even if I have to get in my car at 6 a.m., I end up cracking the window because it's a little warm in the car because it's been shut up for a couple of hours while it's still hot. Because if he got to the party, what, 9 o'clock?
Yeah, but
car's
even
still going to be stuffy.
Yeah, but if the windows were only cracked, not all the way down, it could still, if it were
True.
potent enough toxin,
That's
could
true. Okay,
totally
I'll
affect them.
give you that.
So Chehalis, as I was talking about earlier,
Chalice?
so he,
In the palace.
Yeah.
you guys are the worst. He happened to be parked kind of where they found Gibbs' car when Gibb and Margaret pulled up. So he's actually an eyewitness to some of their last moments. This was likely around 4, I would say, probably around 4 a.m., maybe closer to 5. He had just parked his car. He was going to go for a walk, early morning walk, because I guess people are crazy like that sometimes. And he said that a car pulled alongside him or up close to him. It was Gibbs' car, and that there was a woman in it who he couldn't see. He said that he had the impression that the driver was about to speak to him, but didn't. And he also said that the driver looked pale, but he thought maybe he was just drunk, which is fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Chehalis went out for the walk and returned to his car about an hour later, and he noticed that actually the car had been moved, reparked, which is a bit odd, in fairness.
Gibbs' car.
Gibbs' car, yeah, had been reparked. But Chehalis had only one hand, so he couldn't...
He was a vet.
Yeah, so he couldn't turn his car around. So he did this little loop, which is the path that the boys were walking. And that's when he saw the guy dart across.
The blonde
Well, it wasn't the
blondie
same
guy.
path, but it was the car track, not the footpath. Because the footpath crosses
Yeah.
the road,
Yeah,
and
sorry.
the road goes across the bridge.
Yeah, sorry, that's... Well,
Yeah.
no, it's a golf course path,
Yeah, but it's not.
but he did drive his car down it.
Oh, he did.
Yes, because he couldn't
okay.
get turned around. He was parked on it, and he couldn't get turned around, so he took the loop.
Okay, I totally misconstrued
Mm-hmm.
that. I thought he made a loop through a different route. Okay.
No, there's
got
a
it.
map that describes it pretty well.
And I remember looking at it.
Yeah.
I just, as I always do,
Sure.
mixed up a map.
Fair, totally fair. Anyways, that's when he saw the aforementioned
Blondie-haired man.
yellow blondie-haired man. There are certainly some oddities here. Gibb was a scientist, and many people believed, as we said, he could have been target for assassination. Aerosol poisoning would have been a fairly clean way to assassinate somebody. It seems the onset of whatever happened was pretty acute. Vomit and poop everywhere, Gibbs' body, the stripping down of their clothes. I also have some problems with the Lover's Lane theory in general, that they would go out into the forest to have their liaison. Why not just park your car in a secluded area?
Well, I didn't do it in the car.
Yeah.
That evidently is one of the reasons that Gibb had that piece of carpet.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is
His
so
copulation carpet.
Yeah, she could put the carpet down on the ground and then sit on the carpet and not get dirty.
That's
Well,
fair.
except,
Why he had
except from touching the carpet.
Right.
Yeah.
But
yes,
she didn't
but she
know.
wouldn't get muddy. How's
Yeah.
that, Joe?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
sounds good. They did pick kind of a scuzzy spot, though.
They did.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. I have problems with that, just in general, the whole Lover's Lane thing. It does truly to me look like two people who got really sick and started running to have their sickness wherever. Additionally, Margaret being found 45 feet away from Gibb, that's odd to me. And the coroner did place her time of death 2 hours after his. And eventually, he did. They initially thought that they had died at the same time, but then it was found that he died at 5 a.m. and she died at 7 a.m.-ish. So poison, I don't know, it metabolizes differently in your body. It could explain why they died at different times. If
how
somebody
you
were gonna,
respirate it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, of
if it
course.
were under his seat, he would have gotten most of it, and she would have gotten some of it. I don't know. Disoriented. She could have been disoriented. That's why she had his underwear that far away. She was trying to pull her underwear up, and then just fell over and died. I don't know.
Mhm.
It does seem to me that they just were really sick for whatever reason and really disoriented.
And there's stuff about the fact that they were at the riverbank.
Yeah.
And that's where the trail of feces begins.
Yeah.
So, but I don't know that at the riverbank, on a muddy riverbank, is where I would go to have a nighttime affair.
Yeah, I don't think that's where I would go either.
Mucky, not where I would consider optimal romance.
I agree.
But then again, romance probably wasn't really involved in this.
Yeah, but I'm a little surprised that Dr. Bogle was, at least, it was ignorant of this thing. Like, for example, people think sex on the beach is really romantic.
Bad.
No, it's a bad idea.
Bad idea.
Bad idea.
Because the kind of germs and stuff that exist and toxins that exist in sand on beaches, and I'm sure it's the same for this river, are things that you really don't want to get inside your body.
Well,
Never
also
mind
just
friction.
Sand.
Yeah.
Well, let's not talk about friction.
So that's
Let's move forward.
Yeah.
Because we were about to go down a really bad trail.
Yeah.
Can we just go to the next theory?
Well, yeah, no problem. But yeah, there's one last theory, and this is something that's gained traction in recent years. And this theory is that Bogle and Chandler were killed by hydrogen sulfide poisoning. The big proponent of this theory is an Australian guy named Peter Butt, who made a documentary on the topic, and that was aired, by the way, on ABC, which is the Australian broadcast channel, I think. And he also wrote a book that talks a little bit more extensively about his theory, and the book is called "Who Killed Dr. Bogle and Mrs. Chandler?" And I want to give another shout out to Alina, the listener we talked about at the beginning, who suggested this episode, and she was kind enough to send us a copy of the book, which is really awesome because
we all read. Steve was like, everybody read this.
Yeah.
It was one of my first actual homework assignments for everybody.
Yeah.
Hey, a real book. Here you go.
Yes.
Not just check out this silly black background website.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. And by the way, I don't know who's responsible, but sorry, Alina, for the chocolate fingerprints. But anyway, it was Devin, I'm sure.
No. Mm-mm.
It was Joe.
It was Joe.
Okay, fine. The spot on the river where they were found is surrounded by mangrove trees.
Oh, well, that's it.
There you go. Yeah, deadly mangrove trees. They might have been KGB spies. I don't know. But it happens that mangrove trees actually do emit hydrogen sulfide. And according to experts, it's theoretically possible to be gassed to death in a mangrove swamp. It's really unlikely, but if air conditions are just right, i.e., the air is totally stagnant, no wind, and if you're in a low spot in the ground, and the time of day actually makes a difference too, then it's theoretically possible to be gassed just by mangroves. Not likely. Not likely.
No. That's a 1 in a gazillion chance.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there was something else that was augmenting the hydrogen sulfide concentration in the area, and that was pollution. There had, in the past, been tanning factories, a chemical company, a vinegar company, all these guys dumping waste into the river. There was also a sewer line, which I don't know if the sewer line leaked or not, but they actually laid the sewer line right down the middle of the river.
It leaked.
Yeah.
They always do.
They
usually do, yeah. And also, this is probably the worst offender, was the Chicago Corn Flour and Starch Mill, which dumped about 20 million gallons of sulfurous waste into the river every year from 1894 until about 60 years later when they closed. So a lot of that stuff accumulated. The sulfurous waste apparently killed a lot of plants and fish. It caused a rise in what's called saprophytic bacteria, which I don't know much about bacteria, to be honest with you, but apparently this particular kind of bacteria, they live on dead organic matter, and they produce hydrogen sulfide.
Oh.
Yeah.
So that would be the kind of stuff where you see a pond that is full of algae and everything dies, and then the algae dies, and then nothing ever grows in it again because it's full of that bacteria. Because we've all seen those kind of dead ponds.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know, yeah. And also making matters even worse is they constructed a weir downstream from the site.
What's a weir? Sorry.
Yeah, well, a weir is a low dam, and the idea of a weir is that it's low enough that water can still flow over the top of it, but it still dams it up and creates like a pond or pool behind it.
Sure.
Problem with the weir is all the stuff that's flowing downstream most of it's like just accumulating. It's not just flowing out to sea. And actually, this river, the Lane Cove River that we're talking about, is actually a tributary of a larger river, so it's not flowing directly into the sea, of course. But anyway, and also tidal action can't come up. Like the water from downstream can't be shoved up and sort of flush it out and back downstream. None of that's going on because the weir is blocking the path.
Because all of this stuff that's getting dumped into the river is acting like a sediment and just building up.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
So theoretically, it's possible that there could be, there can actually be eruptions of hydrogen sulfide.
Oh.
Yeah, I know.
That's not great.
Bubbles in the mud go burst, and then next thing you know, a big cloud of hydrogen sulfide comes out. And residents of the area had been complaining for decades about a really bad rotten egg smell in the area, in the neighborhood. And, well, that's what hydrogen sulfide smells like.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
No, that stinks.
Yeah. Yeah. At a level of one...
I can't even pity laugh for you. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, that was lame. Yeah.
Oh, come on. I was trying.
No. It was a high-quality attempt at humor. So 1 part per million, you'll sort of notice a bad smell at about 30 parts per million.
This is hydrogen sulfide itself, right?
Hydrogen sulfide, yeah. About 30 parts per million and up, it smells like rotten eggs. And then apparently at between 50 and 100 parts per million, it smells supposedly kind of sickeningly sweet. And I don't know. I haven't smelled the stuff.
No, I can't say I've ever smelled that concentration, and I'm happy about that.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know if I've ever whiffed this stuff, to tell you the truth. Over 100 parts per million, it paralyzes your olfactory nerve almost instantly.
So you can't smell it.
So you can't smell it, and it's invisible to you. Yeah, you just wouldn't notice it. You just notice yourself feeling sick and puking and having breathlessness. Yeah. And you'd be going, gee, I wonder what's going on with this, And then you just,
Not feeling so hot.
Yeah, I'm puking. Okay, well, so what?
You would probably just die, right? I mean...
Eventually,
unless you left the area.
Unless you're lucky enough to leave the area, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if I walked into a room, for example, and I started getting breathless and puking, I probably would walk out of the room. Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, you never know. I mean, you're going to be oxygen deprived. Your brain's not going to be functioning at 100%, so who knows. I'm told that at 200 parts per million, respiratory failure occurs within seconds. And at 1,000 parts per million, which we're not even close to that, but a single breath can cause cardiac arrest, just like that. So the levels here were probably in the 100+ range at the river, but they weren't measured, so nobody knows exactly sure.
It's kind of anecdotal.
Yeah, it appears that 100 parts per million was not uncommon in the area on still windless days, and because it's heavier than air, it tends to pool in hollows and low spots, like down right over the river and stuff like that. Down the riverbed. And so it would seek the low points along the bank. And to anybody that's breathing it in, when it reaches those concentrations of plus 100% parts per million, you don't know that it's there.
Yeah.
You just notice all of a sudden you're breathless, you're nauseous, and you get confused. You just don't make good choices. And you wind up, these people probably could have saved themselves. I buy the theory. I think it's the most.
So you're in for this one.
Well, this is my number 2 one.
Oh well, let's keep going on this one before you go with your number 1, because I think I know what your number 1's going to be.
Oh, of course.
But okay. So
no. So yeah, they could have saved themselves. I mean, obviously, if their brains had been functioning at 100%, they could have just stood up. Just standing up might have done the trick, raising themselves up that high. And certainly walking up the riverbank and getting away from it would probably have done a lot.
Yeah, that's fair. I think if you add in that they may have been drunk or otherwise inebriated, I buy it a little more.
But they were horizontal for some reason.
I do have the problem of
him dying so much faster than her and also her making it 45 feet away from him.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a small distance. It's not a huge distance, but it's not like right there. And then I guess none of these theories really address the fact that they're all covered up, but you know.
Well,
let me.
And
I'm trying to figure out how to not the act, and he is excited. He's probably going to be taking very deep breaths and breathing in quite rapidly. Where if she is not as excited, she's breathing more normally.
Or
so he may have been taking more of it in, and as they try to scramble away, he can't make it, which is why she gets farther away and doesn't die as quickly.
Or the other thing is possibly he was on the bottom and she was on the top.
Possible.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just thinking of it in terms of respiration is where I was taking that
Well,
with,
that
is
too.
that he may have been very excited and rapidly breathing and getting more of it. I mean,
Fair.
if we're going to say this is what it is, and I'm not 100% on this theory.
Well,
but
yeah, it's got its weaknesses.
It does.
Number one being at least a couple more people should have died over the years by this river.
Yeah.
Additionally, the people who found, not so long after, or Chehalis, who was in that same area at the
Chalice?
same time,
Yeah.
should have said, oh, it was really stinky, or, oh, I was feeling a little ill myself. He didn't have any ill effects.
One thing to know about, it's hydrogen sulfide, correct?
Yeah.
One of the things that breaks it down super fast is sunlight.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't
So
think it was
if
sunny.
they're all there, if the boys are there at 9
That's
and
fine.
Chalice is there around the same time, but
No.
he's walking around.
No.
He was there at the same time, right?
He was there at the same time as Bogle and Chandler.
Right,
or-
but he's not on the river bank.
Sure. He's not that far away, though.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. If it's 5 in the morning.
He walked the path.
There's not sun. Yeah, no, I can see where the sunshine issue. Okay, I see where the problem is with that, but he's also not on the riverbank.
Right, but if it's in that high concentration down below, at the very least, he's going to say it was a really strong odor.
Yeah, it
or
really stank.
I
yeah,
really
it
didn't
stank.
feel okay, or something. If it was so strong that it could literally kill people not 50 feet down the bank, he's going to feel some effects or at least smell something or mention something about that. You would think.
Yeah.
But he may not have mentioned it because people who lived in that area, as I think Joe had talked about before, had been complaining about this for years. So it just may have been, this part of the river stinks.
Maybe.
Well, also, it's
I'm not going to talk about it because it just everybody knows this river stinks.
Well, you never know, too, because there's a medical condition known as anosmia, which means that you can't smell. You can't detect odors. And it's actually more common than people realize. And so,
Maybe. Yeah.
He may have
that
had
just feels-
that or...
Yeah. So that's
Fair.
entirely within. But
Fair.
but no, I mean there were other people like wasn't it the case that some of the reporters that went down and checked out the crime scene reported a really disgusting odor?
Yes,
Yeah.
they did.
Of course, that could have been all the feces too. I don't know. But
Yeah, that probably was
that
a contributing
probably didn't help
factor.
matters, huh?
Yeah.
All the puke and feces, yeah.
Well, you Joe, I hesitate to give you the reins
do
for
it.
this one, but you had one more theory.
Don't do
Oh
it.
no! I'm not gonna bring it up. You guys can't handle the truth.
Oh, okay.
Well, thank goodness we don't have to hear it then.
Yeah.
But anyway, I guess really, if you can learn anything from this, is that these guys should have gotten a motel.
Yeah.
Their lives certainly would have been a lot different.
Really?
Yeah. Next time, get a freaking room, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
That's the moral of the story.
Well, before we wrap this up, Joe, it sounds like you're mostly behind the hydrogen sulfide theory for the most part. Not 100%, but that's your number one candidate.
Yeah, I mean, when you set aside all the lurid, ludicrous murder theories, I don't see anybody that had a strong motive to kill these people. And the idea of making up a really exotic aerosol that can kill them and not leave anything in their tissues and stuff like that. Well, how many people have that capability?
Yeah,
And
that's a good point.
Yeah.
And so this is the only one that really, actually makes any sense at all. Even though I still have a problem with it, like I said, more people should have been dying along that river.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I don't get.
Yeah, I think I lean slightly towards poisoning of some kind just because I do think that there's a strong anecdotal evidence, at least, for them being sick upon exit of the car. I think that seems to me, I don't know, maybe they parked it next to Chehalis, realized that he was there, so they parked the car. They parked it across the street from him. So they were about to go to town on each other, and then, oh crap, I feel sick, better run out in there. I don't know. Again, though, there are a lot of unanswered questions
Actually,
with all that stuff.
Actually, it just occurs to me that, what if somebody gave them a poison, but not something intended to kill them, but something which actually had a deleterious effect on their respiratory system, something which actually,
in combination.
One of the side effects of it, maybe somebody gave them a laxative because just for fun, but maybe this particular drug also had a side effect of being bad for your respiratory system. But of course, it's not. Not typically in the doses you give it, it's not going to affect you that adversely.
One of the things that Ruth Nash got investigated for was she also, if I remember correct, she was into the Dachshund scene as well. She loved dachshunds, and she had deworming medication for the dogs that had been prescribed by her vet, which, if you've ever accidentally gotten anything like that, it has the effect of a laxative on the human system.
Yeah.
And so that happens. These things happen. And they checked her out. They checked all her pills. They checked the bodies for that. So it could have been some kind of derivative like that. I'm not, but I know that was something that got looked into. I personally, the only one that works is the sulfide, the hydrogen sulfide. But my issue with it is, as Joe said, why didn't more people die?
Yeah.
And over the years, in places that are notorious for actually having these eruptions of hydrogen sulfide, there's only been a handful of deaths.
Yeah. It doesn't happen too often.
It doesn't happen too often.
But it does
this is the only one that was a double murder from this, if it was this, 2 deaths at the same time. I have an issue with it. I don't have a better theory. None of them seem to stand up. This is the only one that seems to have some evidence behind it.
Yeah.
But it's just so lucky. The odds of it happening at that time and place,
let's be fair.
Yes, are so high.
Yeah, but I also have the problems with the who covered their bodies and
because the
why
initial reports
and
were
2
she
hours.
did it.
Like 2 hours is a long time for her to have outlived him. It's one thing if it were 45 minutes, a half an hour, even an hour, fine. But for them to be breathing the same toxins in the same quantities, but for her to last 2 whole hours longer than him.
She was 45 feet away. She may have been just high enough up.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
That she
was
passed
a little
out.
higher.
Yeah,
Maybe.
she was unconscious.
But she was in a depression, and
which is probably what.
And I could be wrong,
in.
but I think the drawings looked like she was actually closer to the. I mean, it's true. The pocket could have been more localized to where he was. That's fine, but it does seem weird.
Yeah, I don't know where I stand.
I don't either.
I can't pull any of these as my prime. I love this theory.
Yeah.
I'm saying it was the professor in the library with a lead pipe.
Again.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, you can cut that. You can cut that one out.
If you have a theory about this that you would like to share with us, you are more than welcome to do that. You can go to our website, which is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. You can leave a comment on the site. Of course, you'll find some of our research there and the audio for this episode or any of the episodes that we've put out. Most folks are listening to us through some streaming app, whether it be Stitcher or a web app or a mobile app. We're on most of those. We're, of course, on iTunes.
Yep.
So if you're on iTunes, please do take the time. Leave us a comment and a rating. We are on Facebook. We have the group and the Facebook page, and both the group has been insanely busy lately, and it's been fantastic. All the stuff that's going on, so that's really, really fun. So if you want to get in on that, like the page, join the group. Everybody seems to be enjoying that. Of course, we're on Twitter. It is Thinkin' Sideways, so drop the G on thinking. You can find us there. We do tweet. We have conversations with folks on
Kinda.
there as well. Yeah, sort of. Well, it's 100 and some odd characters. It's not a big conversation.
That's fair.
Let's see what else. Oh, of course, we've got our email address. If you do want to tell us something, you've got thoughts on this story or suggestions for other ones, any and all emails are happily received at thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. Without saying that having been said, because Devin looks at me every time like I do that, we're going to roll this one up, put it in the can, slap a bow on it, and call it done.
Yes.
Sounds good. About time, damn it.
Yeah, because we've been working on this one for a while, and I still don't know what I'm doing with it.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, I'm staying the hell away from that river.
Yeah. It's
And like
actually
I
kind of
said,
nice now,
like I said,
evidently.
get a room, people.
Yeah.
They took the weir out, I think.
Yeah,
But
I'm sure they've cleaned it up.
hopefully. We're going to go ahead and, I'm going to call it a night. I don't know about you two. So I will
we're gonna
talk
keep
to all of you
rambling on
folks later.
forever, but yeah. No, I guess I'll go too. See you later. See you later, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Thinking Sideways is not brought to you by pinning us to your wall. Instead, it's supported by the generous donations of our listeners on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/thinkingsideways to learn more. And thanks.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know. What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hey guys, it's Thinking Sideways, the podcast. I'm Devin, joined this week by my special guest co-hosts,
Joe.
And
Steve.
Yay!
Yeah, we're special guests this week. That's cool.
Yeah, and this week we're going to talk about a mystery.
It's going to be a little one.
It's
Yeah. It is.
This is literally this is the jokes I've been hearing all week. It's
Yes,
just,
this is going to be a jokey, pun-filled episode.
It's going to be a
if we're
good
not careful.
one. Yeah. Well, what if we're not careful? You mean if we're careful? It
Yes.
will be.
Yes.
And I just gave it away.
Oh man, Joe.
I know.
This week, as you know, because you probably read the title and maybe even the description, we're going to talk about the Atacama skeleton, also often referred to as the Atacama humanoid or Atacama alien, or I don't know.
Or proof.
Proof for aliens.
Yes.
Proof for the little green guy.
Literally the little green man.
Green man.
Yeah, that explains why we haven't seen their saucers, because they must be tiny. It starts with a garbage can lid.
Well, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Actually, it makes sense. That's why we were all convinced by a hubcap for a while.
Yeah.
It's the right size. Okay. We done?
Yeah.
Okay. So our story, just to briefly do a quick little overview here. Quickly? Yep. In 2003, I'm pretty sure that was the year that this was discovered, but I
think so.
It's hard to tell because some of the stories are different, but we're going to say in 2003.
They're hard to validate, but yeah.
A token, quote unquote, collector made a very interesting discovery in a pouch in the Atacama Desert, which is mostly in Chile. It's about 41,000 square miles, which for you people who are not civilized is 105,000 square kilometers. There's very little population there. It's mostly just deserted desert towns from the nitrate era.
Yeah, they closed down the mines and the towns went away.
Oh, I was going to ask, you mean because it was nitrate mining?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
No, from the, have you never heard of that before?
Wait, I've never heard of the nitrate era.
Yeah, you never heard of that?
You did? Oh, you must have just forgotten.
I slipped through that class.
Yeah, and obviously, once the mine closes down, you really don't want to stick around because there's no water in the desert in that particular desert.
Yeah, there's no right. We were talking earlier. Is it the driest place on Earth?
It is the driest place on Earth.
Yeah. So take that, everyone who thought that you know where it was. So this guy, while scavenging, found he was in a church. He was kind of digging around. He was trying to find things that were worth money.
Yeah, I think I in one version of this that I heard, He actually found it in a graveyard next to the church, which was in an abandoned town.
Yeah. Or
and he
in
might
the
have even
church,
he might have
or-
even been like grave robbing.
Yes,
possibly.
I was going to
Totally
say, basically, he's described as a token collector, but really he's just a scavenger.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Totally. Just a scavenger. Just raiding these deserted towns for
Right.
anything that might be
Anything.
worth anything.
Yeah, which, I mean, they're deserted towns, so it's not like anybody's going to get upset about it, but he's scavenging.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
So buried just slightly under the ground, I don't think it was very deep, he found a white cloth that was tied with a violet ribbon, violet the color, ribbon,
Oh.
and it contained a skeleton that was about 6 inches long with a slightly elongated skull and only 10 ribs. To make
A little unusual.
To make this story a little weirder, I'm just going to throw a quick little thing in here and then we'll talk a little bit about it more. In records that are dating back to, I think it was 1933, a similar 6-inch tall humanoid skeleton was featured in Ripley, Believe It or Not, the Ripley's Believe It or Not book that came out then. And it was also, like I said, a 6-inch tall humanoid skeleton. He was called Attaboy because he was found, believe it or not, in the Atacama Desert, not far from where Atta was found, which is what they called this new skeleton.
It's been speculated there's
Been dubbed.
probably all kinds of these things floating around the Atacama Desert.
Yeah, probably there is.
Because it's so dry,
Yeah.
things get mummified.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was going to say is that it's that desert, it's going to suck the moisture out and preserve things obscenely quickly.
Yeah, and really well, usually,
Yes.
too. Okay, so, as we said, this guy, his name was Oscar Muniz. I can't find anything about him except for, as I said, I think he was just a scavenger.
Mm-hmm.
But the skeleton was eventually sold to the current owner. His name was Ramon Navia Osorio, and he's a Spanish businessman. He is currently
He's still among us.
living, still owns this skeleton.
Well, it's not in his hands, though, these days, right? Did he get it back, or did he...
He did. He got it back. He never was without it.
Well, I thought
When it was examined, it was examined in Spain, in Barcelona,
Okay.
where he is.
I
So
see.
it's my understanding that he's never not had possession of it.
Why would he want this creepy little thing at his
It's
house?
kind of cool. I don't
Cute.
know. I kind of like it. I would
Oh.
take one.
Really?
Yeah, totally. Would you not?
You also collect those weird dolls that have the eyes that follow you, though.
No, I don't. Those scare me. Those scare me a lot. No, we had those when I was a kid, and I did not like them. Yeah.
I don't remember that toy.
What,
The
the
eyes
doll?
actually followed you around?
No.
No, they just appeared to.
Yeah. Like paintings do.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Somehow, and I don't totally know how, because Ramon had this thing for a long time, and until 2009, it had kind of just been this obscure thing that he owned. He
Mhm.
didn't really talk about it that much, but a guy by the name of Stephen Greer found out about this skeleton he was at a conference, and somebody offhandedly mentioned it to him. This tiny little skeleton that they knew some guy who owned. That makes sense, right?
That's more better.
That's more better. It's pretty close, yeah. And so Mr. Greer, or Stephen, we'll just call him Stephen, he
Let's
managed
call him
to...
Mr. Greer, please.
Mr. Greer managed to convince Ramon that he could investigate the skeleton. So in 2009, that's when kind of this whole story kind of started to hit the mainstream.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah,
sounds about right.
Yeah, I mean, he is the one that raised all the attention about
He sure did.
And then when did the movie come out?
That was 2012?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe
Serious?
2013? Yeah, 2012.
Yeah, I know we're going to get
area.
into that, but...
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a little bit. So, Mr. Greer assembled a team of, we're going to call them, air quote, respected scientists, unquote. Some of the people on the team, I think, are actually...
Professionals in their field?
Well, I think some of them are actually good scientists.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the research that I've read, I trust these people.
They're competent.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Stephen Greer, maybe
but
not quite
Stephen
so
Greer,
much.
maybe not so much, and some of the other people on his team, maybe not so much. But we'll make sure to make note of when we believe people and when we don't believe people, because you know us, we're good at that. So yeah, Mr. Greer and his team went to Barcelona in 2012 to conduct extensive research on the skeleton. The team was headed up by Dr. Gary Nolan,
who, after some Googling, he's a lot of UFO stuff, this guy. He's definitely a ufologist.
He's into it.
He's into it. Yeah, Dr. Nolan. But he is also a geneticist at Stanford.
Same guy, you sure?
Same guy, yeah. So I guess he's probably not a total hack.
Maybe not.
I don't know. It's hard to tell with these people sometimes, right?
You think he's got tenure?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, he must have tenure.
Yeah, probably, yeah. So anyway, we'll talk a little bit more about the other members of the team, or at least one other member of the team later. But I do want to just first start out by describing the skeleton. I know that we have some listeners that listen to us while they're driving, things like that. So let's talk about what the skeleton looked like and what makes it so strange, other than the fact that it's 6 inches tall.
Okay.
So let's go with that. The team examined Atta.
Attaboy.
And they took DNA samples from the distal ends of the anterior ribs, which is the fancy way of saying that they took samples from the front ends of the ribs, which should have been connected to the sternum. There's no sternum on this skeleton, which isn't really that weird to me, I guess, in the long run.
I don't think so. I mean, I'm not sure how well formed the sternum is.
At
a young age,
yeah.
I think that's at what age? That's the question.
Well, yeah, that is a big question around this, but it doesn't really. I mean, in a human fetus, the sternum forms. It's there.
I think the sternum forms in like the 4th or 5th month. Once the rib cage firms up and all the organs have developed, then it kind of, because it shouldn't create too early, because it could make the cavity too small. So I think that's one of the reasons that it waits longer.
Right.
But there is a big dispute about this critters or this thing's age.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, and we are absolutely going to get into that in a minute. Yeah. But so that's where they took the DNA samples from, and there was bone marrow in the skull as well. So they took a little bit of that for testing.
And I've seen a lot of hubbub about, if you see photos of this and you see the back of the head, there's a hole in it, and they say that's because they punched that hole to get the DNA.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you also hear a lot of people on the internet say, oh no, that's obviously the cause of death.
Okay, so actually I can clarify this.
Okay.
They took CT scans and x-rays before they started to do anything exploratory. And you can see in the CT scans there's a fracture at the back of the head. It's not a huge hole in the back of the head where they had to cut through, but there is a visible fracture in the back of the skull. That's what they're talking about when they say that's the cause of death.
Well, I've seen somewhere they will say there's the hole, and that's okay.
Or I guess
just want to point it out.
Misinformed is probably a better way of saying it. They're misinformed. That big hole, as far as I can tell, they did cut it to extract.
Yeah, they put a hook in there to scrape material out.
Yeah, I am not of the impression that hole existed before.
Prior to the testing.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I'm in agreement with that.
But there was a fracture.
Yeah, there was actually a photograph too from prior where the hole was not there.
Where there was no hole. Yeah.
So.
Yep. But that's good. So, like I said, they took X-rays and CT scans of the tiny skeleton to make sure that they could evaluate the body for any abnormalities before they did any exploration.
So they were following good procedure.
They were following
excellent
exceptional procedure. Yeah, everything was done in a totally sterile environment. Everything was documented. People were taking pictures and filming the entire time, which is really important also, so you can document if somebody happened to do something that caused damage to it. You could come back later and say, okay, did one of us do this while we were exploring or did not?
So this isn't like when they did all the testing on the dinosaur bones and determined that they were part ostrich?
Yeah, no, not like that.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No. So at least during the examination, the procedures were very well followed. So Atta, as I've mentioned again and again, 6 inches long, which is
or tall. You'll hear it referred to as 6 inches tall.
Yeah, tall, long.
Tall works,
long,
I think. Yeah.
Long, tall, which is I think it's 15 centimeters is what I see. That's about equal. One place I saw it described as 150 millimeters, which I thought was silly. Why wouldn't you just use centimeters?
It might be a little more accurate to break it into millimeters. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah. And for our not American measurers.
Measurers.
Yeah.
It's got a goofy looking head, though.
it's very elongated. It's you know what it reminds me of is the Crystal Skull from Indiana Jones.
That was a terrible movie, but
That
yes,
was
I do know what you're
truly a
talking
terrible
about.
movie.
So it's a
Yes.
very long oval, almost shaped skull.
Which would
And
explain
you
why a lot
can
of people think it's an
see-
alien.
Yeah, and you can see there's some bone abnormalities just like in the formation of it.
Mhm.
So it doesn't seem as though the skull was crushed post-mortem to be that way.
Like squeezed
Yeah.
and collapsed on itself a
Mhm.
little bit. I see what you're getting out of that. Yeah.
And like I said, there's a fracture on the back right side of the skull, which is often ruled as the cause of death. There's a tooth in the jaw, actually. I don't know if you guys actually got a chance to look at this or not. It's kind of interesting. There's an actual tooth in the jaw. It's not like little infant, nublins. It's like an actual, they describe it as a mature tooth, which is interesting.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Again,
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, it's unusual.
It is unusual. There's a fracture on the right arm just above the elbow. The skeleton has just 10 ribs, which is weird. Humans have 12 ribs.
Yeah.
Everybody knows
Normally.
that. And after 2 months in utero, a human fetus will have developed all 12 ribs. Worth
Generally.
mentioning. Usually.
Yeah, usually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In almost every circumstance, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. During the CT scan, it was revealed that there are lungs in this mummy skeleton
Or were.
thing, or were. Well,
The
are.
remains of.
Remains
They're
of.
still there.
And quote, what appears to be the remains of a heart structure, unquote. And this has caused the team at Stanford and also pretty much every researcher to look at this stuff to believe that it's a real skeleton of a real living thing.
It's not just a little carved.
It's not just a hoax.
Not just a little carved wooden.
No.
If this is a hoax, this is the best hoax ever.
I saw a very tongue-in-cheek thing recently when I was reading about this. I think it was actually just like an hour or two ago that said, the quote was, "This couldn't be a hoax unless it was hoaxed by aliens." Which was like, oh God, of course you would go there.
Who says aliens don't have a sense of humor?
Yeah, really.
Practical jokers.
There's also a fairly pronounced curve to the spine. There's a hump, but I think that's just from the way it was preserved.
Near the shoulders.
Yeah, hump near the shoulders, kind of. But also the spine curves, like in a C
It's got
shape.
a serious
little bit.
S curve to it.
Yeah.
Really
Well, I don't
deep.
think it's an S curve. I don't think it ever curves back. It's just the C. It just curves the one way. And again, we don't know. I don't know certainly
It's hard
if
to
it's
say.
just from the mummification.
Mummification.
Thank
Yeah.
you. The mummifying of it.
The mummifying, and also being wrapped up in a cloth and compressed could.
While there's still moisture in the body,
Yeah,
and then when
absolutely.
it dries out, it's gonna stiffen in whatever position it's at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And there's one more thing to mention. Well, I guess there's a few more things to mention. I want to mention how tiny the little feet are. Tiny little feet and
Tiny
hands.
little feet, smaller than yours.
Yeah, smaller than mine, but also like proportionately tiny, right?
Mhm.
I would say
Yeah.
you can almost miss them, almost at the little bottom of the legs.
I didn't find them to be out of proportion, but then again, it is so small to begin with.
Yeah.
That that's why I don't find them to be disproportionately small.
That's fair. The other thing that I have to mention is the knees. Knees, it turns out, for those of you who don't know, are a pretty good way of determining age, early years in life.
In humans.
In humans, yeah. Because when we're born, we don't really have kneecaps, which is a misnomer. We do have kneecaps, they're just all cartilage, and then they harden over time.
Ossification.
But when you're born, you basically don't have kneecaps.
Gross.
And you can look at the x-rays of knees. It's very interesting. There's they don't look like knees, basically, when you're an infant. They just don't. And it's hard to describe, so I would encourage you guys to go out and Google this, because it is kind of fascinating. I didn't really know this about knees.
Oh, what knees on babies look like?
Yeah.
It basically just looks like there's two leg bones and
there's like
nothing there.
there's little balls of bone on either side, but there's no noticeable joint, and there's no cap or anything like that.
It hasn't formed.
Right.
Babies are weird.
Babies are really weird.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they are.
Yeah. So they stay cartilage until you're about 3, and then they calcify all the way up until you're about 6 to 8, depending on your own personal development. But apparently, and I know Steve has some things to say about this that we'll tackle in the theories sections, but apparently Ada had fully formed kneecaps, which again, it's like hard to tell because he's so tiny that it's really hard to see what's going on in
I haven't
there.
seen anything that looks like a kneecap to me.
It's interesting, right? It's hard. Like I said, it's hard to tell, and we'll grab onto this a little bit more in the
I
theories.
know we're going to have to come back to this. So yeah.
But you will see that around, and again, it's hard. I'm kind of 50-50 on it. Like I don't know. I'm also not a scientist, so I can't look at that and be like, oh yeah, totally, that's a kneecap. I don't really
You can't?
know. Can you?
Yeah, of course. I got knees. I know what they look like.
The inside? You examine the inside of your knees regularly?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm thinking no kneecaps, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Bob got it.
Yeah.
So people go ahead and say that with the knees and the presence of a developed tooth, that would put this being at having lived for some time.
Yeah.
At least a year,
in other
as
words,
many as
outside of
outside of the womb.
Yeah, in other words, it can't be a it can't be the skeleton of a fetus.
Right. That's the thing that you draw. That's the conclusion that you would draw from this information.
Yeah.
Again, we're going to talk about all this stuff in the theories, so
Oh,
everybody
okay.
stop yelling at me, please.
There's some more to come.
Yeah, because there's another really big twist.
Right on.
It's a really big twist. And that is, you remember I said they took DNA from the ribs?
Yep.
And they tested that as well as the bone marrow found in the skull. And apparently, the report is that Ada only shares 91% of its DNA with humans.
Okay.
Dun, dun, dun. For comparison, we share about 90% of our DNA with cats, 80% with cows, and 50% with bananas.
Oh my God.
So
I guess shouldn't be eating cows. I guess.
No, I guess not. Yeah. And there is some
why
variance.
I don't eat bananas.
There's variance between humans, right? That's an actual thing. There's genetic variance, but it's about 0.5% variance.
Half a percent.
Yeah, 0.5% variance between any Homo sapien. Yeah.
Okay.
One last thing. I keep saying that, right? I keep saying, and one last thing I have to mention, but one last thing.
It's fine. This is you have now gone to the same level as TV news.
Oh, that's true.
Which is we're going to drop the story, but first we're going to tell you about this. We're going to come back with this main story, but now we're going to go to the weather. So that's what she's.
Isn't that annoying when they do that?
That's
you
how
mean
she's
brilliant.
formulated this.
Yeah, brilliant.
Okay, we'll be back after this word from our sponsors.
Yeah. One last thing. Again, it's actually the second to last thing.
And then we'll talk about the weather in Edinburgh?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you can say all the names, yeah, we will. Nobody really knows how old this thing is. Obviously, when they first found it, they thought, oh my God, this thing is like millennia old. It's got to be
Because it
so
was mummified.
Because it was mummified and it didn't look like anything we knew about. And they were like, well, maybe it's some like pre-Homo sapien type thing. Maybe it's a Neanderthal. Maybe it's, who knows? And they've come to the conclusion since then that it's like a couple decades old.
Yeah, at the most.
Yeah. Yeah. But as I mentioned, Ripley of Ripley's Believe It or Not, his name is Robert Ripley. He's involved in the case, like I said.
Isn't he dead?
I'm sorry, he was.
Okay.
He was sort of involved.
Kind of, in a way. You guys know Ripley was obsessed with shrunken heads.
Oh, yeah.
Like obsessed with shrunken heads.
Which is weird.
I kind of think shrunken heads are awesome.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
you know how many times I have found myself in front of the computer at 12 o'clock at night, drunk, and Googling shrunken heads and trying to figure out if the website that says I can buy one is legit or not?
I feel like I need to have a conversation with you about your adult, mature choices that you're making.
Seriously.
Wait, is it the drinking
Drunk
or the Google?
At midnight, and you're choosing to Google shrunken heads, which makes me a little concerned about you.
That's a little weird, yeah. And what I want to know about these websites is how does it work? Do you have to cut somebody's head off and mail it to them, and they shrink it for you?
Is it? But is it also like? Are there like hot shrunken head
They're
singles?
authentic. They're authentic from natives. I don't know. I was drunk. Can we keep going, please?
I'm very concerned.
Actually,
we're gonna have an intervention later.
When we wrap this up, I'm going to go out on eBay and see if there's anything out there.
I'm sure there is. Yeah.
Probably is.
Yeah. Anyway, on Ripley's Shrunken Head's Quest for the Shrunken Head, which is an actual book, by the way. It's Ripley's Quest for the Shrunken Head. I almost bought it. I came closer than I ever have to buying a book for the podcast, so there's that. He found this tiny skeleton in the 1930s, early 1930s. He found this tiny skeleton he called Attaboy. He found his in Peru, but the Atacama Desert does actually go all the way up into Peru. It's like I said, it's really, really big desert. So, Ripley called his skeleton Attaboy, and that's that. They look vaguely kind of similar. Not really.
No.
Not really.
No, they don't.
Actually, at all.
So
They're both
Attaboy
3 inches tall. Or 6 inches tall.
But
that's about it.
Attaboy looks more akin to a shrunken head in terms of the shape and the texture in the photos that I've seen.
I think Attaboy's kind of cute. Not like the skeleton, but I think it's cute that Ripley called him that.
Oh, the name?
Yeah, I think it's kind of a cute name. Yeah, so an Attaboy does look different. They don't really look the same.
Sort of.
Attaboy and Atta. I think it's true that the resemblance pretty much ends at their height.
I would say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, theories?
Yeah, theories.
I guess we're there.
I guess we are.
Aliens?
Let's start with hoax.
Oh, was it a hoax?
No.
I don't think so.
I actually don't think that there's anybody who seriously thinks it's a hoax, except for the anonymous forum user here and there who says, no, it's a hoax, didn't you know?
Well, it's easy to think it's a hoax.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was a hoax
when
I
you did.
first started to read about it. And then once I saw the stuff about the CT scans, I knew, okay, right there, that proves it's not actually a hoax. It's
Not a little
something
carved,
real.
not a little carved wooden figurine.
Yeah. So, no, it's not a hoax.
No, not a hoax.
Yeah.
Also, probably not a cryptid, but you'll see that around.
Is this a fairy?
No.
Cryptid as
If it was
in
a cryptid, it could be a fairy.
Be a fairy,
it's a
but
mummified
no
fairy.
No wing structure. Wings have to have bones in them.
Do fairies
maybe.
actually have wings, though?
Yeah.
We don't know that.
We don't know anything.
Elves?
Right?
Yeah.
Could it be a Smurf?
It could be the South American version of a leprechaun.
Oh ho ho!
There you go.
It's true.
Or it could be the South American Bigfoot.
It could.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wish
The
you
little
guys,
known.
I wish you guys were in the studio to see with how much sincerity Joe just said that. There was no laugh in his face for a moment. It was good.
Just all deadpan.
It
all
was.
the
It
time.
was totally
Yeah.
deadpan. Okay, so those two out the window. Cool. That's the end of our theories.
Okay. Bye.
It's not? No? Okay. Next up, I guess, is aliens.
Yeah, they're obviously that theory has been put out there, so we have to talk about it. Yeah, quite a bit. Yeah, a lot of people think this is like the remains of an alien.
Yep.
But
Well, and one of the things I will mention is there is a strong history of reported UFO activity around the Atacama Desert.
There's a strong history of reported UFO activity around most places.
hey,
Steve.
yeah,
I'm just putting it in perspective.
Yeah.
Well, so the theory is that this thing is an alien. It kind of, frankly, it looks really alien.
It does,
It looks
especially
very
the
alien.
shape of the skull.
With the shape of the skull and the size, to conceptualize of something being that size and like living is crazy.
Well, there's many creatures on our planet that are tiny.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
The problem is that unless maybe there's an alien race and they figured out a way to save space on interstellar trips to shrink themselves down to 6 inches tall.
Well, no, this thing is much like was it the first or the second Men in Black, where there was the little guy that drove the human-sized robot?
Yeah.
I mean,
I remember that. Yeah.
I mean, that's exactly what this would be.
How long
Maybe.
could you really survive if you're that size, though? Wouldn't you go
That's
extinct?
my
Because
big question.
The predators would all eat you. I mean, you'd be snacks. Owls would be snatching you out of the skies or whatever the equivalent
Well,
of
I
the
guess,
owl
I mean,
is
the
over there.
argument would be that you might be from a planet that was so high gravity that everything was small.
Uh-huh.
So you could feasibly be the largest thing. It could be a race of shrimpkins from Futurama.
Well, it could be.
Do you guys remember that episode?
Nah.
Yeah.
Sort of.
When Bender becomes God and then meets God. They're just tiny little humans that live on him.
Yes.
It could have been that. I mean, aliens.
It's possible.
And I guess this is probably a good time to mention Dr. Greer, Mr. Greer. He's a doctor. He's a medical doctor.
He was a medical doctor. He was an ER doc, I think.
Oh, was he really?
He was a practicing doctor.
Yeah.
And then he sort of went off the deep end and
he left.
Became an ufologist.
His
That's
practice.
a nice way of saying it. Yeah.
He left his practice.
He did leave his practice. Our listeners may be familiar with the documentary Sirius, which is basically tries to prove that aliens are real.
It's about an hour long. We talked about it in the Gary McKinnon episode.
Yeah, it's actually 48 minutes long. I found it on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
48 minutes and like 50-something seconds.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
12 minutes for commercials.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's perfect. And Dr. Greer is the guy who's in charge of that thing.
Well, he is in control of CSETI.
Yeah.
Which stands for the Center for the Study of Extraterrestrial Intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
And he started that in the mid-2000s, I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was sometime, I think it was the late 2000s or 2010, somewhere in there, he then began the Disclosure Project.
Yeah.
Which is the one where it's all the ex-government employees testifying to him on camera about aliens.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's a major ufologist.
He is.
He is, I'm not making fun of him when I say this, he has bought in quite heavily to the belief, and he's very committed to it.
He is.
But that makes me question him quite a lot.
Yeah, it makes me question with things like this just because I think there's that confirmation bias there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Particularly with something like this that is kind of open to interpretation. It is hard to know what this thing is for sure. But the fact that I don't know. It's hard. It's hard when you're hearing a ufologist constantly saying, "Oh, it's obviously an alien. It's proof."
Yeah, good luck
constantly.
with that.
Never once saying, "I don't know. It probably isn't an alien."
Well, the other thing about guys like Greer is they tend to be a magnet for lunatics who come to them with crazy stories and
people who are like-minded. Yeah.
Yeah. And so
no, I mean, but also that's not to say that everybody who believes in UFOs or aliens is a lunatic.
Right. That's what
y'all know
it's
me.
like-minded in terms of believe in or want to. But there's a broad spectrum of that.
There are crazy people in all walks of life.
Oh, yes.
And there are extra crazy people in some walks of life.
Yep.
Which are, this one is one of them.
Yeah.
It kind of is.
Yeah. So that's a problem already.
Yeah.
And my one concern with Greer being as involved as he is in this, because he was. What's that?
You only have one concern.
Well, no. This is one of my big concerns.
Okay.
Is that the story of how Etta was found and all of this stuff? I've never been able to find the source of it. In other words, you always hear the story, but you never find anything from the origin of that, where it actually began, and the early accountings of it reported anywhere, anything. It popped up, and it popped up on the radar from what I found.
There's
with Greer.
The guy that actually found it, you can find the first publication of talking about this in the media at all. And it was around the time when that scavenger found it. But it was...
When was that again?
2003-ish.
Okay.
But it was in a tabloid in Chile. That was the first announcement. So again, it's one of those things where it's like, you can confirm that it did happen at a time, but
that the equivalent of the Weekly World News reported on it, and not Bat Boy.
Yeah. But which is kind of a bummer because we do know it exists and we do know it's real, but they were the only ones who didn't cry hoax immediately, so they printed it, and then, and I guess to that point tells the whole story. He always just says, "Oh, a token hunter or a token collector."
Yeah, he's got a very sanitized version.
But he doesn't
of the
ever
story.
say like he was robbing graves in the church. He doesn't say anything about They always say it in this kind of amorphous like pouch. He never says it was in a white cloth. It was this velvet tie. All of the kind of nitty gritty details that almost humanize it. He doesn't ever talk about. So I think to that point, he is. I mean, he's trying to skew it a little more towards. If you're just saying, "Oh, it was found in a pouch, just in the desert." That sounds way more like an alien died or got dropped off. The remains of an alien got dropped off than
because they They have a burial ritual that involves pouches.
I don't know, just more than like it was found in a
buried in
grave
atmosphere.
in a church, wrapped in white and purple. You know, that sounds way more human than it was found in a pouch in the desert.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to let the Greer issue go.
Okay.
It's really I really question whenever he's involved.
Yeah.
No,
Well, that's fair. And
understandable,
the alien stuff. Do you have anything else to add to the alien theory?
Well, I would add to that is it's if it is an alien, then how does it happen to have 91% human DNA? That's
Okay, well,
strange.
actually, that's a good segue into our next theory, which is that it's an alien-human hybrid.
Okay.
But that goes down the crazy rabbit hole because it's mostly Greer being the proponent or being the most vocal proponent of this theory. This is his theory, actually, is that it's a hybrid, and it goes kind of from what if it's an alien-human hybrid to what if we are all alien-human hybrids? That's what we are. That's how humans existed.
Well, then we're
That's
not.
how we came about. So then we would share
But then
91.
We're not actually alien-human hybrids because we're humans. So whatever our ancestor was, it made it.
Right,
with
that
them.
we're alien. I don't know, Neanderthal hybrids or something like
Okay,
that.
yeah.
You know, the things that we branched off from, that they went off to die, but they were very humanoid. They were, we were like them, and then we changed somehow. And
Wait,
maybe
you
that
saying
was the
aliens came to Earth? They were slumming with Neanderthals, and then they went home.
Yeah.
So Earth is what, like the dance club of?
It's okay. I guess we can kind of go into this. I don't want to make this whole episode about this, but there are two theories on this. You're looking at me like I'm a crazy person, but I'm just going to keep talking. One of the theories is that it's a controlled experiment, that aliens who are hyper intelligent came to Earth and wanted to. It's like controlled evolution, that they altered the DNA of Neanderthals to create Homo sapiens.
And now they're watching the experiment play out.
Yes. The other theory is
That's the long game.
That's the long game. The other theory is that aliens. I guess there's a lot more than that. Aliens, in order to survive, came and intermingled.
Their species?
So in order to elongate their species, had to kind of alter what their species was. So they came to intermingle their people with our people, and that totally changed and progressed into Homo sapiens. Or, nightclub. Like, they were curious.
They just came here and had sex with all of our women and then took off again.
Yeah. So those are the three main theories of the alien hybrid, human hybrid theory. So then this theory would be that this was a subset that went a little wrong but has survived maybe in the desert.
Okay.
Or maybe they're the ones who were the initial ones and that they, bred with Neanderthals, and so we're the size basically of Neanderthals, but
So the problem with
rest of
that,
the
though, is the
characteristics.
age thing. Is that if that is the case, then it would have to be much, much, much older.
Unless it was
than we
coming
think
to
it
check
is.
up on us. So if it was the controlled, if the base theory was that it's a controlled evolution, the long game, basically, right? You come and check on your long game, right?
Right.
You observe them. So if this alien in this theory died while observing us, then 10 years, whatever.
Oh wait,
Okay.
so
this
they're
thing is-
very tiny aliens.
Mm-hmm.
So
I
the
see.
wardens are itsy bitsy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I still don't buy that this thing was an alien though, because it's 91% human DNA.
I agree, but so
If it's
those
an
are
alien human
theories.
hybrid. That's impossible too, because like for example, cats and dogs can't interbreed.
That's true.
And so
Yeah.
we'd be a little further apart. than
Humans and
cats
bananas
dogs.
cannot interbreed.
Yeah, that's
You're
true.
Right. Yeah.
you-
No, I mean, I think that's a valid, interesting point. The other thing I guess we should probably bring up at this very moment in time is that it's not that we only share 91% of the DNA. It's that it was like 8 or 9% of the DNA was unable to be read from the samples that they got from Ada.
Which doesn't.
So it doesn't mean that they
anything.
didn't match. It just meant that they couldn't
But
read
yeah,
them because it was too corroded.
It was
or
degraded,
good.
unreadable, which it's not uncommon for that to happen in DNA samples, to have a portion of it.
Yeah, particularly post-mortem DNA samples.
Yeah.
So this is why Greer bothers me so much, because he's the one who says it's 91% human DNA, but we don't know what the other 9%. Well, no, we
don't.
We kind of probably do, but it's not unusual. 100% of the DNA that was readable was human. It's just 9% of the total sample was unreadable.
Although, to their credit, on almost all of the websites that you read about this DNA, they do add the caveat that research on the DNA is ongoing.
Of course.
And that they will reveal more as they know it.
They
which
might
at
be
least
able to get
that
better DNA out of him.
it's possible.
And also this is one of the reasons that because they used to think it was kind of old, and now they're thinking no more than 2 decades, just because the DNA is degraded somewhat, but if it were
there's still viable DNA.
Exactly. If it was a lot older, then there'd be a lot less DNA to read.
Yeah. So next is the theory that it's human. And this is, again, typical Devin style. We've got a couple different bullet points here.
Yes, we do.
So let's start with human, shrunken.
Oh, Ripley?
Yeah. We come back to Ripley here. Ripley was he was a very honest showman. He liked to kind of discount these like weird sideshow things that he found a lot. He was very famous for it. Like he would go around and find these, oh, it was a mermaid man skeleton and display it, but say this is the part that's the monkey skeleton and this is the part that's the fish skeleton. It's not real, but it's interesting nonetheless, right? And so he was one of the first people, despite his
which is why he's saying believe it or not.
Heads.
You can believe it if you want or not.
Or not, and here's a reason to not.
Yeah, I remember watching that show, and he did that all the time.
We watched it too. And he goes, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then what wasn't the guy from Star Trek on it at one point when they tried to resurrect it?
That was the one I watched.
Which one are you talking about?
The guy who played Will Riker?
Oh, yeah.
In Star Trek Next Generation? Wasn't he the host for it?
No, I'd have to look it up. Do you care enough for me to look it up?
No.
Yeah,
Jack Palance was the host for a while, too. Remember that?
That was the old one.
Yeah, he'd always at the end, believe it or not, because he had that weird voice.
Yeah. So Shrunken Heads, just briefly, if you guys don't know how they're made, I mean, I think everybody in this room knows how they're made, but it's possible.
What you do is you run them through the dryer, and you leave them in too long.
And then you get it wet, you put it back in. It's like wool socks.
Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah. Less itchy, though, a little bit.
Yeah.
So Shrunken Heads, the way they do it is they cut a hole in the back of the skull, or back of the head.
The scalp.
The scalp, thank you. They pull all the bones out. They put little red berries where the eyes should be and sew them shut. And then they put a wood ball.
They sew all the orifices closed.
Yeah.
So your nostrils, your eyes, your mouth, all
the
of
mouth is held in place by 3 palm fronds. Apparently
Why?
that's the traditional thing.
Who came up with this idea anyway?
I don't know. I still think they're interesting, but then the skin is put around a ball and then pulled tight.
After it's boiled.
Yeah, after it's boiled.
You got to boil it to shrink
it. Yeah, and then it's
becomes
put
like leather.
there, and so it looks like it's on a skull, and so that's how that happens. So Ripley said that his attaboy was just a whole body shrunken thing, which I guess I kind of believe because it doesn't really look like there are any bones in there. It just kind of looks like it's leathery skin.
Yeah, that's the impression. I mean, there does appear to be possible